I shall be crowned king. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 176 Night Talk. Lord Anson Bach, we finally meet again, in the cramped attic room. Outside the creaking, broken window, a cold wind and drizzling rain blew. A man with haphazardly combed red hair in a single ponytail, still wearing a light gray overcoat that looked like it hadn't been washed in years, smiled at Anson, whose expression was complex. I know that in the past few months, you've suffered a lot and encountered a lot of trouble because of my involvement with a second-rate novelist and detective. It completely shattered your plans to enjoy a peaceful life in the capital, and it even pushed you into extremely dangerous situations more than once, so I feel that explaining to you now that I didn't mean to or I didn't actually intend to do this or you also bear some responsibility is completely meaningless to you. So let's get practical. He calmly stood up and bowed sharply to Anson at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry. Looking at the exceptionally obedient Draco Veltz before him, Anson's expression was extremely complicated. Well, it's a mix of wanting to strangle him on one hand, and completely understanding him on the other. After all, a powerless novelist seeking revenge for his family has few options other than relying on others. Moreover, he never lied to me or revealed to anyone that he was a member of the old gods. From this perspective, I don't seem to have any grounds to criticize him. Strictly speaking, he didn't force me to do anything. Even if I hadn't intervened, the iron sky would still have crashed, the black mage and the church would still have come knocking, and the army, dissatisfied with the church, would still have caused me trouble. One question. Anson and Draco stared at each other, their expressions grim. Anson spoke in a low voice, a mixture of confusion and anger. Before you explain why you're here, I need you to answer one question. Draco Veltz, what exactly do you want? On the Iron Sky, you told me you were going to completely wipe out the Royal Guard. I'll assume you weren't lying for now. So what happened after that? Why did you know about the Dark Wizards and Old Gods gathering? Why did you approach Sophia France? And knowing the Royal Guard was hunting you down, why did you use your own name in the Clovis Truth? Also, you told Corin Jacques that Clovis would become very dangerous? What danger, and is it related to tonight's events? Anson asked almost in rapid succession. That doesn't seem like a problem, Draco chuckled dryly. But I can answer you, yes, my goal has never changed, to fundamentally and utterly destroy the Royal Guard, and then let a completely new organization, one that can truly establish order in Clovis, be born from their corpses. Draco stared into Anson's eyes, his expression utterly calm. That's right, I want revenge for Miller Veltz's death, but not by killing some ordinary person who died simply for a living, due to an accident or mistake, but by making the Royal Guard pay the price for their irresponsibility. That's my goal, and everything I've done since arriving in Clovis has been to achieve it. Like what? Anson raised an eyebrow. For example, the Church of Order, or the France family, Draco answered casually. The Royal Guard is the royal family's private army, and Archbishop Luther France is the most powerful person in Clovis, and also very close to His Majesty Carlos. He was the first person I contacted, because of the North Harbor incident 5 years ago. You probably already know. Seeing Anson nod, Draco smiled and continued, I'm nominally registered in the church, though not exactly a good thing. It gave me the opportunity to meet the Archbishop. I talked to him about some of my thoughts, which he didn't particularly like, but for some reason his daughter, Miss Sophia France, is particularly interested in it, because she's a detective novel fan and a cloud adventure enthusiast. Anson silently thought to himself. It took me a lot of effort to shake her off, and even now I don't dare stay in one place for long because of her missing person ad, Draco said with a wry smile. But this has forced me to travel all over Clovis, which in a sense has helped my goal. Besides Archbishop Luther France, I also met with the chairman of the Railway Committee, radical members of the Privy Council. I guess you've met them too, Anson shrugged, tacitly agreeing. They didn't really like my proposal, but like the Archbishop, they were quite interested in my idea of a new type of security force to replace the existing security forces, which was a small breakthrough. Draco sighed. a hint of helplessness in his smile. "This is what I did a week after arriving in Clovis City, and also spent time dodging the Royal Guard's pursuit and Sophia's surveillance. She learned about the Dark Mage gathering from Lady Katerina, so I took the opportunity to arrange to meet her at the gathering, and also to shake off the Royal Guard who kept chasing me. Then, at St. Isaac's Academy, I ran into her and the Royal Guard lying in ambush." Anson looked up at the window being battered by the cold wind. "After that, I came to the outer city and learned through some channels that the Privy Council was preparing to forcefully push through the Public Security Act and that the Church was going to form a security force." The novelist's voice was low and gradually slowed down. "If their plan goes smoothly, the Royal Guard will be integrated and reorganized in a few years, becoming a completely new security force with a wider scope of power but under surveillance. The original Royal Guard commanders will still occupy high-ranking positions, only with more manpower. This is good for the Privy Council, because the Royal Guard will no longer be the King's private army. This is good for Archbishop Luther, because he can use the name of the Storm Legion to place the Franz family's influence in the new security force. This is good for every nobleman in Clovis, every rich person who can live in the inner city, because this is exactly what they want. But this is not good for me, because this is not what I want." Anson frowned slightly. "Then what do you want?" I said. "I want revenge for Miller. I want the Royal Guard to disappear from this world forever. I want to fundamentally erase their value and let an organization more qualified to bring stability to Clovis take their place." Draco smiled, but his tone was even harsher than in the Iron Sky's private box. "If what replaces us is still a massive security company solely focused on protecting the inner city, or a guards force 10,000 times stronger, then everything I've done will be meaningless. I must find a way to thoroughly escalate the conflict between the guards and various factions, to expose the existence of the old gods, the threat from the outer city, and the guards' incompetence to everyone." "So you deliberately published your new novel in the Crovey Truth, while I feel bad for the Truth's owner?" "This incident did, by a twist of fate, deepen the conflict between the Church and the guards," Draco frankly admitted. "Oh, by the way, that novel is still being serialized. I've written quite a few adventure novels, and Arsène Lupin is by far my best-selling one. You and that lovely Miss Lisa gave me a lot of inspiration." Anson looked up warily, a suspicious look on his face at the novelist before him. "You didn't write anything inappropriate for children or anything particularly strange, did you?" "Of course not. Like I said, I just found some inspiration in your relationship to add some drama to the story, that's all." Draco waved his hand to reassure Anson. "By the way, Lisa's character in the story is a very intelligent little boy who works as Arsène Lupin's assistant and often notices details that he misses. If you'd like to know, Lisa gave you the inspiration?" Anson asked, somewhat curious. "No, mainly for bestseller status. Novels with children usually appeal to female readers, and for some reason, I have a lot of female readers," Draco replied truthfully. Anson Bach, continue. "After that, I came into contact with some old god factions in Clovis City. These organizations, which used to lurk in the shadows of the capital, have recently developed into gangs controlling certain areas." Draco picked up his slightly cold coffee and took a few sips. The icy drink made him more alert. "They saw an opportunity in the current chaos in Clovis City. Many have begun actively contacting nobles with old god faction backgrounds in the inner city, attempting to seize profits from the destruction of the Royal Guard. Initially, they intended to maintain the Royal Guard's existence, as this would prevent disrupting the chaotic status quo in the outer city, but they quickly realized this wouldn't work. Not only in the outer city, but the Royal Guard can no longer even guarantee security in the inner city. More importantly, those who support the old god faction are traditional nobles who rely on land for survival. In Clovis City, their power is weaker than that of the nobles who own factories. They turned to compromise, yet were unwilling to give up so easily, so they planned to take a desperate gamble, instigating a riot in Clovis to overthrow the rule of the Osteria family, overthrow the royal family." Anson paused, remembering the old watch saying the same thing at the dinner table earlier, though he dismissed it as a tactic used by the inner city nobles to deceive these old god gangsters. "Why?" "Because only in this way can the Privy Council be united, or rather, tacitly approve." Draco, setting down his coffee cup, smiled and spoke in a storytelling tone. "In Clovis's political system, the army is loyal to the king, and the king shares power with the most important nobles through the Privy Council. Now, the councillors supporting the old gods have no one to oppose the councillors who want to abolish the Royal Guard. They can only target the royal family, weakening it through a riot to increase the Privy Council's power. Their plan is this: as long as the Public Administration Act hasn't been passed, the Royal Guard will remain the King's private army. Then, when a riot occurs, most of the Privy Council will choose to stand by and watch, allowing the riot to sweep across the capital, all to force the King to hand over the Royal Guard. And once the riot is over, these people, as the masterminds behind it all, will reap the greatest benefits. The new Royal Guard will be theirs. As for what tragedies might occur, or whether the riot can actually overthrow the monarchy, they don't care, because the riot itself is merely a threat to force the monarchy to relinquish power. They don't really want to overthrow the Austria family, so that's it. No wonder the Royal Guard dared to provoke so recklessly in the inner city, even allowing rioters to appear at St. Isaac's Academy. Anson nodded thoughtfully. So what do you plan to do? If they really succeed, the final result still won't be what you want. It might even be worse. Indeed, Draco, a hint of amusement in his eyes, winked at Anson. But that's assuming they actually succeed. What do you mean? I mean these noble lords, the old god gangsters of the outer city, including Archbishop Luther Franz himself, these big shots who try to exploit or ignore the outer city, they all take their so-called mob too lightly. Draco sighed heavily, his tone incredibly calm. They don't know how many impoverished ordinary people lost their jobs after the long war. They don't know how many workers were exploited day and night in factories until they were practically dead. They don't know how many families living in slums and shanty towns have already perished in the still lingering winter. Outside Clovis, more and more tenant farmers are unable to bear the rent and hunger, becoming homeless. How many farmers have had their land taken and become vagrants? Hundreds and thousands of these people come to Clovis every day, seeking hope for survival, but all they find is deeper darkness. The Royal Guard and the nobles of the old gods think they can control these mobs, while the Archbishop and others believe that eliminating a few spellcaster gangs will restore peace to Clovis. Frankly, I desperately wish their ideal world were real, but it isn't. Those homeless people who have lost their jobs, land, and families are not easily erased or eliminated. Their anger has already been ignited by those old god gangs who instigated them. The Royal Guard will be wiped out completely by the thugs they think they can easily eliminate. In the howling midnight wind, Draco's calm words dissipated in the cold rain. Anson suddenly became restless. This is everything I've done, heard, and seen since arriving in Clovis. I've told you everything. Draco Veldt sighed deeply. Next, I will tell you why I had to see you tonight. Chapter 177 The Beginning of the Storm. Angelica, what are you doing here? Inside the Franz residence, Sophia Franz, awakened by the light outside, pushed open the bedroom door and looked at the maid standing under the hallway light, hands behind her back, her face filled with confusion. Nothing. Angelica forced a smile and shook her head frantically, her shifty eyes avoiding Sophia's gaze as she kept backing away. I just can't sleep. Seeing the maid's obvious unusual behavior, the drowsy Sophia instantly woke up, her eyes narrowing like a fox's. Yes, it's just, the room's heating is too high. I really can't stand it. The maid, her eyes darting around, nodded repeatedly, a hint of nervousness mixed with her smile. Oh, Sophia raised her head slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. Then why don't you come to my room to sleep, like before? Come to think of it, it seems like it's been a long time since we slept together, so how about tonight? No need. Angelica just needs to get some fresh air, just a little bit. The maid's back was pressed against the wall, her smile tinged with wariness. But Miss Sophia, you have a lot to do tomorrow morning. The security forces funds, the small loan in the outer city, Lady Katerina's salon. Please get some rest. Don't worry too much about Angelica. Really? Imitating the manner of a certain army lieutenant colonel, Sophia asked with exaggerated concern. Really? The maid nodded subconsciously. Just a little fresh air is enough. Angelica will go back to sleep soon, and we're going to Lady Katerina's salon together tomorrow morning. As soon as she finished speaking, the two women, with completely opposite expressions, stood one in front of the door and the other against the wall. In the dimly lit corridor, neither of them left. Sophia's lips curved into an elegant smile. My dear Angelica, there are two flaws in what you just said. With a tone mimicking her father, Sophia smiled and enunciated each word clearly. First, you seem to have forgotten that you complained to me this afternoon that the heating in your room wasn't working well, and you had to borrow a brazier from the kitchen to keep warm. The maid stood frozen, her awkward smile lingering, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks. Second, Sophia calmly held up two fingers, pointing to the study next to the hallway light. If I remember correctly, Your room has a balcony. You can simply open the window if you want to relax. Why did you have to come to my study? The maid swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to take a step back, which only emboldened Sophia to her judgment. So, my dear Angelica, standing before the maid, Sophia, a hint of smugness in her eyes, extended her right hand. Hand over what you've been hiding behind your back. A minute later, when Sophia received the spoils of this mini-battle from Angelica, her expression quickly shifted from smugness to confusion, then from confusion to astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the name on the newspaper. The Great Detective Arsène Lupin, by Draco Veltz, Sophia exclaimed, abruptly looking up at the maid. So he's been serializing it in the Clovis Truth Gazette all along. The frightened maid dared not speak. Then why didn't anyone tell me? No, why was he still able to publish novels in the newspapers without being arrested by the Royal Guard? Sophia asked anxiously. Was it father? No. Was it the Inquisition that intervened? Angelica doesn't know. She really doesn't know. The little maid shrank her neck, her cheeks flushed with nervousness. But this novel has indeed been serialized in the Clovis Truth newspaper, and the update speed has been getting faster and faster lately. At first, it was only one chapter a week, then it was every 2 or 3 days, and now it's almost updated every day. Are they all new stories? No, they're all the same story, the anxious little maid recalled for a moment. It's about the great detective Arsène coming to the capital of the empire, the city of dragons, and unintentionally getting involved in a conspiracy by a group of old gods. And then gradually uncovering the truth behind the conspiracy. The story's almost over recently, and what you're holding is the latest issue. Arsène, with the help of his good friend and the young boy Leather, infiltrates a gathering of old gods, preparing to bring all the masterminds to justice. Sophia, lost in thought, stared at the newspaper in her hand, completely oblivious to what the maid had said next. Draco couldn't possibly be unaware that publishing his novel in the newspaper would attract the attention of the Royal Guard and others, yet he persisted, and the frequency of his publications increased. Something was wrong with the novel. Draco Veltz might be trying to convey a message. Countless speculations flashed through Sophia's mind, her gaze turning grave as she looked at the maid. Angelica, do you have any recent issues of the Clovis Truth? Inside the Crown Tavern's attic, where the wind howled, Anson, speechless with shock, stood frozen in place, oblivious to the fact that half his body was soaked by the cold rain. Let me summarize what you just said. Taking a deep breath, Anson, still reeling from Draco's words, tried to calm himself down and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. In short, for various reasons, the outer city is already a powder keg. Simply taking down a few old god gangsters and spellcasters won't be enough. A riot sweeping across the entire capital is only a matter of time, and the number will be 100,000. That's right, Draco smiled easily, as if they were discussing a scene from a novel. There might be more, or less than we guessed, but I think we should at least consider the worst-case scenario. I think the problem has nothing to do with the number of people anymore. Anson rolled his eyes listlessly. A riot of 100,000 people. If the Royal Guard had made sufficient preparations beforehand, there shouldn't be a problem, but the problem is that they never imagined the riot would be this large scale, thinking there would be at most 10,000 or 20,000 people. They will be torn to shreds by those they think they can control, unarmed, ordinary people who can't even get enough to eat. Anson, muttering to himself, stared unblinkingly at Draco, who was smiling at him. And you expect me and the less than 1,000 men of the Storm Legion to hold back these enraged mobs? You don't need to hold them back. All you need to do is defend Clovis Cathedral. Draco shook his head, pointing out the error in Anson's words. In any case, the nobles and guards of the city won't stand idly by and watch the Palace of Osteria fall to thugs. That would be a huge blow to the kingdom of Clovis. They will defend the palace at all costs, but the cathedral might not be so. Once the cathedral falls, the Church of Order will have an excuse to intervene. More importantly, Clovis Cathedral is the kingdom's core financial institution. If something happens to it, hundreds of factories and merchants will go bankrupt because of the riot, and countless ordinary people will be displaced and lose their jobs. Things won't get better because of this riot, they'll get worse. Clovis City will become a living hell overnight. So some might think the Royal Palace is the most important building in Clovis, but actually, Clovis Cathedral is the key to everything. By holding it, we can minimize the damage caused by the riot. Draco gave Anson an incredibly sincere look. Anson Bach, only you can do this. Become the hero who saves Clovis. No, I think you might be trusting me too much. Anson's lips twitched violently. What a joke. That's 100,000 people. What does 100,000 people mean? The entire inner city, from the king to the street vendors, totals only around 300,000. Most importantly, why me? Because you are the commander of the Order Church's security forces. Only you could persuade Archbishop Luther Franz not to abandon Clovis Cathedral when the riots began, Draco replied without hesitation. Most importantly, only you would truly believe me, instead of dismissing all this as the ramblings of a madman who treats reality like fiction. No, at least there's someone who believes your ramblings more than I do. Anson's lips twitched, and the image of a certain detective novel enthusiast flashed through his mind. He looked at the novelist's sincere expression and took a deep breath in exasperation. Okay, let's assume I really believe you, let's assume I successfully persuade Archbishop Luther, and let's assume again, that I can defend Clovis Cathedral against a siege of 100,000 rioters, and then, no matter how you looked at it, this didn't seem like a situation that could end easily. If that's the case, then I will, as the representative of the rioters, persuade His Majesty Carlos II and all the nobles who were in the palace at the time to accept their conditions. Anson paused. What did you say? That's right, Lord Anson Bach, you heard me correctly. I will persuade the king and the nobles of the Privy Council to implement a new law to protect the working rights of the lower classes. Draco Veltz paused for a moment, then calmly said, this is the only and best way to resolve this matter. The vast majority of them are ordinary people who have lost their source of income due to being laid off from factories, or who have lost their land and become homeless in their hometowns, and have been exploited and misled by the old gods gang. All they want is a job that can give them a stable place to live and a hot meal. To be honest, they don't want much, but if we let these ordinary people misled by the old gods vent their anger recklessly, things will only get worse. With a faint smile, Draco Veltz continued, so someone must stand up and prevent the worst from happening. So that's why you're here tonight. Anson still didn't quite understand. But what does all this have to do with you? According to Draco, whether he intervened or not, the reckless royal guard would be slaughtered by themselves and the mobs incited by the old gods, and the entire city of Clovis would face unprecedented turmoil. But in any case, the royal guard would be finished. And he himself wouldn't even need to take such a seemingly meaningless risk. He could just sit back and wait for the real culprit who killed his brother to kill himself. No, you're wrong. Draco suddenly leaned closer and slapped Anson's shoulder. All of this, no, this storm that is destined to sweep across the entire kingdom of Clovis and even the whole world is related to each and every one of us. The only difference is whether we know it or not. Looking at his serious expression, the restless Anson didn't know what to say for a moment. Anson Bach, you now and I 5 years ago have many similarities. Anson was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood that he was referring to the North Harbor incident 5 years ago, which almost triggered a war. I hadn't been in Clovis City long when a newspaper in North Harbor hired me. I occasionally did some part-time work, like detective work. My monthly income was enough for me to rent a 200-square-meter apartment and hire a maid. The novelist, standing up, smiled casually. Back then, I genuinely thought life would continue like this, until a group of sailors mutinied, and the North Harbor incident broke out. At the worst of times, I considered escaping alone more than once, but the truth was, it was impossible. The Empire, Clovis, and the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea had sealed off North Harbor by land and sea. No one could escape, so I realized one thing: if I wanted to leave North Harbor alive, I had to do something. Instead of sitting idly by, thinking I could wait for the mutiny to end and start my comfortable life again. That's my reason, Anson Bach, and that's the reason I want to use to persuade you. If you don't intend to be swallowed up by this storm that is destined to affect us all, you must abandon your illusions about a comfortable life and think carefully about what you want to do, what you want to gain, and what you want to change, because if you don't do it, someone else will fight for it, someone else will change it. And then, you, me, us, will be the ones who are deprived and changed. With that, Draco ended the night's idle chatter, standing up and leaving Anson Bach, who was utterly shocked and bewildered. Meanwhile, in the study of the Franz mansion on the other side of the city, a girl even more shocked than him was hunched over her desk, in front of her a table covered with all the copies of the Clavi Truth newspaper from January to the present. My astonished pupil scanned the slightly yellowed handwriting. It was the latest issue of Arsène Lupin. No, my friend, Arsène said to me with a sigh, this isn't an accident, a case, a conspiracy, but a war, a terrible war. He emphasized his words as if worried I wouldn't understand. A war? I truly cannot comprehend it. How could a bunch of treacherous, cunning rats, despised by noble gentlemen and knights, and manipulated by the evil mages of the old gods, wage a war against the nobles? They have no armor, I stressed. They have no muskets, no discipline, no order. Even with their numbers, they cannot win a war. Why would they be foolish enough to fight a war they are destined to lose? No, it has nothing to do with winning or losing, Anson emphasized again, his expression more serious than I'd ever seen him. It is precisely because they are already so lowly that they resist at all costs, even knowing they are being used. This is the bitter fruit we all sowed with our own hands, the retribution for the harm we caused them, the punishment the ring of order inflicts upon us, because this time the culprit is not them, but ourselves. Chapter 178 Sophia's Cafe. Inner City, Red Brick Street, Clovis Cathedral. After finishing his chat with the novelist, Anson almost immediately took Lisa from the Crown Tavern and headed straight for Clovis Cathedral to deliver the information to Archbishop Luther as soon as possible. Of course, before that, he took some time to go back to his apartment on Bowman Street, take a shower, change into a dark coat and top hat, have a breakfast that Lisa didn't make at the downstairs cafe, and then take a 2-hour nap with Lisa on the sofa. In addition to recovering his energy, he also needed to spend some time sorting through the spoils of war from the previous 2 nights, the spellbooks and enchanted items he had taken from the corpses of old pocket watch, cigar, and rifling. This was an experience he learned from Callan Jack. There's no such thing as trust among spellcasters in the outer city, so they usually carry important items on their person. Only items they can't carry are hidden in some very secret place. Fortunately, the 3 were blown to bits, leaving not even a complete corpse. The worst off was Rifling, who was reduced to ashes by a 12-pound shell fired by Lisa. Otherwise, Anson wouldn't have dared to risk being discovered by the Inquisitor by touching the bodies. It must be said that the 3 spellcasters from the outer city perfectly matched Callan Jack's description, usually no higher than the 3rd rank, very poor, and rarely possessing any particularly rare collectibles. Anson searched through the 3 bodies, and excluding those damaged in the explosion, he found only 6 spellbooks and 1 enchanted item. This also excludes the 2 spellbooks that Rifling had given him as a down payment, and 3 of them were black magic and curse magic, meaningless to him as a curse mage, only considered as collectibles. The first of the 3 spellbooks was Undead Mist. Its effect, Rifling, was demonstrated when confronting the sneaky cigar, turning the entire body into a gray mist, returning to normal after 3 to 5 seconds, an extremely useful spell in crucial moments. Furthermore, this spell can be further extended, such as the color of the mist, its duration, the distance traveled while in the mist state, or even turning only a part of the body into mist. According to the 5 stages of spellcasters theory in the 3 Old Gods research, spellcasters who reach the 3rd stage begin to understand the essence of magic and can modify it to their desired form. The novice who used to only use templates has finally learned how to modify them. Anson feels he's roughly at that stage now. The second spell is Rising Fire. Within its control range, without imprinting, a ball of flame rises out of thin air and burns in the pointed direction, even igniting underwater. This spell is an upgraded version, or rather a modified version, of Gathering Flame. Like some large templates are composed of many smaller templates. The effect is average, but it can be used as a temporary emergency measure when a gun cannot be carried, if he hadn't obtained hunting. This is Rifling's original magic, an improvement on Rising Fire. It involves directly imprinting Rising Fire onto the hand, gathering it at the fingertips, and then firing a lead bullet-shaped flame at the enemy. Its power depends on the level of preparation, ranging from rifle bullets to artillery shells, and also inflicts a burning effect. Its drawbacks are that the range cannot exceed the control area, otherwise it disappears, a flaw common to all enchanted spells, and that casting it requires extreme caution, as the greater the power, the easier it is to accidentally injure oneself. The final, only enchanted item is a short sword, also a relic of Rifling. Its effect is magic counter. Any magic that comes into direct contact with a blade will immediately disappear. However, if the caster is the one casting the spell, they cannot, or find it extremely difficult to, cast a spell until the blade is removed from their body. No wonder Old Witch was so wary of Rifling from beginning to end, constantly parrying and only managing to turn the tide with a sneak attack from Cigar. Considering his rapier, which could automatically parry, was ultimately severed by Rifling, Anson guessed that this thing might also weaken enchanted items. 3 spells plus an enchanted short sword, while the quantity was somewhat small and lacked variety, not quite fitting Professor Mace Harnard's eerie style of every spellcaster is an artist. Their strength lay in their practicality, especially the short sword and undead mist, finally giving Anson more options and methods when facing spellcasters. As for the other 3 spellbooks, Anson planned to wait a while before selling them, hoping to find an opportunity to resell them to Karanjak, the old god's middleman, and see if he could exchange them for a few more spellbooks. After 2 months of testing and careful review of research on the 3 old gods, Anson roughly grasped the principle behind spellcasters' advanced preparation of magic. Essentially, they imprinted this spell into their minds through memory, then released it when needed. The duration of this memorization was only related to the complexity of the spell. For example, Undead Mist took almost twice as long as Hunter, and the memorized spell could only be retained for a maximum of 7 days, with an upper limit. Currently, his daily memorization limit was 15. Anson speculated that if his rank rose, or he advanced from spellcaster to blasphemer, the memorization time and retention limit would likely increase. After collecting all the spoils, Anson finally hailed a carriage outside the apartment with Lisa and rushed to Clovis Cathedral as quickly as possible. Having seriously suspected that the Dark Mage already knew of Lisa's existence through the August bloodline, Anson was no longer comfortable leaving her alone. When the two arrived at the cathedral, it was exactly 7:30 a.m., morning prayers had just ended, and banking services hadn't yet begun, so only the side doors flanking the main entrance were open for worshippers. Banking services at Clovis Cathedral typically open after 10 a.m., and at this time, Archbishop Luther should have just arrived, enjoying breakfast while handling some minor matters. After announcing their identities to the church deacons, Lisa obediently remained in the waiting room, while Anson turned and headed straight for the Archbishop's study. He calmly knocked on the door, but it wasn't Luther Franz who opened it. "Anson Bach, what are you doing here?" Sophia Franz stood behind the door, wearing a simpler light-colored dress than usual, carrying a stack of the Truth of Clovis newspapers. Her weary eyes instantly brightened the moment she saw Anson. "My father. Archbishop Luther Franz isn't here right now, not here." Anson frowned slightly, but then smiled. "That's all right, I can wait." He turned and walked towards the small prayer room outside the study. "Wait," a voice behind him stopped him. Anson turned to see Sophia, her lips slightly pursed, opening the study door and speaking in a soft, strained tone. "If you don't mind, you can come in and wait." Was it just his exhaustion and a hallucination? He felt her attitude towards him seemed much gentler than before. Staring at the girl smiling at him from behind the door, Anson, stunned, quickly nodded. "Thank you." Entering the study, Anson sat down on the corner of the sofa in front of the fireplace. The girl placed the newspaper she was holding on the corner of the coffee table and walked familiarly to the side. "Coffee or wine? I remember your little clerk said you liked navy rum." "Coffee is fine." Anson smiled frankly, silently cursing a certain little traitor in his heart. "No problem, just a moment." A few minutes later, Sophia came to the sofa with a tray containing 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Anson. A rich aroma of roasted coffee wafted from the white porcelain cup with gold trim. "How does it taste?" the girl asked casually. "Billis's is much better," Anson praised without reservation. "It's delicious, a pure Clovis flavor." "Clovis flavor?" This answer surprised Sophia. "But Clovis doesn't produce coffee beans." Seeing Anson's slightly stiff expression, the girl picked up another cup of coffee on the table. "This is from the Southern Seven Cities Alliance." "Anson Bach, I meant the method of brewing the coffee." "Method? That's right." Anson, whose mind was racing, immediately replied. "The amount of coffee beans, the temperature of the hot water, the speed of pouring, and the swirling water droplets in the pot, everything is precise to the extreme. It's a scientific coffee brewing method that only Clovis, the birthplace of Saint Isaac, possesses." Sophia's lips curled up slightly as she took a small sip of coffee. "My father went to the Palace of Osteria. Carlos is discussing with the Privy Council how to deal with the problem of the Kingdom of Iser-Elf. It's said that the vast majority of councillors support war." Anson nodded thoughtfully. "The Kingdom of Eiffel is located in southeastern Clovis, with the 2 sides separated by a giant tower fortress belonging to Clovis and a river. During the Dark Ages, the Eiffel elves and their eastern brethren were fierce warriors, until the widespread adoption of rifles and firearms reversed the tide of war. Now, having embraced the faith of the Ring of Order, the Eiffel elves are perceived by the Clovis as a peaceful, musical, and exotic land, a land of decaying dynasties and rich culture. Since the success of Operation Iron Cross, which allowed Clovis to completely control the southern provinces through military and railway transport, the Kingdom of Clovis has consistently viewed the Kingdom of Aethel as its next target for expansion. Clearly, the chaotic night at St. Isaac's Academy greatly stimulated the pro-war faction within the Privy Council. Their failure in the counter-offensive against the Empire had caused them to disappear for a time, but the fact that the Elven ambassador is a follower of the old gods had obviously given them a perfect opportunity. Furthermore, they had a reason that no one could question. The Kingdom of Aethel had been accepting military aid from the Empire for some time, and the death of their own ambassador in a foreign capital provided the Elven King with a perfect excuse. In this situation, rather than waiting for the either elves to use the excuse of ambassador's revenge to declare war and join forces with the Empire to attack Clovis from both sides, it is better to declare war beforehand and avoid being put on the defensive. In other words, war with the Iser elves was inevitable. It was only a matter of time before it broke out. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Anson politely asked in a low voice, "When will the Archbishop return?" "I'm not sure, it depends on when the meeting ends. At the latest, it could be evening." Sophia glanced at him through the rising steam from her coffee. "I've already sent Angelica to wait for him outside the Palace of Osteria." "Are you in a hurry?" "You could say that." Anson twitched his lips somewhat uneasily. He wasn't sure if he should bring up the novelist with Sophia, and his gaze fell on the thick stack of the Clovy Truth newspaper on the table. "So, you're here specifically to wait for your father?" "Archbishop Luther, of course." Sophia slightly raised her chin. "Because of a small accident and meticulous observation, I've discovered a conspiracy that could very well endanger the entire city of Clovy." "Oh?" Anson raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Unfortunately, by the time I figured all this out, my father had already set off for the Palace of Osteria, so I simply went back to Clovis Cathedral to wait." Sophia became increasingly smug as she spoke, her bright eyes sparkling. "Anson Bach, you would never imagine that all the clues actually started right where we began, in the Clovis Truth Report." "That's right, I can tell from your expression that you understand too. Everything this time is just like the North Harbor incident 5 years ago. Draco Veltz observed and guided everything from the shadows and corners we couldn't see, and timely discovered an unprecedented crisis that none of us had seen." Anson, who was holding a cup, froze, his mouth opening uncontrollably on his stunned face. Completely oblivious to all this, Sophia continued, "The problem now is, I'm still not quite sure what he means by chaos and war, which faction rats and knights represent, and why we were wrong. And who are we? But one thing is certain, the mastermind behind all this is definitely the old gods, just like the St. Isaac Academy incident last time, and the old Wall Street incident the time before that. So, Anson Bach, if you have some spare time, why not follow this line and find out where our Lord Draco Veltz is right now?" With an extremely relieved smile after the revelation, Sophia slowly turned her gaze to Anson's face. Why do you look so surprised? Could it be that what you wanted to tell my father today is related to Draco Veltz?" Anson, with an awkward smile, looked at Sophia's seemingly joking expression and forcefully swallowed. A few seconds later, a scream rang out in the Archbishop's study. "What? You saw Draco Veltz?" Chapter 179 The Archbishop's Wrath. Sophia stared intently at Anson, who sat awkwardly on the sofa with a forced smile. She couldn't believe that she and her idol, though the proud girl would never admit it, were only a step apart, although they were more than half a block apart, yet they had ultimately just brushed past each other. Of course, that was even less of a possibility. "Where is he now?" The girl suddenly lunged at Anson, so close that he could see the flush on her smooth cheeks and the soft heaving from her heavy breathing. "Well, although they had already touched each other, that time at St. Isaac Academy, I don't know." Anson raised his hands to show sincerity, his clear eyes devoid of any ulterior motives. "We met at the Crown Tavern on Westgate Street in the outer city, but he's definitely not there anymore, so there's no point in you going." This answer obviously couldn't satisfy Sophia, especially since she felt like she had missed her wonderful life experience, so Anson quickly added, "But I know where he's going next." "Where?" "The Palace of Osteria. He seems to be planning to end this disaster that could destroy Clovis by persuading His Majesty Carlos II. "What?" Anson said with a tone of serious doubt, while Sophia looked at him in disbelief, both of them clearly shocked by the words, though in completely different directions. Almost the instant the words left her lips, Anson could see the bubbles rising above the girl's head from her rapidly shifting expressions. Countless flashbacks formed a coherent picture: the towering palace of Osteria, the eerie and terrifying Hall of the Grail, Draco Velt standing in the center of the hall in a thin coat, facing Carlos II on his somber throne. On either side of him stood heavily armed guards, and around him were counselors and nobles, each with their own hidden agendas, coldly scrutinizing the weak and helpless novelist with malevolent gazes, like a vast shadow ready to devour him. Carlos Osteria, as ever, was dejected and gloomy. He took a deep breath and said in a slightly threatening tone, "My loyal subject, Draco Veltz, the unknown savior of North Harbor, are you going to declare war on your king on behalf of those lowly scoundrels?" "No, my lord," Draco Veltz said loudly. He knew that in this room filled with the most powerful people in the kingdom, even the slightest mistake could mean his death. But he still spoke, resolutely declaring, "I stand here not for war, but for peace, and even more so for the glory of Clovis." "For the glory of Clovis," the frail King Carlos scoffed, mockery and rage simultaneously appearing on his listless face. "For the glory of Clovis, we nobles must admit our mistakes to those lowly rats, fulfilling their excessive demands that violate tradition, law, and morality." "How absurd is this?" "It's not absurd, your majesty." Draco Velt stepped forward, the shadows receding weakly before him, revealing Carlos's listless face. "It's perfectly reasonable." "Why?" "Because times have changed, your majesty." Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking broke Sophia's train of thought and rescued Anson from the brink of despair. Quickly regaining her composure, Sophia gently opened the door. Luther Franz, his expression cold, stood outside, followed closely by his obedient maid, Angelica. The archbishop entered the study, his gaze sweeping quickly over his daughter and a lieutenant colonel who had hurriedly risen. His pale face and dark circles under his eyes clearly revealed extreme exhaustion, both physically and mentally. "Father," Seeing Luther Franz's exhausted face, Sophia hesitated for a moment, but still mustered her courage to step forward. "I have some very important information to report to you." "It's about Sophia." The archbishop raised his hand to stop his daughter, forcing a smile on his weary face. "Can you wait a moment? Give me some time to finish talking to Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach about his business. He's a guest." The girl opened her mouth, but ultimately stopped herself, smiling slightly. Of course, looking at his obedient daughter, Luther Franz nodded slightly, walking towards the desk as he spoke. "Remember to lock the door when you leave. Also, tell the deacon outside not to let anyone in for an hour." The moment his words fell, Sophia, who was about to turn and leave, trembled slightly. The girl stood there for a few seconds, biting her lower lip lightly, and then quickly left the study with her maid without a word. Anson stood with his hands behind his back, cautiously watching the old man walk behind the desk and sit down, a stiff, forced smile on his face. "Sit down, Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach." The old man gestured expressionlessly to the chair opposite the desk, his calm voice laced with suppressed anger. "Please forgive any shortcomings in hospitality, for I have just returned from a terrible meeting that destroyed all my previous efforts." "Not at all, you are too kind." Anson then stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat upright, only occupying the front half. "The pro-war faction has completely gained the upper hand, and the army has gotten everything they wanted. The Privy Council has officially passed a resolution that the kingdom will formally declare war on the Iser elves." With a weary sigh, Luther Franz suddenly looked at Anson and asked a seemingly casual question. "Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach, are you familiar with the Southern Seven Cities Alliance?" "The Seven Cities Alliance?" Anson paused for a moment, then pondered before answering seriously. "I only have a vague understanding. I had contact with them during my training and internship at the Southern Fortress." "What aspects would you like to know?" "No, just asking casually," the archbishop said calmly. "Let's get back to the main topic. Your purpose in coming today is probably related to last night's events. You didn't even ask, and you were the one who brought up these digressions, and now you're not asking." Anson nodded earnestly, his expression serious. Of course, for the next half hour, Anson recounted the events of that evening, including his meeting with Draco Veltz, in the most concise way possible. Of course, he omitted a little of information related to himself, especially the information that the old pocket watch belonged to the Black Mage. Luther Franz remained indifferent throughout, only slightly changing his expression when he heard the number of people. "So, anything we do now is meaningless. Even if we eliminate the old god faction in the outer city, the riot will still break out." The archbishop's pupils contracted slightly, his expression, cold yet tense. mirroring Major General Ludwig Franz's, and 100,000. I'm afraid it's at least 100,000, Anson repeated. Someone told me an unconfirmed piece of information. The population living in the outer city is no less than 1 million. Once these 100,000 people are incited by gangsters, old god spellcasters, and certain unscrupulous individuals, they will quickly become the fuse, drawing even more people into the riot. At that point, no matter how many there are initially, the final number will likely be much greater. Ludwig Franz nodded, speaking calmly, and Draco Veltz believes the best way to resolve this is for him to persuade His Majesty and the Privy Council to accept the rioters' demands. That should be the case, at least that's what he told me, Anson admitted frankly. So what do you think, Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach, what do you think of this matter, or rather, where do you think this novelist gets the confidence that this can quell the riot? The Archbishop asked slowly. Where did the confidence come from? Anson's expression faltered for a moment. He hadn't really thought about this question seriously before. Clearly, this novelist was someone like himself, someone who would plan and even proactively orchestrate events before taking action, to eliminate the guards, everyone from the Archbishop, noble councillors, and the highest-ranking officials of the railway committee down to a middleman from the old gods was part of his plan. I believe he likely has a deal or agreement with some of the core members of the riots, Anson said without hesitation after a moment of serious thought. Only in this way can we ensure that most of the riots can be quelled after His Majesty and the Privy Council agree to the request. Otherwise, simply persuading His Majesty is meaningless. He can't explain to 100,000 people one by one, like the North Harbor incident 5 years ago, Luther Franz said calmly. Has he revealed any valuable information to you about this core group? No, not even explaining to you why he believes he can succeed. Absolutely not. Anson's expression shifted slightly. He was actually somewhat suspicious. He only told me that I must persuade you to make adequate preparations in advance, especially after the riots occur, and that we must not abandon Clovis Cathedral under any circumstances, because it is the key to whether the entire city of Clovis can maintain stability. In view of this, as the commander of the Clovis Cathedral security forces, I hereby solemnly propose to you that we immediately begin preparations for the cathedral's security and the imposition of martial law in the surrounding area, while requesting assistance from the Knights of Judgment, and requesting that you grant me full command authority. As Anson spoke, he unconsciously stood up, his expression gradually becoming serious as he cautiously observed Luther Franz's micro-expressions. To demand that the other party completely relinquish control of the Clovis Cathedral, it was a demand that sounded alarming. Not to mention his own suspicions of being affiliated with the old gods, as someone hired by the other party, a mere army lieutenant colonel. This request seemed excessive. But for Anson, this was a necessary part of his upcoming plan. Draco Veltz's words had greatly affected him, and coupled with the possibility that Lisa might be targeted by the Dark Mage because of her August bloodline, so this time, he was willing to take a small risk. Fine, Luther Franz said calmly. Huh? Anson didn't react for a moment. The Archbishop's decisiveness was somewhat unbelievable. What, you think I would refuse? The expressionless Archbishop glanced at his security force commander. Once the Clovis Cathedral falls, it means this incident will evolve from a simple riot into an attack by the old gods on the Church of Order. It means the Church of Order will become completely involved, and it means the financial order of the entire Clovis city, and even half the kingdom, will be destroyed. If you still don't understand after this explanation, then why do you think I would rather make huge concessions to the Royal Guard and the Privy Council to form this security force directly under the Church and the Franz family? Luther Franz's series of questions made Anson's expression turn serious, and then, as if realizing something, he said, "So, you knew all along?" "Of course I knew," the Archbishop emphasized, and the anger suppressed beneath his tired face slightly revealed. "I warned those extremely foolish councillors at the very beginning of the war that a full-scale war with the Empire would inevitably cause turmoil in Clovis City. Yes, if managed properly, the demand generated by the war will compensate for the losses, and profits can still be made, but this is the fuse. The various contradictions in Clovis have long been piling up, and regardless of victory or defeat in the war, they will ignite it. Why? Because these fools have built factories and acquired railways, but they still rule their farms and factories like the serfs who once ruled them, completely unaware of the dangers involved." Luther Franz sighed again. "They are even less aware of how deadly this danger will be." Anson remained silent, understanding the meaning behind the Archbishop's words. The entire city of Clovis was like a knight's domain, the inner city being its castle, and the outer city being the serfs dependent on the castle. The lord could, of course, exploit his serfs with impunity, provided he possessed the military power to suppress any resistance. But now, with the outbreak of war, that absolute power no longer exists. The serfs did not immediately rebel, only out of inertia of past fear, but this inertia would weaken with daily exploitation and abandonment, eventually erupting completely when they had nothing left. Of course, the serfs alone might not be enough to overthrow the lord's rule, but what if there were divisions within the lord himself? What if there were forces of the old gods behind it? What if there was a lord from another knightly territory secretly plotting? The downfall of a dynasty is never because it is hated by a particular group. Rather, it is because everyone from top to bottom believes it deserves to die, including itself. Chapter 180 March 1st. Although the kingdom of Clovis has accumulated a mountain of contradictions due to its rapid expansion and the fact that the construction of its capital could not keep up with its development, it is far from being on the verge of collapse. On the contrary, Clovis is now very powerful, so powerful that both she and her enemies believe she is powerful, and some even think she is excessively powerful. As a newly emerging nation in the central region, Clovis has not only withstood the emperor's power for the past few centuries, never joining the empire, but has also been constantly expanding and annexing surrounding areas, until now it has the tendency to challenge the empire's hegemony. Even in last year's sudden war, despite repeated defeats on the main battlefield and the thwarting of its only counter-offensive plan, Clovis has not been weakened and has never been threatened by the emperor's military might in its core territory, except for Thundercastle. The war has lasted for nearly 4 months, and Clovis still shows no signs of decline, even when the pro-war faction in the country is still clamoring to declare war on the Iser Elves while the Western Front remains unresolved. The Empire, seemingly on a winning streak, was recklessly drawing more allies into the war. Meanwhile, Clovis, a city rife with internal conflicts and simmering with tension, was indeed teetering on the brink of collapse. Powerful yet decaying, resilient yet fragile, this was Clovis, a kingdom blessed by the lingering light of Saint Isaac, its banner draped with a blood-red unicorn. The conversation ended, and Luther Franz, without even waiting until tomorrow or the afternoon, directly signed a document declaring Clovis Cathedral on high alert, transferring all control and command to Anson Bach, and affixing his signature and seal. Of course, this was time-limited. Sign this document, then hand it to your clerk. I already sent someone to find Alan Dawn before I came. He'll be here soon. The Archbishop coldly handed the document and pen to Anson from the other end of the desk. This afternoon I will hold an emergency meeting in the cathedral to announce this to all deacons and officials, and complete the handover of control of the entire cathedral by tomorrow. I saw your sister, Lisa Bach, when I came. You don't need to go back to your apartment on Bowman Street. Have Alan Dawn arrange a room for you in the cathedral, and dispatch the Storm Legion from Whitehall Street as quickly as possible. Don't hold back. Deploy defenses directly on the entire Red Brick Street. Finally, remember, you don't need to answer any questions, you don't need to promise anyone anything, you only need to be accountable to one person, and that's me. Understand? Understood, Anson quickly replied, taking the document with both hands. Then I'll trouble you, Lieutenant Colonel. With that, Luther Franz pointed to the door. Remember to close the door when you leave. Also, if Sophia is still outside, tell her not to wait any longer. I'll make time to talk to her tonight. Yes, sir. With sympathy for Sophia, Anson decisively stood up and walked towards the door. Just as he stood before the door, the Archbishop's voice sounded from behind. By the way, Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach, what's the date today? Anson turned around decisively and replied, February 26th, Archbishop, February 26th, Luther Franz murmured to himself, then looked solemnly at Anson. The Clovis Cathedral must not fall before March 1st. March 1st, was this Luther Franz's backup plan, or would something major happen that day, or was there an agreement between him and certain forces that the cathedral wouldn't fall before March 1st? Countless guesses flashed through his mind, and Anson nodded solemnly. Yes. He turned and walked out of the study. Looking at the empty corridor, without a single person in sight, Anson sighed and quickly left, entering the small prayer room outside. Just as Anson hurried across the corridor, preparing to meet Lisa in the church waiting room, he suddenly stopped and turned to glance at the silent room. Like the study behind him, this was a private prayer room belonging to the Archbishop and his family and friends, usually completely untouched by anyone, and the Archbishop had just said that he didn't want to see anyone for the time being. In other words, for the next few tens of minutes, this was probably the safest and most secluded corner of the entire inner city. A slight smile appeared on his lips as an idea and plan arose in Anson's mind. He would write a letter here and send it to his beloved Professor Mace Hornard. Finding a spot away from the island door, Anson tore a sheet from his diary. Writing in his diary daily was a good habit, and wrote fluently with a pen the Archbishop had given him. Dear Professor Mace Hornard, I have some very important good news to share with you immediately. After the incidents at St. Isaac's College and the Leiden Armory, Luther Franz has completely lowered his guard against me, granting me full jurisdiction over Clovis Cathedral to facilitate the defense of the entire Red Brick Street in preparation for any potential riots in the outer city. I believe this is an excellent opportunity to seize the Grand Book of Magic. In fact, I already have a fairly complete plan to steal the Grand Book of Magic without arousing the suspicion of the Church of Order, but considering that you may have other plans, please allow me to inform you of this good news first. Dear Professor Mace Hornard, please make a decision as soon as possible. Luther Franz revealed his plan to me, which must be completed by March. Anson's pen suddenly paused here. He took a deep breath, and his expressionless face showed a slight flicker in his eyes. It is imperative to ensure that Clovis Cathedral does not fall before March 2nd. I believe this is likely some kind of agreement. Beyond this time, Luther Franz will no longer be able to cover for Clovis, and the Church of Order will fully intervene in the Old Gods incident in Clovis. At this crucial juncture concerning the rise and fall of the Old Gods in Clovis, and whether the grand plan can truly succeed, I urge my esteemed Professor Mace Hornard to contact me as soon as possible. Your student needs the guidance of a wise voice. Clutching the letter in his hand, Mace Hornard's lips curled slightly, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light as he scanned the hastily written words. Dear Anson Bach, the Black Mage murmured softly, you are indeed more intelligent than you appear. After a brief moment of distraction, he handed the letter behind him to Braun, who stood in the shadows, his gaze sweeping across the room behind his monocle. It was a hall that appeared exceptionally magnificent. The towering dome appeared vast and deep, covered with intricate and complex runes. Bizarre sculptures and murals filled the surroundings, so lifelike that a single glance would convey the creator's madness to an ordinary person. Heavy, dark curtains blocked out all outside light, with only the purple glow of the chandeliers burning in the dome. A faint, oppressive smoke drifted through the air, creating a mesmerizing atmosphere. But the attendees fortunate enough to be seated in this room paid little attention to the environment, or rather, for them as spellcasters, such seclusion was precisely what they needed. Looking at the spellcasters, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness, the tall, thin black mage in a dark blue suit, his fingers interlaced, elbows resting on the armrests of his chair, his face hidden beneath his top hat, made his expression impossible to discern. Gentlemen, as you all know, the opportunity we've been waiting for is finally here. This is an operation that will determine the fate of the entire Old Gods faction. More directly, it will determine the life and death of all of us. Failure, or even the slightest deviation from the objective, will have unimaginable consequences. Therefore, I ask you one last time, is there anyone among you who wishes to withdraw? The Black Mage asked slowly. His reply was a chaotic, sinister jeers. That's right, we all know what that choice means. The Black Mage smiled slightly. With the blessings of the three Old Gods, each of us can live well in the shadowy corners that the Church of Order disdains, and have a foothold among the rich and nobles who need special services, or, he paused deliberately, join the Church of Order or the Inquisition, and become a hound hunting its own kind. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of disdainful or resentful snorts echoed in the hall, and some people glanced warily at the figures around them. But none of us chose that path, nor did we, like some of our kind, live aimlessly in the gutter, just to avoid being discovered as followers of the Old Gods, ashamed to be spellcasters. The Black Mage's expression gradually turned cold. They are unworthy to be called followers of the three Old Gods. They are just a bunch of thieves who stole astronomical sums of wealth but dared not squander it. But we are different. We have our own principles. We have not forgotten how glorious the three Old Gods were 1,000 years ago, and how they gradually lost their status under the oppression of the Ring of Order, even unable to openly tell others of their faith. How tragic, how helpless. The Church of Order, an organization filled with thieves, robbers, and bandits, has subverted the doctrines of the three Old Gods, using a so-called progressive theory to numb the world, willingly accepting everything it arranges. They appropriated St. Isaac's knowledge, blocked the world from accessing advanced technologies that could have brought light, and only those most subservient to them could glimpse the truth. All under the guise of upholding St. Isaac's will, they amassed wealth through banks and religious taxes, then used their worldwide churches to invest and lend to everyone, controlling region after region with the shackles of debt, making no monarch dare defy their will, because opposing the church banks always meant certain death. The Black Mage relentlessly enumerated the sins of the Church of Order, each sentence accompanied by gritted teeth and suppressed growls of rage. As if he himself felt the pain. Hiding in the shadows, Bronn watched their feigned expressions, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Soon, this wretched world will begin its collapse, the storm that will sweep across the world has been born, and the destruction of everything is only a matter of time. The Black Mage's expression also revealed a frenzied excitement. Once successful, the old God-believers among the Privy Council will completely control the government of the Kingdom of Clovis, and the royal family of Osteria will become puppets in name only, while we, the old God faction, will control the entire kingdom in the shadows. The future of the old God faction, our cause and ideals, our wealth and power, and everything we have lost over the past 1,000 years, will all be taken by us, gentlemen. This is only the first step of our rebellion. To destroy the Church of Order, merely controlling Clovis and one kingdom is not enough, but I assure you, the flames of rebellion will burn throughout the entire world because of this step we have taken. The grand plan will be realized in our hands. The excited Black Mage clenched his fists, and the purple flames of the chandelier in the room seemed to burn even more fiercely in accordance with his emotions. But this brief moment of emotional outburst was only temporary for him. Quickly regaining his composure, the Black Mage formally announced his next plan. Obviously, to ensure the success of the rebellion, we must mobilize those penniless rioters. However, to prevent the situation from escalating to the worst possible level, the number of rioters must be effectively controlled, and they must be kept as unified as possible to break through the Royal Guard's blockade of the outer city. Furthermore, to distract the Royal Guard, we should incite unrest in the inner city over the next few days, forcing them to devote more resources to maintaining order there, while they are preoccupied with the Public Administration Act in the face of the royal family. We can quietly gather the incited rioters and, at the most opportune moment, send them storming the inner city, storming the Osteria royal palace, forcing the corrupt royal family to bow to us. At that time, the Church of Order and their foolish followers will witness the power of the old gods for the first time. Looking at the pairs of eyes already restless from his instigation, the Black Mage slowly rose, a glass of wine appearing out of thin air in his right hand. Now, everyone, please get to work. Gather your forces, make thorough preparations, and may the primal ring protect us all, so that when all this dust settles, we can reunite in this room. On March 1st, we will turn the entire city of Clovis upside down. Chapter 181 Anson, friend of women, Bach. Once the last person's figure and footsteps disappeared outside the door, the Black Mage's excitement and madness vanished, and his scarlet pupils became calm and sharp. A perfect speech, Professor. Bronn, hands clasped behind his back, emerged from the shadows behind his chair, his icy blue eyes meeting the Black Mage's. With a reverent smile, he refilled his glass. The inner city guard is about to face a surprise. They're currently blinded by the aftermath of victory. A mere mob isn't enough to accomplish our true objective. The Black Mage gently pointed out his student's error. Once the riot officially begins, death and the flintlock bullets will quickly bring them to their senses, turning them back into hyenas searching for bones in the sewers. And a hyena is not to be trusted, and you haven't placed your hopes on them, have you? Bronn set down his bottle. All we need them to do is create as much chaos and destruction as possible in the inner city. Nothing more. Whether these people live or die in the end makes no difference. Exactly. The Black Mage downed his drink in one gulp, a few drops of liquor seeping from the corner of his mouth. Compared to our goals and even the old god's grand plan, the lives of these people are utterly insignificant. Moreover, all of them combined are less valuable to us than Anson Bach alone. His dismissive tone couldn't conceal the surprise in Mace Horner's words. Bronn remained silent on this point. Anson Bach's acquisition of actual control of the Clovis Cathedral from Luther Franz was indeed surprising. In his intelligence, the Archbishop was extremely cautious and unlikely to trust anyone to this extent. Could this be a trap? Bronn asked softly. You mean Anson Bach has betrayed me? No, but Luther Franz may have deliberately used Anson to deceive you, planting Inquisition agents within the church. Of course, that's possible, especially now that my identity has been exposed, Mace Horner sneered. But conversely, This is also a golden opportunity to use the riots in Clovis to wipe out the Inquisition within the city. Braun's eyes widened slightly, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his expressionless face. I really didn't expect you to be considering such a radical idea. No, dear Braun, this isn't a radical idea, it's a gamble. Mace Horner's eyes were incomparably grave, now that my identity has been exposed. They dare not act rashly because of St. Isaac's Academy's position within the Church of Order, and because they don't yet know my background, but this vigilance has a time limit. The existence of the Old Gods faction in Clovis is common knowledge, both at the top and bottom levels. If the situation escalates, Luther Franz won't be able to withstand the pressure from the holy city of the Church of Order. It's only a matter of time before he takes action. Shaking his head, Mace Horner toyed with the empty wine glass, the remaining crimson liquid swirling in the transparent glass. On the other hand, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. March 1st. Only on that day will we have the chance to obtain both the Grand Magic Book and the legendary bloodline of Augustus. Once we obtain these two treasures, we will no longer need to remain in the city shrouded in smoke and stench. We can freely abandon our past identities and rise again from the shadows. Braun nodded. From the professor's tone, he understood the other's determination. There was no need to discuss it further. So where are we going? We're going north, to Ice Dragon Fjord, the Black Mage said decisively. That's a Clovis colony. The Church of Order's influence there is still very weak. Moreover, there's a certain heretical faith base there, so as long as we're careful, establishing power won't be easily detected. Most importantly, almost all the apostles of the three old gods are concentrated on the continent of the old world. Once I find a way to ascend, given the blood feuds between Dark Age spellcaster families, we won't be greeted with a warm embrace. The fuse that ignited Clovis has been lit, and an unprecedented storm will soon sweep across the entire old world, while we will accumulate strength in the new world, returning at the most opportune moment. Mace Horner spoke, his eyes already burning with a rising flame of fanaticism. The silent Bran lowered his head in humility. Wise, powerful, and always so ambitious, this was why he was still willing to serve Mace Horner even after learning he was a follower of the old gods. He followed the Dark Mage's footsteps, and the magnificent yet eerie room was gradually reduced to ashes by the purple flames floating on the chandelier. After the two left, a nearby homeless man accidentally pushed open the door, only to find a charred, long-abandoned ruin. Red Brick Street, Clovis Cathedral. Anson, hands behind his back, strode through the prayer hall filled with tinted glass, heavy doors opening one after another before him. Worshippers came to pray and conduct business at the bank, while the cathedral's deacons and nuns cast strange glances at his military uniform and the junior clerk following closely behind. Alan Dawn, beaming with excitement, clutched his briefcase full of documents, the gleaming Clovis Cathedral key hanging directly on his chest, head held high, jogging alongside Anson. Having received full authorization from Luther Franz, Anson didn't delay. That afternoon, the entire stormtroopers set off from Whitehall Street to fully deploy defenses against Clovis Cathedral. As the religious center and, to some extent, the financial center of the entire kingdom of Clovis, Clovis Cathedral occupies a vast area. It is not only a palace-like building in itself, but its annex also encompasses the entire Red Brick Street and even the two adjacent streets. With only 800-odd men in the Storm Legion, let alone filing all these rooms, even setting up garrisons in every building would be insufficient for 8,000 men. Therefore, it was necessary to concentrate forces and defend the most central area. Based on former Anson's memories of the military academy and the southern fortress, and his experience at Thunder Fortress, barricades and outposts were first established on Red Brick Street and the two adjacent streets to implement a blockade. Secondly, numerous makeshift bunkers and temporary artillery emplacements were spread throughout the streets. This was not only to provide soldiers with sufficient cover when facing rioters who outnumbered them several times over. The Storm Legion, lacking veterans, could only maintain morale during firefights, but also to utilize these obstacles during retreats to divert the surging crowds. Firing ports were installed on the top floors of all buildings for sniping and grenade launching. Even elite troops would waver and fear when faced with projectiles and gunfire from above. While the actual damage was minimal, the impact on morale was considerable. Finally, the entire Clovis Cathedral underwent thorough reinforcement and renovation. In case of unforeseen circumstances and forced evacuation into the cathedral's interior, some crucial trade-offs would still need to be made. Luther Franz's response was that, except for the underground vault, all above-ground structures could be abandoned if necessary. Pushing open the main door to the prayer hall, the largest room in Clovis Cathedral was completely unrecognizable. A map of the entire city of Clovis and the surrounding red brick street hung against the wall. Neatly stacked ammunition boxes of various types filled the corners. All the benches were grouped to one side, serving as a makeshift field hospital along with requisitioned medicines. Sophia stood in the center of the hall, holding a folder. Beside her, her maid Angelica and Lisa were making funny faces. The two had gotten along exceptionally well since the incident at St. Isaac Academy. "My father asked me to give this to you," Sophia said expressionlessly, handing the document to Anson. "This is a special approval document, allowing you to directly use the entire Storm Legion budget without any further approval procedures. Sign your name and give it to any deacon of the Church of Order. They will have the money in front of you within 15 minutes. Thank you." Anson nodded with a light laugh, handing the document to the junior clerk behind him, while looking at the girl's suddenly forlorn face with some surprise. "Is there anything else?" Sophia shook her head, neither intending to speak nor leave. She stood there expressionlessly, her calm eyes completely devoid of their usual composure and poise, her face shrouded in a dark cloud. Just like when Ludwig Franz suddenly received the order to retreat at the siege of Thundercastle. This family is truly cut from the same cloth. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Anson forced a smile and pretended to suddenly remember something, saying, "By the way, about Draco Veltz, I answered too hastily last time and didn't tell you some things. He's very likely." "What's the point?" The girl suddenly looked up and roared at Anson. "Even if I knew now, what could I change? What could I do?" Her shrill voice echoed under the dome of the hall, causing passers-by to either stare in disbelief or stand curiously in their direction. The startled clerk immediately hid behind Anson, her lips tightly pressed together, barely daring to breathe. "I'm sorry." In just a moment, Sophia's expression returned to calm, though her gloomy face still betrayed her dejection. "I'm just a little, I understand." Anson comforted her without changing his expression, but clearly this level of comfort had no effect on Sophia. The dejected girl glanced at him lightly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." "I'll send you a carriage," Anson suggested. "No need, I can just hail a taxi myself, then I'll see you out." "Thank you, you're welcome." The two turned and left the prayer hall. Lisa, who was standing nearby, wanted to follow, but was stopped by Angelica and Allendon. When they were almost at the street, the girl turned back and gestured for Anson to stop, then walked alone to the street and waved to passing carriages. "I'm very sorry." Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach, the maid, who had been walking with small, quick steps, stood beside Anson and said softly with an apologetic expression, "Miss Sophia has been quite emotional these past 2 days because of what happened that afternoon. Please forgive her if she has been rude in any way." "It's all right, I understand." Anson waved his hand with a light laugh, indicating that he didn't mind. But the maid sighed deeply, her gaze towards Sophia's retreating figure filled with melancholy. "In truth, Miss Sophia has always been very clear about what she truly means to the Franz family. Lord Luther can shower her with endless pampering, but he will never allow her to truly be involved in the family business. But she has never given up trying, always striving to prove to Lord Luther her loyalty to the family, and that her talent is no less than that of young Master Ludwig. But the more she yearns to demonstrate her abilities, the harder it is for her to gain Lord Luther's approval, and the greater the blows she suffers." The maid spoke at length with deep emotion, while Anson, completely uninterested in these family and father-daughter conflicts, could only listen attentively with a heavy expression and a respectful attitude. A full minute passed before Anson, who felt like an eternity, finally couldn't help but interrupt. "I think these problems still stem from Clovis's traditions. Modern women have the right to work independently and inherit property, but society as a whole still views them with the eyes of the Dark Ages." You, exactly. You're absolutely right." The maid's eyes lit up. "Angelica has met so many of these guys. Each one of them seems to live in the Dark Ages. Every time Lord Luther sends Miss Sophia and Angelica to negotiate with these people, their expressions, it's like they've been humiliated." The maid revealed a gritted teeth expression, clenching her little pink fists hatefully, and swung them in the air in front of her. "But you wouldn't do that, Your Excellency Anson Bach. You're the first officer Angelica has ever met who doesn't look at women differently. It was a pleasure chatting with you today. Perhaps we could continue this conversation sometime? Angelica has many friends, and Miss Sophia frequents a salon. They would certainly welcome you warmly." "No, I'm not so keen on being a friend of women." Looking into the maid's bright eyes, Anson smiled and swallowed hard. "Of course, "Thank you so much." The maid smiled sweetly and suddenly pointed to the other end of the street, shouting, "Ah, a carriage is coming." Anson looked in the direction she was pointing. On the somewhat empty street, a fairly new-looking taxi was slowly approaching the cathedral. The red brick street was usually bustling and crowded during the day, but now, due to the martial law, it was much quieter. Perhaps seeing Sophia waving from the roadside, the young driver slightly increased the speed of the carriage. Anson let out a long sigh, waved to Angeli, who was running towards Sophia with her silver bells ringing, and prepared to go back to wait for the people from the Inquisition to return and discuss the next plan. Just as he turned around, a sharp pain shot through his heart, and Anson froze in shock. Was there a spellcaster nearby? Right in Clovis Cathedral? Realizing what was happening instantly, Anson whirled around, staring intently at the young coachman. "Sophia, lie down." Chapter 182 The Spark. Hearing Anson's urgent shouts, Sophia glanced back in confusion, but the next second she decisively turned and sprinted towards Clovis Cathedral, landing heavily on the ground. This was partly due to the girl's innate sense of danger, but more importantly, similar incidents had occurred 3 times in a row, making her instinctively react to Anson's warnings. Realizing he was exposed, the young coachman yanked the reins, and the neighing old horse dragged the obviously heavy 4-wheeled carriage at breakneck speed. In that instant, Anson arched his back and bent his knees, rushing towards the girl who was falling backward. At the same time, his left hand blocked the screaming maid Angelica, while his right hand drew a dagger from under his coat, and the muzzle of a gun extended from under his arm, aimed at the carriage. Bang! 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 One shot to the horse's head, one to the wheel, one to the coachman. The old horse, its head smashed, let out its final howl, twisting the ropes securing the carriage to it. The 4-wheeled carriage, one wheel shattered, was now completely out of control, tumbling and rolling down the street. Almost simultaneously with a gunshot, the young coachman leaped into the air, his body transforming into a wisp of smoke, allowing a lead bullet, which should have struck his brow, to pass through. He was also a sorcerer. Anson, shielding Sophia behind him, raised an eyebrow, gripping the bayonet in his sleeve with his left hand, and charged towards the descending smoke. The undead mist typically lasted only 4 seconds, its range not exceeding 20 meters from the casting radius, and usually never exceeding 5 meters. The opponent's casting was an instinctive reaction in desperation, the distance always within 5 meters. Bang! The whistling lead bullet grazed the coachman's left shoulder, tearing a gash near his arm, from which a torrent of blood gushed forth. The astonished young coachman's expression contorted instantly. His body dragged along his blood-soaked left arm, and his right fist slammed into Anson's raised left arm in a disparate block. Clang! Fist clashed, but the sound was like blades colliding. The whistling wind of the punch tore open the front sleeve of Anson's trench coat, revealing a bayonet hidden beneath. The raised gun barrel, like a vengeful hound, emitted an ear-piercing growl. Unable to dodge in time, the coachman ducked sharply. The straight bullet missed his HUD by only centimeters, exploding in a series of sparks on the ground. He imprinted the sharp wind spell on his right hand, simultaneously attempting to disarm Anson in his left. But Anson was one step ahead, or rather, he understood the characteristics of the sharp wind spell. As a simple and brutal basic spell, its effective area was extremely narrow, only allowing for focused imprinting on a specific area of an object. On the hand, that meant the area around the knuckles, leaving the wrist completely undefended. Anson decisively released the hilt, the gleaming bayonet falling and spinning freely in the air. Just as the hilt tipped downwards, Anson gripped the bayonet tightly and thrust it straight upwards. Thud! The gleaming blade pierced through the wrist, and before the battering axe, its face contorted in pain, could even try to break free. Anson, gripping the hilt tightly, twisted it upwards like a wrench. Before the storm swirling in his palm could even touch Anson, the man decisively discarded his revolver, stomped his right foot, and a silver dagger sprang from his boot, clashing with a free-falling dagger in mid-air before landing steadily in his palm. The next second, the storm in his palm met the tip of the silver dagger. The blade, which should have been torn to shreds, pierced through the center of the storm without hindrance, directly piercing the driver's hand. The storm dissipated, and expressionless, Anson pulled the dagger from the driver's terrified eyes, then stabbed him repeatedly in the heart. Thud! 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 The silver dagger continued to stab and pull from the driver's chest until his upper body was soaked in blood. Only then did Anson pull out the bayonet from his right wrist, and the dagger he had pulled from his chest plunged into his neck, the tip shattering his cervical vertebrae and protruding from the back of his neck. The coachman, his throat pierced, hung limply at his sides, blood and bits of flesh spurting from his gaping mouth. Trembling violently, he stared intently at Anson with the eyes of someone looking at a traitor, growling and cursing with all his might. For Aidon, for the three old gods, for the grand plan, you, all of you, must die? Anson looked at him calmly, chuckling lightly in a joking tone. Yes, you're right, all men must die. Hey, what's the next line? Just as the coachman was puzzled by Anson's words, Anson, seemingly stunned, suddenly raised his bayonet, the cold blade slicing across the coachman's neck. Thud, his head and limp body fell together into his own pool of blood, the bewildered expression forever etched on the coachman's face. Calm Anson immediately sheathed his bayonet and dagger, picked up the dagger from the ground, deftly ejected and cleared the magazine, loaded the prepared cardboard bullets, cocked the hammer, and aimed the gun at the corpse on the ground. Bang! 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 2 shots to the head, 2 shots to the heart. Only after confirming that the coachman was truly dead did Anson breathe a sigh of relief and turn to look at Sophia, who was still lying on the ground. Even though she was terrified, she had kept her lips tightly pressed together and hadn't uttered a sound since. He was a spellcaster. The pale-faced girl was helped to her feet by Anson. Her limp body seemed weightless, and she leaned on his shoulder to keep from collapsing. Only her eyes were fixed on the coachman's corpse, motionless. A little fear, a little curiosity, and a little excitement. A low-level spellcaster, not very strong, but still very dangerous, Anson said, looking at the coachman's corpse, his expression extremely serious under his tightly furrowed brows. Sending a spellcaster disguised as a coachman to assassinate the archbishop's only daughter in broad daylight, in front of all the believers and priests at Clovis Cathedral. What genius came up with this plan? After careful consideration, Anson concluded that the probability of the Black Mage orchestrating this was extremely low. Firstly, he already knew the cathedral was under his control, and deliberately doing such a thing would bring him no benefit. Moreover, the Inquisition had not yet taken action against a Black Mage. The reputation of the Church College was only one aspect. More importantly, Luther Franz was unwilling to escalate the matter, confining the issue of the old gods to the kingdom of Clovis and refusing intervention from higher levels of the church. Once Sophia was murdered, who knew what this doting archbishop might do? At that time, there would probably be no place for the Black Mage in the entire kingdom of Clovis, and his hunt and bounty would spread throughout the entire order world. Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking it. The other party had only sent a spellcaster to try to create chaos and panic. Sophia just happened to be outside the church, and her attire clearly indicated she was not an ordinary person, which is why the coachman targeted her. Just as Anson was lost in thought, the soldiers who had heard the gunshots and fighting finally arrived. A flustered Lisa was the first to rush out of the church. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Anson was unharmed and patted her chest in fear. What are you going to do next? Sophia, regaining her composure from her fear, turned to Anson, a last vestige of tension in her eyes. Investigate the scene, gather clues from the carriage and the driver's bodies, and find out his identity and background. No, we don't have the manpower or time. Anson shook his head, interrupting the girl's fantasies of a detective novel. In the next few days, Clovis City will only become more chaotic. Catching just 1 or 2 members of the Old Gods faction or gangs is pointless and might even disrupt our original plans and deployments, so you must go home immediately. I'll send a heavy carriage and a squad of skirmishers to take you back, and then tell the Royal Guard. Anyone with a brain knows what to do. As he finished speaking, the excited light in Sophia's eyes quickly dimmed, but she didn't object. Also, I have another favor to ask of you. Noticing the girl's settled expression, Anson paused before speaking. I just mentioned Draco Veltz. We now know he intends to persuade His Majesty Carlos II, but we still don't know how he plans to quell the riot. Therefore, someone needs to be present in the palace during the riot and qualified to monitor his every move. This is no trivial matter. At least as far as I know, even the Archbishop himself knows nothing about it, Anson emphasized. Given his status, he certainly can't monitor others. The monitor must not easily attract attention and can move freely throughout the palace. Among the people I know, there is no one more suitable than you. Besides, I'm not helping you, but myself. Understanding the whole story will greatly help my future competition for a position in the Clovis City Security Force. Sophia stared intently at Anson, trying to find any trace of lying in that face that screamed "I'm very sincere," but ultimately to no avail. After a moment's hesitation, the girl finally nodded calmly. "I'll try, but don't expect anything, that's enough." Anson smiled nonchalantly. He didn't really expect Sophia to discover anything, but there's always a chance, especially with someone so elusive who had caused him so much trouble. Even just causing her trouble was good, not to mention it could boost the Franz family's goodwill towards him. Just as the two were talking, the Storm Legion soldiers who had arrived began cleaning up the scene. Anson subconsciously turned around and saw several soldiers walking towards the overturned carriage at the command of their sergeant. "Wait, don't go near that carriage. There might be." Boom. Before the words were finished, the entire carriage suddenly expanded outward, and golden red flames exploded, shooting into the sky at Anson's warning, engulfing the soldiers without a trace, while the Storm Legion stationed on Red Brick Street and the priests of the cathedral were thrown into chaos by the sudden appearance of assassins and the exploding carriages. The entire city of Clovis had fallen into panic. Initially, it was just minor disturbances of theft and robbery, which were barely managed to maintain order thanks to the security companies hired by the shops and owners, and a few heroic individuals. But as more and more people were killed in the streets, and houses and shops were vandalized, set on fire, and exploded due to gas pipeline accidents, and as these were no longer just one or two unfortunate accidents, but dozens, the security situation deteriorated at a visible rate. When the Royal Guard finally realized the situation was spiraling out of control and attempted to intervene, it was too late, or rather, it had the opposite effect. The initial street commotion, when the heavily armed Royal Guard arrived in carriages, was like the last straw, turning into a riot. The guards, marching in orderly formation, stretched out in the streets and opened fire with volleys on the panicked crowds and looters. Officers on horseback, under cover of sniper fire, charged into the crowd, hacking down riders who had just returned laden with loot from the bombed shops. The riders, caught on the attack, tried to take refuge in the narrow alleyways and wrecked shops, desperately using homemade firearms to defend themselves. Meanwhile, the security company, originally the victim, and the shop owners affected by the guards' actions, were forced to defend themselves in the face of the guards' unannounced raid, holding their positions on major thoroughfares and exchanging fire with the guards along the streets using their legally equipped weapons. Amidst the chaos, some clearly well-prepared old God gang members, driving carriages, secretly bypassed the most turbulent areas. Their targets were more significant: churches, guard posts, royal banks, barracks, warehouses. Accompanied by bursts of fireworks, the riots quickly spread from the few streets to the entire inner and outer city, showing signs of further escalation. Strangely, faced with this situation, the Privy Council, the royal family, the royal guard, the church, the royal army, all the various factions within Clovis, aside from strengthening their security, unanimously chose to ignore and stand by, watching the capital descend into chaos. The real storm, however, was still brewing in the unseen shadows. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 From the Darkness, From the Corner. March 1st, early morning. Thick, dark clouds shrouded the sky above Clovis, and howling winds, carrying gray snow, raged wildly across the city, announcing to everyone that it would be another day of terrible weather. Accompanied by various bloody conflicts, the riots that had spread throughout Clovis, after several days, were finally showing signs of subsiding. However, the impact on the entire city during this period was immeasurable. Streets large and small were ravaged by bloodshed, bustling markets were reduced to ruins by explosions and flames, almost all public places and shops were closed, and the noble mansions were patrolled 24 hours a day by heavily armed troops. Under the gloomy dome, a ruined neighborhood was shrouded in thick black smoke from lingering flames. The deserted streets were littered only with corpses lying on the ground, charred remains of carriages, fragments of gas explosions, and uncollected garbage, along with hyenas and thin figures scavenging for food among the trash. At the other end of the street, the Crimson Unicorn banner fluttered in the night air around the bonfires. Heavily armed guards stood watch on the street connecting the inner and outer city districts, using wagons and sandbags as makeshift barricades. Compared to the inner city, patrolled by guards and maintained by private soldiers and security companies, The outer city was on the verge of complete destruction during the riots. Factories large and small were occupied by countless robbers and vagrants, warehouses were looted, and factory buildings were set ablaze. A very few workers who refused to resist were beaten to death along with the factory guards. The vast majority joined the rioters immediately, hanging factory overseers over blazing bonfires. To prevent these completely insane rioters from spreading to the inner city, the guards who had quelled the riots immediately sealed off the main entrances and exits of both the inner and outer city districts. Anyone attempting to approach was met with at least 2 volleys of gunfire. As for the chaos in the outer city, they didn't care, and neither did anyone else. Not far from the barricades, heavily armed carriages could still be seen speeding by, their heavy wheels crunching over the mangled remains of the dead. Soldiers on the carriages warily aimed their guns at the windows of the houses lining the street, gunfire erupted, and heads darted back behind the windows. Despite the poor reputation of the Royal Guard over the past few months, even being considered a negative contribution to the public administration of Clovis, they were, after all, the king's private army, and had accumulated rich experience in suppressing numerous riots. Although this riot was large in scale, affecting even the Royal Bank, the Church of Order, and even the Royal Guard's own outposts and barracks, after the initial commotion, the chaotic situation gradually stabilized under the Royal Guard's indiscriminate volleys of gunfire and blockades, without arousing much alarm. Many officers in the Royal Guard were even thankful for the riot. The Privy Council had already passed the Public Administration Act, and the next step was to dismantle and break up the entire Royal Guard. This sudden riot undoubtedly interrupted this process, making the Privy Council hesitant to act rashly. Major Fabian was one of them. As a minor nobleman with no hope of promotion, the Royal Guard was his only means of staying in the inner city of the capital. If the Royal Guard were reorganized into a security force controlled by the Privy Council, given his pitiful network of poor friends and his upper-class connections, I know them, but they don't know me, being kicked to the front lines was a certainty. Thus, this sudden riot became Major Fabian's savior, temporarily saving him from the risk of unemployment. The royal family and the Privy Council even worried that the Royal Guard, due to the passage of the Public Administration Act, might not put in the effort to suppress the riot, so they not only greatly improved the Royal Guard's temporary treatment but also promised that the reorganization issue is not unnecessarily unacceptable and everything is negotiable. But amidst his colleagues' jubilation, Major Fabian sensed a looming crisis. The Privy Council, having long since lost patience with the Royal Guard, was highly likely to renege on its promises afterward. So, using the days spent suppressing the riots, he actively contacted his former friends in the Royal Army, hoping to be transferred to a relatively safe frontline, one that was more than just unprofitable. Simultaneously, he proactively transferred himself to the frontline that no one wanted, the one sealing off the outer city, to avoid everyone's attention and conceal his slacking off and serious absences. After reluctantly spending money and waiting several days, Fabian finally obtained crucial intelligence from a very well-connected but poor friend. The Royal Army was forming a new legion to declare war on the Aethel Elves. After confirming the news, he immediately wrote a discharge application, ready to join the expedition against the Aethel Elves as soon as the riot ended, aiming for a powerful position like a conscript commander in that new legion, one that would allow him to share in the spoils. "Major, someone's coming this way," the soldiers' shout made Major Fabian, who had been on guard duty all night, stand up impatiently. He rubbed his tired eyes and looked at the other end of the barricade. In the misty darkness, several lone figures staggered towards them. "These damned rats." Major Fabian shook his head helplessly, took the megaphone from the soldier, and shouted into the crowd in the darkness, "In the name of the Osteria family and the kingdom of Clovis, I order you to stop, or I have the right to execute you on the spot." As he shouted, he waved to those behind him, and a dozen soldiers on duty raised their guns and walked to the barricade, skillfully aiming their guns at the crowd on the other side of the street. The corpses covering the street proved that this was not the first time. "All hands on deck, fire!" The silver command sword slashed forward, and lead bullets whistled in the billowing smoke from the muzzle. A few scattered figures fell to the ground, but before Major Fabian could even catch his breath, new figures emerged from the darkness shrouded in thick fog. A dozen, dozens, hundreds, more and more figures emerged from the dimly lit darkness, and behind them, even more indistinct figures, like waves surging on a beach at dawn, marched towards the barricades of the isolated island. Under the dim yellow light of the gas lamps and firelight, the soldiers looked at each other with inexplicable panic. Major Fabian, vaguely guessing what was happening, his face gradually darkening. Soon, more and more figures in the darkness became clearer, like rats emerging from the sewers, the crowded ranks covering the entire street, stretching as far as the eye could see. My ring of order. Fabian's eyes widened, his face deathly pale, and he almost stopped breathing. Turning his head, he saw soldiers with faces as pale as his own, staring intently at him. The guards major, quickly regaining his composure, immediately roared at his men, "Fire! Fire! What are you waiting for? Do I have to teach you how to pull the trigger at a time like this, or do you want to be torn to shreds by those thugs?" Fabian, feigning composure, masked his fear with a furious roar. The soldiers, jolted awake, raised their rifles and formed two thin lines behind the barricades. "Fire in sequence, target directly ahead, all hands on deck, fire!" Scattered but continuous gunfire erupted behind the barricades, accompanied by screams and falling figures echoing from the surging crowd. The soldiers didn't even need to aim, the dense crowd made their flintlock rifles operate at least 200% of their power. With each shot, one or even two or three figures fell. But this did not stop the ever-moving tide of people, it only slowed them down slightly, and even that slowdown was only temporary. Before the guards could even catch their breath, the silent tide quickened its pace again, crushing the corpses of their comrades and trampling the dying, who were spitting blood, underfoot as they pressed on. The guards behind the barricades continued firing, reaping the lives of those who advanced like wheat being harvested, but the figures emerging from the darkness were endless, and even sporadic figures carrying torches and kerosene lamps joined the wave. "You people over there, I order you to stop in the name of the king. Surrender your weapons and your leader, and await your fate." Major Fabian, standing behind the barricade in the cold wind, still held up a megaphone, shouting hoarsely into the crowd in the darkness, "Did you hear me? Stop. Those thugs who dare to continue resisting, the kingdom will not let you get away with it. Did you hear me? I'm ordering you to stop. Don't you all want to live?" His hoarse roar, fueled by exhaustion, grew increasingly desperate. The soldiers panicked, relying solely on discipline and the inertia of obedience to continue firing at the other side. "Major, send someone for reinforcements." A sergeant, unable to bear it any longer, rushed over and yelled at the pale-faced Major Fabian, "If we wait any longer, we'll definitely..." Boom! Before the sergeant could finish speaking, a fireball shimmering with golden light shot out from the crowd in the darkness, striking him precisely in the head. Amidst the deafening explosion, a head engulfed in flames burst open before Major Fabian's eyes, spraying him with a mixture of colored liquids. The surrounding soldiers, drawn by the sound and light, ceased firing and turned to look. Staring at the pair of dazed eyes, Major Fabian wiped the blood from his face. He glanced first at the spellcaster hiding in the crowd, then calmly addressed the soldiers, "Gentlemen, Sergeant Prees is right, so I intend to follow his advice. Let's retreat." Before he finished speaking, he threw down the megaphone and turned to run towards the carriage. A group of guards hesitated for a few seconds, then, in a chaotic frenzy, abandoned all formation and fled in the direction the major had gone. Almost simultaneously with their panicked retreat, the crowd in the darkness erupted in a fierce shout, like raging waves, instantly shattering the small reef in their path. Similar scenarios unfolded at almost every barricade used by the Imperial Guard to blockade the outer city. Faced with rioters outnumbering them by 10 or even dozens of times, most Imperial Guards, numbering only half a platoon, simply lacked the courage to hold out, let alone truly stop their advance. Completely sealing off the passage between the outer and inner city would require at least 4,000 to 5,000 troops, equipped with ample ammunition, sturdy barricades and fortifications, and a certain number of artillery pieces. The Imperial Guard certainly possessed this capability, but the problem lay in the fact that the riots of the past few days had severely dispersed their forces. Company and platoon-sized units, like pepper spray, had been scattered throughout the streets of the inner city maintaining order. In the end, less than a fifth of their forces remained to blockade the outer city, and artillery and fortifications were practically non-existent. Once the first barricade was breached by the rioters, the entire fragile blockade collapsed like dominoes, facing rioters attacking from 2 or even 3 sides simultaneously. Most Imperial Guards had no choice but to retreat. Even worse, some didn't even have the chance to escape. Surrounded on all sides, they desperately fired their last bullet, howling as they charged at the rioters with their bayonets. Like waves in the ocean, they vanished without a trace. At 4:55 a.m. on March 1st, when Major Fabian, who had decisively fled at the first opportunity, reported the situation to the first high-ranking officer he encountered. The entire blockade line had already fallen. Such terrible news, for which no one could bear the responsibility, reached the Osteria Palace from the front lines with astonishing efficiency. King Charles I had just fallen asleep when he was awakened from his wife's bedside by a single word from his attendant. "What's going on?" In the oppressive atmosphere of the Grail Hall, a disheveled Charles I roared at the sweating, yet trying to remain composed commander of the Royal Guard. "Yesterday afternoon you told me that the Royal Guard had completely taken control of the situation, that everything was under control, and less than 24 hours later, you tell me that tens of thousands of rioters have breached the blockade and are flooding into the city like rats. Who are they? How many weapons do they have? Who ordered them? What do they want? My loyal commander of the Royal Guard, you need to give me a reason immediately not to hand you over to the Privy Council and the judges." The king's rage made the commander, whose uniform was impeccably straight, lower his head. The shame of being reprimanded made his face flush red. He desperately tried to organize his thoughts before slowly speaking. "Your Majesty, in the process of suppressing the riots these past few days, I have gathered some important intelligence. This unprecedented riot is very likely a conspiracy by the Old Gods organization within the city. Furthermore, we've captured a long-time fugitive who claims he has a way to quell the riot, provided His Majesty agrees to meet him. His name is Draco Veltz." Chapter 184 Clovis's Rebellion. Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, the fog-shrouded city of Clovis finally saw its dawn. As the outer city's blockade collapsed, a tidal wave of people began to pour into the inner city from street to street. Some wore factory uniforms, some were small shop owners, some were beggars and vagrants who had been homeless for a long time, some wore cheap suits and belonged to a reasonably well-paid union. But their expressions were remarkably uniformly indifferent. Beyond that indifference lay anger at losing their jobs, anger at being displaced, anger at the loss of their families in the riots, anger at being turned away from orphanages. So when the Old Gods faction took to the streets and cried out, when gangs smashed up warehouses and set fire to factories, these people joined the march towards the inner city without hesitation. Why are we displaced while those others have a place to live? Why are we taken from our land, driven into factories, toiling away yet unable to support our families, or even ourselves? Why do we work so diligently for our employers, only to be kicked out the door when trouble strikes? Why can they live carefree lives in castles and mansions, while we face robbery, riots, theft, and murder every day? Why is no one protecting us? Why? We need an answer. A promise. A statement. If they can't give us that, then they must pay the price. An angry mob surged into the inner city of Clovis, the chaotic shouts and roars sounding like a deafening thunderclap. As the crowd poured in, house after house was set on fire, shop after shop burned, tightly closed doors were smashed from the outside, and trembling people hiding behind them were dragged out, tortured to death amidst pleas and screams, their belongings looted. In the chaos, besides gangsters and rioters from the outer city, the perpetrators and looters of the streets were mostly the scattered guards and mercenaries from the security company. The Janissaries' decision to disperse their forces throughout Clovis in an attempt to demonstrate their strength to the royal family and the Privy Council ultimately backfired. Although news of the first barricade's fall reached the Janissary commander by 4:30 a.m., the entire Janissary remained disorganized until dawn. This wasn't due to the Janissaries' limited capabilities, but rather the sheer number of troops scattered. Platoons and smaller units were staggered across all the key streets. Getting them to establish a defensive line immediately, let alone assembling all the city's troops at a designated location, was an enormous undertaking. Unsurprisingly, these small garrisons collapsed when faced with rioters who outnumbered them by hundreds or even thousands. Furthermore, a significant number of soldiers, after fleeing, remarkably calmly joined the rioters, demonstrating the adage "if you can't win, join them." A similar situation occurred with the mercenaries of the security company, and they were even more decisive than the guards. Having long maintained community and street order, they knew far better than thugs and gangsters about the financial situation of each household. In the streets ablaze with fire, the fleeing soldiers, amidst piercing screams, smashed door after door with their rifle butts, pointing their guns at the wealthy people they usually looked up to, leaving behind ruins strewn with corpses. With a complete collapse of order, countless tragedies unfolded. Fire and billowing smoke, along with the crowd surging into the city, continuously covered and extended throughout the inner city, quickly spreading to more surrounding neighborhoods as the flow of people was increasingly segmented by streets and alleys. Towering clock towers, rows of apartment buildings, bustling shops, all were reduced to ashes and ruins. This situation continued until the rioters approached the square of White Lake Park. More than 2,000 retreating soldiers from various directions, under the command of a guards colonel, had established a relatively solid defensive position and successfully acquired several light artillery pieces. The rioters, who had been moving unimpeded, finally encountered resistance. Angry shouts and volleys of gunfire filled every surging street. Braving the continuous gunfire and artillery barrage, and encouraged by the old gods mingling in the crowd, the rioters recklessly charged towards the makeshift fortifications. Dark red blood flowed freely amidst cries and screams. Within minutes, the ground around the square was covered with corpses. Hot, slightly reddish solid bullets whistled from the barrels, pelting the rioters' flesh and blood. With each gunshot, rows upon rows of figures fell. With each explosion, countless limbs and pieces of flesh burst into dark red mists of blood amidst the crowd. Although the rioters still outnumbered the defenders by dozens of times, their frail bodies were merely a rapidly escalating casualty figure against an army that maintained its discipline. Among the fanatical rioters, many quickly regained their composure in the face of horrific deaths and chose to quietly slip away. However, only the White Lake Park Plaza held a truly fortified position. Most of the garrisons were heavily outnumbered and under-resourced, struggling against rioters who outnumbered them by nearly 100, like rocks in a stormy sea, constantly on the verge of being crushed. The disorganized and undisciplined rioters could only use their bare hands and simple weapons to fight against the rifles, grenades, and artillery of the guards. The real threat to the guards came from the spellcasters mingled among the crowd. Amidst billowing smoke, the raging flames had formed an irregular circle around Clovis, with a quarter of the inner city already filled with collapsed houses and streets littered with ash. The remaining 3/4 were engulfed within, repeatedly crushed amidst the carnage of blood and fire, and the roar of rifles and cannons. Beyond this inferno, the streets, seemingly trampled by a dragon, were deathly silent. Those who had escaped death cautiously pushed open their doors, only to be met with a scene that instantly turned their faces ashen. Within the ring of fire, the Imperial Guard, desperately maintaining order at key transportation hubs and along the streets, had failed to truly halt the surging tide of rioters. Tens of thousands, mobilized by the old gods in gangs, had bypassed these defenses through the streets and alleys, approaching their true objective. Osteria Palace, yes, according to our latest intelligence, at 8:33, or 5 minutes ago, at least 5,000 people have already appeared outside Osteria Palace. Inside the prayer hall, Junior Secretary Alan Dawn stood on 3 ammunition boxes in front of a map hanging on the wall, stammering as he answered a Storm Regiment officer's dumbfounded question. The usually smiling and composed secretary was not only stuttering, but his face also showed extreme fear, to the point that his legs, which were on the ammunition boxes, were trembling uncontrollably. Lisa stood behind the map, ready to catch him at any moment. Intelligence sent by the Royal Guard indicates that the rioters have completely breached the outer city's blockade, occupied the outermost 12 blocks of the inner city and the main thoroughfares, and people are still pouring in. A rough estimate is definitely over 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a collective gasp filled the hall. 2. To deal with this extreme situation, do you have anything long and thin I can borrow? Thank you. To maintain order in Clovis as much as possible, the trembling junior clerk took the bayonet from Lisa and gestured on the map to the people seated in the hall. The commander of the Royal Guard has gradually withdrawn the main force to the Palace of Osteria, first ensuring the safety of His Majesty Charles II, and the esteemed members of the Privy Council who happen to remain in the palace, so that their lives are not threatened. The ones most affected by this are undoubtedly the 2,000 Royal Guards stationed in White Lake Park Square. They have blocked most of the attacks in this direction. Once they retreat, it will probably be our turn to fight those rioters. Can't we find a way to keep them here? We can provide them with ammunition, or even just stand with them. A deputy company commander of a skirmisher company couldn't help but ask. The junior clerk's face showed a hint of embarrassment. In fact, he wiped the cold sweat from his face and handed the bayonet back to Lisa. The person who told us this information was the colonel stationed at White Lake Park Square, and the reason they gave us such important information is because they were preparing to retreat. When are they retreating? Is it still possible to stop them? They are to. The junior clerk glanced down at his pocket watch. At 8:05, which is 30 minutes ago, so it's absolutely too late. Silence fell over the room. As the hall fell into a deathly silence, Anson slowly rose, walked to the map, and helped the frightened clerk down. Forcing himself to remain calm, he looked at the crowd. "Now, in the name of the Storm Regiment Commander, I issue you my final orders. All 8 companies of the regiment, the 1st and 2nd Private Companies, the Skirmisher Company, and 4 other companies, will support the Artillery Company in defending Red Brick Street. The Grenadier Company and the 3rd and 4th Private Companies will serve as reserves, ready to cover the retreat of the rest into the cathedral before Red Brick Street falls. Our mission is to hold the cathedral for at least 16 hours from now until midnight on March 2nd. Clovis Cathedral must not fall under any circumstances. Understand?" "Understood." The answer was a unified shout. The Storm Regiment was an extremely young army from top to bottom, a disadvantage that was also an advantage. These young officers, fresh out of military academy, approached their first job with the same enthusiasm as all graduates. With salaries comparable to the Imperial Guard, excellent benefits, and a continued lack of understanding of war, they carried out Anson Bach's every order without hesitation. The meeting ended, and the officers left one by one, leaving only Anson still standing before the map, and 3 truth-seekers inquisitors disguised as officers in the spacious hall. "You really intend to do this?" The ever-eager cold Dorian glanced at the still silent Sarah and Lawrence, then looked at Anson with a skeptical tone. "Or to put it another way, do you really think the Dark Mage will do what you think?" "Yes, he definitely will." Anson's face revealed his usual confident smile. This is his only chance to steal the Grand Book of Spells from Clovis Cathedral without truly alarming the Church of Order. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he must have made countless attempts over the past few years, either infiltrating the cathedral to steal it, or bribing certain well-connected powerful figures for help, or simply abandoning Clovis and turning his attention elsewhere. But in the end, all these attempts failed, and so an outrageously grand plan began to brew in the Dark Mage's mind, to incite a riot in Clovis large enough to make everyone overlook a spellcaster openly walking into the cathedral and taking the Grand Book of Spells in front of everyone. Cold Dorian paused, then suddenly realized something. But the Church of Order would never let the old gods in Clovis City go. Wouldn't he have nowhere to stay here? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a female inquisitor beside him looking at him with her usual idiotic gaze. "That's right, you're absolutely right," Anson nodded, suppressing the urge to laugh, and explained seriously, "but once he gets his hands on the Grand Book of Magic, he'll have no reason to stay in Clovis City anymore, won't he?" The secondary inquisitor suddenly understood. "Then when do you think he'll appear?" Lawrence Burnett asked in a hoarse voice. "Hard to say, but there are 2 possibilities," Anson shrugged. "One is that he'll appear while we're fighting the rioters, and the other is that he'll appear after everything is over, when we're all exhausted." "Then when do you hope he'll appear?" Cold Dorian couldn't help but ask curiously. Anson raised his gaze, hesitated for a few seconds, and then answered seriously, "I hope he doesn't show up." Cold Dorian, Captain Lawrence, however, looked at Anson calmly and couldn't help but nod slightly. His thoughts were the same as Anson's. The biggest uncertainty in the entire operation is not how many rioters there will be, but the true strength of the Dark Mage. To ensure that we can take the Grand Spellbook, he will absolutely not show any mercy or hesitate. Once he has truly become a blasphemous mage, we are all doomed. Anson took a deep breath, his serious expression still carrying his usual confidence. "Of course, even so, there's no need to worry, because your plan is perfect." Ignoring Anson, who was speechless, Sarah Virgil spoke calmly with an expressionless face. Chapter 185 The Throat Being Choked. "All troops, line up and fire in rotation." Fire. With a muffled burst of gunfire, figures across the street fell in droves. White smoke billowed from the muzzles, mingling with billowing black smoke, filling the entire street with acrid fumes. At 8:55 a.m. on March 1st, as the last garrison of the guards withdrew from White Lake Park, the rioters finally surged into the entire White Lake Park area. Tens of thousands of rioters, roaring in anger, recklessly charged towards Clovis Cathedral. Having lost its last line of defense, Clovis Cathedral, with a red brick street as its boundary, became an isolated island in the riot, its shores constantly battered by the raging tide of blood. Pulling back the bolt, loading, locking the bolt, raising the gun and firing, the soldiers behind the barricades mechanically repeated the work they had practiced countless times over the past month. The ammunition boxes piled in the corners were being consumed at a visible rate by the relentless barrage of lead bullets. As the first domestically developed and mass-produced breech-loading bolt-action rifle in the Kingdom of Clovis, the Leopold rifle was easy to operate. Even the most inexperienced recruit could fire 3 rounds per minute, a rate of fire at least 2 to 3 times that of a muzzle-loading rifle of the same price. Of course, this also meant that the rate of bullet consumption was at least 2 to 3 times faster. But it was still too slow. Even if the rate of fire was doubled, the firepower still couldn't provide suppressive fire. Watching the soldiers firing repeatedly, Anson raised an eyebrow. He suddenly missed certain weapons with 6 barrels. Looking at the agonizing screams echoing through the thick smoke, the figures falling in droves, pierced by lead bullets, no one felt a shred of joy or celebration. Even though the battle had become almost one-sided, with piles of corpses covering the intersection outside the red brick street, hundreds upon hundreds of riders showed no sign of retreat, continuing to surge towards the Storm Legion's defenses. This was destined to be a frenzied death match. Despite their resentment towards the Church of Order, the lower classes living in the outer suburbs of Clovis City, believing in the Ring of Order as the official and universal faith worldwide, would never risk their lives to storm the cathedral. They were all Old God believers within Clovis City, incited by the Black Wizards and the Old Gods organization. Huddled in the city's darkest corners, they lived in constant fear of investigation and capture by the Church of Order, praying in the sewers and dilapidated, abandoned houses to the 3 old gods, whom their grandfathers had worshipped since their inception, yearning for an end to their suffering. Only they saw their misery as oppression by the Church of Order, believing that in some ancient era, the followers of the 3 old gods were noble beings, that by overthrowing the Church of Order's rule and realizing the grand plan, they could immediately escape their misery and possess immeasurable wealth. For the 3 old gods. For the primordial ring, in the burning streets, countless figures were riddled with bullets, charred beyond recognition by the flames of explosions. A mangled body fell heavily to the ground in a crater filled with blood and foam still escaping from its mouth as it chanted the names of the 3 old gods. Notify the artillery company to conduct a rapid fire on the streets in 3 minutes, Anson, calmly surveying the hellish battlefield before him, ordered his internal affairs adjutant, Inquisitor Sir Virgil, without turning his head. Shotgun shells or solid shot? Solid shot. Anson hesitated for a second. The Storm Regiment, well prepared, had ample ammunition reserves, but the number of riders was simply too great. Although he didn't know what contingency plans Luther Franz had prepared, ensuring the cathedral wouldn't fall until March 1st, as a competent planner, one must always prepare for the worst. He planned to save the small number of shotgun shells for the retreat. Accompanied by the resounding bugle call, the 6 infantry guns deployed on the red brick street roared simultaneously. The deafening roar shook the air and exploded in everyone's ears. Boom! Shells whistled past the heads of the line infantry, tearing a blood-soaked path through the streets filled with surging rioters. The shells tumbling and leaping among the flesh, the brick fragments swept in all directions by the explosions, finally causing a stir among the rioters. Panic filled the air, thick with smoke and blood. Fear and chaos did not deter the fanatical rioters. Hordes of figures struggled against the incessant roar of artillery and volleys of gunfire, their souls trembling with screams, their bodies covered in blood as they charged towards the Storm Regiment's defensive line. Time ticked by, but the tide of attack on Clovis Cathedral showed no sign of abating. In fact, it intensified. Bang! A heavy gunshot shattered the head of a straggler. Skirmisher Company Commander Cole Dorian, holding a Leopold rifle shoved into his hand by a soldier, clumsily loaded ammunition. I say, aren't these guys a little too reckless? The second Inquisitor, struggling to cock his rifle, screamed hysterically, the constant barrage of gunfire and the roar of 6-pounder infantry guns echoing in his ears like hammer blows. Cole Dorian swore this was the most insane battle he had ever witnessed. He had seen many fanatical old god followers, many 1,000 times, 10,000 times more fanatical than these. He had also seen many grand scenes. He had been present during the North Harbor Rebellion in St. Calendar 95, where tens of thousands of soldiers clashed in the open, a far more spectacular sight than this. But he had never seen so many fanatical followers of the 3 old gods, without a single decent weapon, daring to charge recklessly and relentlessly towards heavily fortified positions. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a young woman pour kerosene from a kerosene lamp onto herself, screaming as she lunged at him, only to be pierced through the forehead by a lead bullet and explode into a fireball in the crowd. They're insane. They're all fucking insane, the excited second Inquisitor muttered to himself, masking his inner fear. The passively activated power of his bloodline made him move instinctively, collapsing to the ground without warning. PFFT, Cole Dorian only had time to see a flash before the skirmisher who had just handed him the rifle froze in place, his head sliding off the thin thread around his neck. A spellcaster. The second Inquisitor, lying on the ground, suddenly looked up, his vision piercing through the thick smoke, instantly locking onto a figure huddled in the crowd, almost the instant he realized he had missed. He desperately tried to retreat. Trying to run, Cole gritted his teeth, locked the bolt, and sprang to his feet, the rifle roaring as it fired at its prey. Clang! The bullet was stopped by an invisible wall of air before it could even touch its target, but the charging Inquisitor had already broken through the fortifications and the line of fire, dragging a blur of motion as he pounced on him. The moment the spellcaster, his face contorted with terror, regained his senses, the bayonet of the rifle had already slid from his neck, and his headless body fell to the ground like a pile of rotten flesh. Before the Inquisitor could even feel relieved after successfully killing his target, the ferocious thugs around him attacked, surrounding him like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out behind him, the whistling bullets piercing the heads of the thugs rushing towards him one by one. A stunned Cole was about to turn around when he saw a petite figure rushing towards him, and then, slap, she slapped him across the face. "Don't stand there like a dazed man," the furious Lisa roared at the still bewildered junior judge. In her hands, the nimble Borny rifle transformed from a hunting toy for the nobility into a killing machine, a single shot blowing the head off a thug lying on the ground, followed by a swiftly raised bayonet that rips open the chest of an oncoming thug. Who told you to run out of the fortifications?" Giving Cole no chance to explain, Lisa retorted sharply, "You're a skirmisher company commander. Your mission is to cover the battle line. Do you even know how to fight?" A barrage of questions left the junior judge speechless. He admitted he had acted impulsively, but he never imagined he'd be reprimanded by a girl shorter than a rifle. "Then why did you come to save me, Captain Lisa Bach?" Cole Dorian, refusing to back down, couldn't help but ask, tossing aside his Leopold and drawing a dagger from his robes to fire at the crowd, providing cover for Lisa's rampage. The two fought and retreated. "Because Lisa knows who you are," the girl rapidly reloaded and fired, the single-shot breech-loading rifle in her hands achieving a rate of fire comparable to a revolver. You're all a bunch of villains who think Anson is a villain. If anything happens to you, the rest of the villains will definitely not let Anson off the hook. Lisa doesn't want anything to happen to Anson, so you absolutely cannot die here today. Lisa promised to protect Anson, so Lisa will protect you too." This impeccable reasoning stunned Cole Dorian, leaving him speechless for a moment. The battle continued, and after repelling countless attacks from the rioters, Anson ordered a retreat. As planned before the battle, the 4 companies that remained at the front began an orderly retreat with all the lightly wounded. The Grenadier Company, serving as reserves, and 2 other companies advanced rapidly, breaking into the defensive positions in columns. Using artillery cover, they escorted the troops retreating into the church and engaged in fierce fighting with the rioters. Although the enemy's numbers showed no signs of decreasing, the numerous fortifications and barricades on the streets forced them to slow their advance. The rioters surging into the streets were constantly being diverted by the complex terrain and towering barricades, giving the Storm Regiment soldiers, who were fighting desperately, a certain advantage. When 1/3 of the streets had fallen, the artillery company, which had been waiting, once again bombarded the raging rioters. This time, it was shrapnel shells. Boom! With a series of booming sounds, the black shells exploded above the crowd, hundreds and thousands of lead bullets shot out in all directions, devouring all the flesh and blood they touched, like the scythe of death, quickly reaping all the remaining lives around them. Each time a shrapnel shell exploded, a gaping hole was blasted through the surging crowd, spraying blood and gore mixed with bits of flesh and bone. This round of shelling lasted a full 2 minutes. Thanks to the artillery battery's relentless, rapid fire, at 12:55 p.m. on March 1st, the Storm Regiment, having held their position for over 4 hours, suffered fewer than 100 casualties and successfully retreated into Clovis Cathedral. But this wasn't because the Storm Regiment was unable to maintain their line, quite the opposite. Anson, having received intelligence from Draco Veltz, was well prepared for the riot, relying on the fortifications of Red Brick Street and ample ammunition reserves. Holding out for a day and a night was entirely possible. The problem was Mace Hornard. "Do you think he'll fall for it?" "On the contrary, I'd rather he doesn't. Standing before the cathedral, Anson's expression was more solemn than ever before. The howling wind, thick with gunpowder smoke, revealed the slight twitching of his brow beneath his hair. Mace Harnard's plan was to take advantage of the siege of Clovis Cathedral by stealing the Grand Book of Spells from the cathedral amidst the chaos. This seemingly perfect plan required two prerequisites. First, it could only be successful when the situation was in complete disarray, with everyone preoccupied and unable to focus on anything else. Otherwise, even a blasphemous mage couldn't possibly storm the cathedral in front of hundreds or thousands of people and steal the Grand Book of Spells. Second, he needed his cooperation, at least based on the information currently available. Mace Harnard shouldn't know, or rather, had no opportunity to know, the location of the memory card containing the Grand Book of Spells and the difference engine within the cathedral. More importantly, he didn't have the key. The key was in his possession. Therefore, as long as Anson ensured that he was always within everyone's sight and had members of the Inquisition standing beside him, Mace Harnard would have no chance to negotiate, unless he was truly prepared to gamble everything and kill an Inquisitor. In short, the initial purpose of Anson's perfect plan was to ensure that Mace Harnard had no opportunity to steal the Grand Book of Spells from the cathedral. In this way, he could gain the complete trust of the Inquisition and the Church. While the Dark Mage would have nothing to say, he had given him ample information and expressed his willingness to assist. The failure was due to his own failure to appreciate it. In short, as I have always said, my plan is extremely. Anson's words trailed off as he turned. He saw Sarah Virgil staring at him in terror, her stiff body trembling slightly, her eyes bulging, and her pale pink lips opening and closing, making gurgling sounds. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping her throat. Chapter 186 St. Isaac's Steam Differential Engine. Cough, cough, cough. Before Clovis Cathedral, Sarah Virgil stood frozen, her body trembling violently as if bound. Her mouth opened and closed with difficulty, emitting soft, vibrating vocal cords. Her face contorted in agony, her bloodshot eyes bulging, a hint of terror in her gaze as she looked at Anson. Almost simultaneously, before Anson could even register his shock, the surrounding light dimmed without warning, a burning pain shooting through his chest, near his heart. Professor Mace Harnard, the Dark Mage, he's here. Anson whirled around, his vision freezing instantly at what he saw. Suffocating smoke billowed slowly through the burning streets, and rioters, shouting and screaming, trampled over limbs and pieces of flesh, launching wave after wave of frenzied, relentless attacks amidst the barricades and fortifications. Meanwhile, the Storm Legion soldiers, under the cover of infantry artillery, used volleys of gunfire to disrupt the rioters' formation, slowing them down as they retreated in an orderly fashion towards the cathedral. The two sides clashed amidst piles of corpses, collapsing buildings, and burning barricades and fortifications. Roars and cries of agony echoed in the smoke that nearly obscured all vision. One figure after another weaved through the smoke, leaping, tumbling, falling, trampling, and being trampled over. Every face was itched with urgency and panic. Desperate cries and fanatical roars resounded through the heavens and earth, like a drama of hell descending. And in this drama stood an incongruously thin figure. He wore a sharp black double-breasted suit and a top hat. A stiff-collared white shirt and close-fitting trousers made his figure appear extremely slender. He stood with his shoulders open, hands behind his back, and his icy blue eyes beneath the brim of his hat held not a trace of superfluous emotion. Brun. A young scholar in formal attire appeared in the center of the chaotic battlefield on the red brick street, his expression indifferent as he strolled through the crowd as if taking a leisurely walk. Roaring rioters charged past him, their bodies, their heads blown off by a bullet, collapsing to the ground, coincidentally clearing the way for him. A flying lead bullet grazed his clothes, striking another line infantryman a few steps away between the eyebrows. Two figures grappled on the ground, bayonets and daggers thrusting into each other's chests, the gushing blood not spilling onto him. Everything around him seemed like a projection from another world, an incredibly vivid fantasy, a beautiful, immersive dream. Whatever happened would leave no trace on him. In Anson's stunned gaze, Braun simply traversed the entire battlefield, ascending the steps towards him. Figures passed back and forth in front of the cathedral, but it seemed no one saw him, saw himself, or saw Sarah Virgil, whose face was contorted in pain and whose lips were beginning to lose their color. Clearly, he wasn't the only one affected by the attack. Watching those icy blue eyes draw ever closer, Anson quickly suppressed his astonishment and whirled around, frowning as he addressed the approaching young scholar in a deep voice. Where is Professor Hornard? Why are you alone? He deliberately emphasized his words, using a somber tone to mask his still unsettled emotions. Don't worry, the usually cold-faced Bronn slowly stopped, a slight smile softening his expression. The professor is nearby. But he needs to wait a while to make some necessary preparations before he can come. He sent me ahead to avoid wasting precious time, because he's different from us, or rather, he's become a follower of the old gods, a blasphemous mage, fundamentally different from ordinary spellcasters. Bronn noticed the confusion in Anson's eyes. Strictly speaking, they have transcended their original selves, becoming another form of life, only retaining their past appearance. Normally, it might be fine, just a little uncomfortable, but once they need to use the power of the three old gods, they must first modify the surrounding environment to suit their needs to avoid being affected. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, pointing to the sky. The dark clouds that had shrouded the dome of Clovis City had quietly dissipated, revealing a purple full moon hanging in the sky, which had been filled with raging fire and billowing black smoke. Under the eerie moonlight, the entire city was bathed in a pale purple glow, like a night from a dream, yet it was still noon. Anxiety froze on Anson's face as he looked up, unable to describe his feelings. Fear, shock, disbelief, countless emotions flashed through his narrowed pupils. After a long while, Anson finally regained his composure. Yes, there was no need to be nervous. What he saw was merely an illusion and delusion created by the Dark Mage, a power that could distort and reshape reality, a power possessed only by pyromancers. Thinking about it carefully, creating such a large-scale illusion might seem like a display of the Dark Mage's power, but conversely, it was also a necessary evil. Only by maintaining this illusion could his power remain intact. Not to mention, using magic on such a large scale meant he was essentially exposing himself directly to the city's church and inquisition. Indeed, the one truly at his wits' end wasn't himself, but the Dark Mage, the esteemed Professor Hornard. He had no other choice but to gamble everything. Having figured all this out, Anson finally calmed down completely, but his expression towards Bronn remained one of disbelief. That's right, this is Professor Hornard's true power. A reverent smile played on Bronn's lips. The professor's power is nightmare. If he wanted, he could drag everyone here into a dreamscape he created at any time, and they would never wake up until they died. Originally, the professor didn't intend to do this, but partly to protect your identity, and partly to teach some of the church's hostile lackeys a lesson, to let them understand just how wrong their previous assumptions were. As he spoke, his icy blue eyes turned to Sarah Virgil beside him. The female inquisitor, her face contorted in pain, could no longer utter a sound, the blood red in her pupils gradually fading, revealing her rolled back eyes. Her slightly twitching body arched upwards, still struggling. Is it painful, Sarah Virgil? The indifferent Bronn said softly. I've always believed that the followers of the old gods who follow Mother, the king of dark magic, are the least likely of all spellcasters to betray the primordial ring and become lackeys of the Church of Order. After all, the moment we receive the blessing, we are told the truth of the entire world, so I must thank you. It is your existence that shattered some of my naive illusions. The female inquisitor, her eyes rolled back, had lost consciousness. A few drops of white foam escaping from her slightly open mouth. Bronn seemed to enjoy watching her die bit by bit, calmly drawing a pistol from his waist. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it wasn't Bronn who fired. Ice blue eyes glanced to the side with a hint of surprise. Anson, expressionless, had somehow already drawn his sidearm and pulled the trigger, aiming at Sarah Virgil's chest. Her delicate body jolted violently, and then large patches of dark red spread across her coat. The unconscious female judge collapsed into a pool of blood on the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Let's go. Seeing the slightly surprised Bronn, Anson, having sheathed his revolver, spoke with faint urgency. Since it's the professor's wish, let's not waste any more time. Bronn's expression faltered, then he nodded slightly to Anson. All right. He put his hands back behind his back and followed Anson into the cathedral. The two passed through the main gate, one after the other, and walked along the natural marble floor towards the back of the cathedral. Purple moonlight pierced through the stained glass windows on the left side of the corridor, flashing eerily on their contrasting faces. Along the way, they constantly brushed past wounded soldiers of the Storm Legion, panicked church deacons, and trembling nuns huddled in corners. Anson, his gaze unwavering, walked straight ahead. Feeling the cold gaze from behind, footsteps remained about 5 steps away. If he showed even the slightest sign of something amiss, Braun would attack him from behind without hesitation, just like he did with Sarah Virgil. Thinking of the female inquisitor, Anson couldn't help but glance at the revolver under his coat. The situation had unfolded too suddenly, forcing him to fire before Braun could, carefully avoiding her internal organs. Perhaps from that moment on, Braun had already begun to suspect him. But that didn't matter. He knew very well that this confidant of Professor Mace Hornard had never truly trusted him. The other party was most likely just putting on an act for him under the orders of the Dark Mage. The real trouble was still the Dark Mage. Even with preparations to the point of perfection, even having planned 4 contingency plans, absolutely foolproof, Anson still couldn't suppress his inner unease. Even with ample preparation for Professor Mace Hornard's strength, Anson never imagined that he could directly influence and impact the entire neighborhood, allowing him to walk openly into Clovis Cathedral. Such terrifying power meant that even in a one-on-one confrontation, with a gun in hand, Anson didn't think he had the slightest chance of winning. The two entered the deepest part of the cathedral, the most central ceremonial hall, an octagonal hall without a single window, all light coming from the gold and crystal chandeliers overhead, making the room as bright as day when filled with VIPs. But now, the quiet, empty hall was only dimly lit. Braun entered the hall and, seeing Anson slow his pace, stopped and looked around. Is this the place? Yes, Anson nodded, then shook his head. No, not quite. Braun frowned slightly. The storage room for the difference engine and the memory cards is the most crucial secret of Clovis Cathedral. According to regulations, only the archbishops of each generation and church members they deem absolutely trustworthy are qualified to know it. It's stored in a secret underground chamber within the cathedral. And the only door leading to that chamber is inside this room, Anson explained as he walked towards the Ring of Order sculpture at the front of the hall. According to Luther Franz, storing certain messages on memory cards periodically is simply because Clovis Cathedral only has one difference engine of this level, but that's not its primary function. Oh, watching Anson take out a key and open a door on the Ring of Order sculpture, Braun followed unhurriedly. Then what is its function? Time. In the quiet study, Luther Franz spoke to Anson in a casual tone. That's the function of St. Isaac's steam difference engine. It can calculate how much time it will take for something to happen based on the information you input. When will a train from Oaktown arrive at North Harbor? How long will it take for a shipment to reach the market after it leaves the transportation stage? When will it rain tomorrow, and for how long? It can tell you all of that. Time is the most precious and powerful force of our time. It's so powerful that you don't even need to control it, just understand it, and you can control many things. That's why the Church of Order values it so much. That's why St. Isaac, who created it, became an object the church had to kill. That's why the Church of Order has ruled the world in its own name for the past century. Standing firm, the two passed through a secret door, walking step by step down the spiral stone staircase into the darkness, until they reached the end of the stairs and the handrail. Braun looked up, following the gaslights on the surrounding walls, and saw a tightly closed door at the end of the underground corridor. This is it. The memory card storage room is behind the door, and the difference machine is next door. Anson raised a kerosene lamp and said, "We need to find the correct memory card in the storage room, read it on the difference machine, and then we can get the original Great Magic Book. Can't we read them all? I heard that St. Isaac's steam difference machine runs 200 times faster than a regular one." That's true, but it's still not enough compared to the number of cards stored by the church. Then let's go find them now. Aren't we waiting for Professor Mace Hornard? The professor won't be here for a while. We might as well prepare the cards first. That makes sense. Let's go. Anson nodded slightly, took out a second key from his pocket, and walked towards the door. Braun smiled at him, but in the instant he turned back, his icy blue eyes turned bloodshot. His right hand, behind his back, remained tightly gripping the gun handle, never letting go. Chapter 187 Miscalculation. Where's Anson? Leaning against the battered church doors, Lisa yelled at the Inquisitor, grabbing her Borny rifle and firing along with the skirmishers. A hail of bullets ripped the heads off one mob after another trying to climb the steps. Bodies slid down the blood-soaked staircase, but nothing could stop the surging crowd. "Why are you asking me? I want to know too," Cold Dorian retorted innocently. Ever since she saved his life, a point he insisted was debatable, this little girl had been relentlessly nagging him, as if he might do something to her brother, Anson Bach, at any moment. Okay, Cold Dorian admitted he had arrested Anson Bach without evidence, and the Inquisition's reputation was indeed poor, but that wasn't a reason for a little girl to make him lose face. Throwing his empty revolver to the soldier behind him, the second-class Inquisitor grabbed the last pistol, pulled out his cane from behind him, and a gleaming blade sprang out from the side of the cane. "Let me tell you the truth, I want to know more than you do where that bastard is right now. I also want to ask him why Sarah was shot and why she was left lying on the ground alone. Get it? No." Giving him a fierce glare, the impatient Lisa grabbed a grenade from the grenadier, pulled the fuse, and threw it through the crack in the door. Tears welled in her red eyes. "I knew you knew where Anson was. Damn it." Looking at the little girl on the verge of tears, the second-class Inquisitor glanced back and saw the grenade fly out the door, tracing a graceful arc over the heads of the frantically surging crowd, before falling towards an ammunition box that had been thrown outside. Without a second thought, Cole kicked the door shut, grabbed the little girl, and tumbled backward, crashing heavily to the floor in a corner of the hall. Before Lisa could even struggle, a deafening roar echoed outside the cathedral doors. Boom! The violent explosion shook the entire hall. The magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling and the elegant wall lamps on either side shattered instantly, their exquisite gilded lampstands crashing to the ground. As the explosion subsided, a sudden quiet descended outside the doors. They had once again repelled the mob's attack, temporarily. In the chaotic hall, soldiers, still bewildered by what had just happened, were dragged from the ground one by officers to clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded. "Everyone, clean up the scene and rebuild the fortifications in the hall. Artillery company, go and drag those 2 6-pounder infantry guns over," pushing aside the junior judge who was blocking her way. Lisa, getting up from the ground, roared at the officers around her. "Grenadier company, get to your combat positions immediately. The rest of the line infantry companies, seal off the windows and corridors. Skirmisher company, withdraw to help transport the wounded and serve as reserves to rest in the next hall. Hurry. 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 We don't have time." After giving all the orders, Lisa picked up her Bernier rifle, skillfully loading it as she strode towards the junior judge, her red eyes fixed on him. "Tell me, where's Anson?" Looking at the girl in front of him who seemed to want to devour him whole, Cole Dorian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Can't you be a little nicer? I just saved your life. If Lisa were nicer, would you tell me where Anson is, you scoundrel?" Lisa stared straight at him and shouted. Cole took a deep breath, his face flushed as he suppressed a somewhat unfriendly impulse. "No, because I don't know where that bastard Anson Bach is, and, esteemed Miss Lisa Bach, I respect your insistence, but can we not be so stubborn? I've said it so many times, I want to know where that bastard is even more than you do, but you know." Lisa stared intently at him. "I don't know, you know, I don't know, and how do you know I do?" "Lisa knows," the girl said with unwavering conviction. "Anson definitely told you, and he definitely told you not to tell Lisa, because Lisa will definitely protect him. You all, I don't even know where to begin," Cole Dorian stammered, looking utterly devastated. Despite his nearly driven mad expression, the second-class judge had to admire the girl's incredibly sharp intuition, or rather, her understanding of her brother. Indeed, Cole Dorian knew exactly where Anson was. Not only did he know, he was one of only 4 people who knew the entire plan of a certain army lieutenant colonel, plus 2 backup plans. To be honest, Anson Bach was the most cautious and meticulous person the Second Inquisitor had ever met, bar none, to ensure the plan went smoothly. Apart from himself, Sarah, and Lawrence, none of the other Inquisitors in the church knew anything about it. Even the fact that the 3 of them knew about the plan from him was because this overly cautious fellow wanted to keep a backup plan, and just in case, so that if the plan failed and all of Anson's contingency plans failed, someone would know what happened and provide timely support. The entire plan consisted of 3 steps. First, open the secret chamber containing the steam differential engine. Second, let the black mage into the chamber. Third, lock the door. Perfect. The secret chamber storing the memory cards and the difference engine is located 20 meters underground in Clovis Cathedral. The doors and walls are constructed to the standards of a vault. Once locked, unless the dark mage can conjure a 20-pound siege howitzer, he'll never escape. Of course, the price for this is the loss of the difference engine and the memory cards in the storage room. However, Luther Franz had promised beforehand that all surface structures, except the underground vault, could be abandoned if necessary. According to Anson, if the dark mage does appear during the mob's attack, he will avoid everyone's gaze, taking advantage of the chaos to steal the great magic book while everyone is distracted. It's a simple yet seemingly perfect plan, so perfect that Cold Dorian has doubted its success more than once, but now, everything seems to be under control, progressing more smoothly than imagined. Aside from Sierra being shot. Bang! A chaotic barrage of gunfire erupted without warning, instantly riddling the locked doors with holes. The second Inquisitor, who had been holding Lisa down, instinctively ducked behind cover as countless stray bullets swept through the hall. They have guns. Cold Dorian's expression froze for a moment, then he immediately realized, damn it, those guards must have left them behind when they retreated. Before he could even utter a curse, an even louder crash came from outside the doors, causing the entire Clovis Cathedral to tremble violently. Exquisite stained glass and stone reliefs shattered from the towering dome of the water prison onto the floor. What was that sound? Cole couldn't help but shout. Infantry gun, Lisa shouted, grabbing her Borny rifle and loading it without looking up amidst the chaotic shouts and screams. She fired towards the gate. Only an 8-pounder infantry gun firing solid shot could make that sound. Carl Bain taught me how to distinguish artillery types and power by sound. Who's Carl Bain? And aren't all Storm Legion cannons 6-pound and 12-pound? Fine, never mind. Clearly, the guards retreating from White Lake Park Square had left behind more than just a few rifles. Worse still, the mob attacking the cathedral included many deserters from the guards and former mercenaries from the security company, who joined the siege after realizing the Storm Legion was retreating from Red Brick Street. Anyone who had lived in the inner city wouldn't doubt that the cathedral truly possessed immense wealth, who wouldn't be driven mad by readily available gold and silver. Despite their utter lack of discipline and organization, these men were still professionally trained and experienced soldiers. With their arrival, the Storm Regiment inside Clovis Cathedral began to suffer visible casualties. Infantry guns, concentrate fire. Lisa, her eyes bloodshot, roared against the fortifications, her gaze still fixed on the conflicted Second Inquisitor, like a stray cat abandoned by its owner. And a stray cat ready to tear itself to pieces at any moment. Cold Dorian swallowed hard. Having witnessed this girl's abilities firsthand, he had a completely new understanding of Anson Bach's joke. I'm no match for her. Listen, Miss Lisa Bach, I know you're worried about your brother's safety, but believe me, there's a reason he didn't tell you. Cold Dorian patiently explained, it's not just that he doesn't want you to take risks, but more importantly, the key to this plan is that there can't be too many people. If you abandon the battle here to protect him, you won't help, and you'll only harm him. But you just said you didn't know where he was. That's right. I don't know where he is, but I know he's currently fighting a very dangerous enemy, and unless he calls for help, none of us can disturb him, otherwise all his plans will be in vain. We must wait patiently for the most opportune moment. The opportune moment is now. A very weak voice sounded behind them. The secondary Inquisitor turned around in astonishment, looking incredulously at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Sierra, the female Inquisitor, who had been lying unconscious in a pool of blood just minutes before, lay beside him, her bloodless face framed by a pair of scarlet eyes that stared intently at him. Who sent you here? Medic? Where's the medic? Never mind that, a weak Sierra whispered, then snapped, grabbing Cold Dorian's wrist. Her cold palm seemed to radiate power. Now, someone must warn Anson Bach. The plan went awry. I discovered it but didn't have a chance to warn him. It's too late. The Dark Mage, Mace Hornard, his power, exceeded my expectations. Her voice was soft and slow, each word and syllable seemingly uttered with all her might, almost entirely drowned out by the surrounding fighting and gunfire. What are you talking about? Seeing Sierra's terrified expression, Cold Dorian was bewildered, deliberately feigning weakness to lure the Dark Mage into the underground chamber. Wasn't that Anson's plan? The female judge, having exhausted all her strength, propped herself up and weakly pressed her lips to the second-in-command's ear. Go warn Anson Bach. The entire plan, all the arrangements, have failed. The power of the Dark Mage is beyond imagination. Found it. In front of the storage shelf in the secret chamber, Anson carefully retrieved the metal box containing the great magic book from a row of boxes storing memory cards. With his back to Braun, he could still clearly feel the other's gaze directed at his back. More importantly, the image of the pistol always hidden behind his back was reflected in his mind. Clearly, he didn't intend to leave this room alive. Anson turned around, holding up the box and chuckling at Braun. This is it. Open the box, insert the card inside into the difference engine, and you'll have the great magic book. Braun, with his hands behind his back, smiled slightly and nodded stiffly. Then, do you know how to use that difference engine? No, I'm studying at a military academy. This level of technology can only be seen in books. Only programmers are qualified to access it. Anson shook his head. I thought you did. My major is history. I only know the most basic models of difference engines, Braun said expressionlessly. The St. Isaac steam difference engine is unlike any I've ever seen. Then it seems we really have to wait for the professor to arrive. Anson sighed with slight regret, looking curiously at the stairs outside the door, and said with slight anxiety, how much longer? The battle up there could change at any moment. We don't have much time, dear Anson Bach. No rush. A smile played on Braun's lips as he slowly approached. Soon. He moved closer to Anson's back, the pistol hidden behind him already on the trigger. Anson, his back to Braun, anxiously stared out the door, clutching the box tightly. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Braun, his smile gone, stopped and abruptly drew his pistol. Just then, a figure rushed in from outside, raising a rifle that resembled a tomahawk at the two of them. Before Braun could even understand what was happening, he only saw a terrified Anson turn around sharply and shield him. Bang! Chapter 188 Betrayal doesn't matter. In the instant the gunshot flashed, Braun's pupils contracted sharply, and he didn't even see what happened. In that final, fleeting moment, his icy blue pupils reflected Anson Bach's terrified expression, who had desperately shielded him, seemingly shouting something. But Braun didn't hear. When he saw the figure emerging from the shadows, wielding an axe spear in one hand, it was Lawrence Burnett, the highest-ranking inquisitor of the Truth Seekers. When he finally deciphered from Anson's parted lips the word "get down," when he finally remembered that he still held a pistol in his right hand, loaded with bullets, it was all too late. The flaming lead bullets shot out, unleashing a spiral of bullets from the axe spear's muzzle. Like the claws of a ferocious beast, it exploded into a dark red mist of blood in Anson's chest. His body, struck by the bullet, tumbled backward, covered in bloody bullet holes. Thump. Anson, having only managed to utter one word, fell to his knees, collapsing into a pool of blood. The shattered body twitched slightly, thick blood oozing from beneath it. The eyes, wide open in fury, slowly lost their luster. Anson Bach was dead. How could this be? Braun, his mind blank, couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the instant he shot Sarah Virgil, he was almost certain that Anson Bach had betrayed Professor Mace Hornard, and that his feigned innocence was a trap set by the Church and the Inquisition to lure the professor into it. But now, had he been wrong? Had he focused too much on Anson Bach, neglecting the Inquisitor lurking in the shadows, allowing him to get behind him? In a daze, Lawrence, clad in a black trench coat, emerged from the shadows. His cold gaze, through the brim of his tricorn hat, locked onto Braun's figure. The blood-stained axe, its muzzle glowing red, spun in his hand amidst billowing smoke. The next second, the axe became a deathly afterimage. Clang! A sharp gust of wind tore through the air past Braun, leaving several irregular scars on his pale cheek. With a deafening roar, the spinning axe struck the wall behind him. In the final, critical moment, Braun managed to cast a spell on Lawrence through his vision, using illusions to affect his judgment of distance and location. Bang! 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 Lawrence, having missed his target, decisively drew his dagger, the muzzle flashes creating terrifying craters in the wall, yet he still couldn't hit Braun. His slender figure stood rooted to the spot, the deadly lead bullets always grazing him. Despite this, Braun felt no joy at surviving, nor any confidence in his victory. On the contrary, his hair stood on end, and the sheer terror of death quickly brought him back to his senses. Fear. Lawrence, expressionless, attacked, a grizzled, serrated military knife drawn from his waist, its blade stained with rust and blood. You should fear, lackey of the king of black magic. The land where you stand is the birthplace of the Church of Order, the true seekers. Above your head is the sanctuary of the Ring of Order. Before you stands the executioner who hunts down the most disrespectful for God. Brown-eyed, you should fear. The grizzled knife, like a hyena baring its fangs, slashed at Braun's figure with a bloodthirsty aura. PFFT, blood gushed from the blade. Braun, severed at the waist, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his icy blue pupils reflecting the swirling blood in the image of the knife piercing his chest. The next second, his body, torn to shreds, suddenly dimmed, vanishing into thin air like a phantom. An illusion. Expressionless, Lawrence stepped forward past Anson Bach's corpse, his reverse grip saber swung violently behind him. Clang! The sound of clashing blades rang out, sparks obscuring the fleeting surprise in Lawrence's eyes. Blocking the saber was a slender silver rapier, which seemed like some kind of living creature, its thin blade writhing and twisting as if chewing and biting at the saber. Quickly regaining his composure, Lawrence gripped the hilt of his saber, the blade scraping against the rapier with a piercing, devilish wail, continuing his assault on Bronn. The young scholar was forced back several steps by the oppressive strike. Seizing this opening, Lawrence continued swinging his saber while simultaneously reaching for the axe spear pinned to the wall with his right hand. The moment the Inquisitor saw the hairy rapier, he knew he had fallen under the opponent's illusion. Even that brief moment of shock allowed the enemy to glean his memories. All his information was now laid bare before Bronn. For a spellcaster skilled in dark magic is such a terrifying being. To peer into the heart, to evoke the deepest fears, to create bizarre illusions, to chant terrifying and filthy words, to destroy all faith, this is the power of a dark mage. In the ancient Dark Ages, these seemingly harmless dark mages were the most feared enemies in the eyes of the Church of Order. While spellcasters and blood mages possessed great power, dark mages could make even a steadfast Inquisitor betray the circle of order. But the esteemed Lawrence Burnett is not afraid of these, Bronn said, his composure returning. Lawrence Burnett, an ordinary gifted individual who inherited the bloodline of the Wild Hunt Knight, somehow became the most senior Inquisitor in the Seeking Truth Order. Almost all Inquisitors either get promoted to the Holy Capital by the age of 40, or succumb to pressure, old age, and illness and retire, or die young. You are the only exception. The serpentine rapier and the grotesque saber clashed repeatedly, the exploding sparks appearing to Lawrence as spurting pus, rapidly corroding, festering, and suppurating the skin it touched. Everyone owes it to the power of bloodline. The incomparably powerful Wild Hunt Knight bloodline gave you extremely strong physical strength and pain tolerance, allowing an Inquisitor of ordinary origin to sit in his current position, but you and I both know that's not the truth, right? Bronn's cold words echoed like whispers in a deep valley, reverberating in Lawrence's ears. You've been enduring, endlessly enduring. The core of the Wild Hunt bloodline is to abandon reason, to gain power through madness and unrestrained bestiality, yet you've done the opposite, gaining power from reason and endurance. Incredible. In the instant the blades clashed, the gaslights in the corridor and the secret room went out one by one, and blurry, distorted figures appeared in the darkness, attacking the Inquisitor from all directions. Spraying pus continuously corroded the Inquisitor's face. His cheeks beneath his tricorn hat were completely ulcerated, revealing bone, flesh, and teeth. Yellowish-green pus flowed incessantly from his nostrils and ears. But Lawrence's eyes remained unchanged. He raised his reloaded halberd, aiming the still-smoking muzzle at the slender figure wielding a rapier in the darkness. Bang! In the erupting flames, Bronn's head exploded instantly, flesh and blood sizzled and sprayed outwards under the scorching lead bullet. The next second, the headless corpse vanished without a trace again. It was all an illusion, a hallucination created by Bronn. All his senses had been controlled by Bronn. He was trying to break you, on a mental level. Bronn's cold voice rang out again, mocking and sarcastic. As he spoke, countless hideous figures attacked the Inquisitor from all directions, like shapeless tentacles, wrists, limbs, torso, neck, enveloping him. The tentacles tightened, bound, and tore at his body as if they were tangible. His tricorn hat was ripped to shreds, his arms and head were slashed with deep, bone-revealing gashes, every bone in his body groaned from the pressure and twisting. Dark red blood soaked his entire body, and his vision turned blood red. The struggling judge, like a mechanical puppet, frantically manipulated his body. His eye sockets, pierced by black tentacles and oozing blood, locked onto Bronn's figure once more, desperately raising the axe spear now entangled in black tentacles. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it wasn't Bronn who fell. It was a little girl, dressed in a patched and stained floral dress made from a tablecloth, her rosy face radiating an irresistible smile, clutching a bouquet of flowers rarely seen in this season. Lawrence recognized her. Her father had died at his hands, Wissam, a gangster and guild leader manipulated by the Dark Mage, whose head he had blown off with an axe spear at the Crovey Truth newspaper office on Old Wall Street. The flash of the gun, illuminating the darkness, tore the tentacles attached to her to shreds, countless petals scattering everywhere. The girl, with her innocent and lovely smile, was instantly torn to pieces, collapsing into a pool of blood. Lawrence's eyes widened suddenly, his previously calm heart rippled at that moment. Perhaps it was only a moment, or even just a fleeting instant, but it was enough for a dark mage. The expressionless Brown appeared in the darkness, His left hand, extended from behind, held out in front of him, and he snapped his fingers lightly. Thump. The barely perceptible friction sound became a deafening roar in Lawrence's ears, comparable to the explosion of a 12-pound grenade. His body, shrouded in shadow, jolted violently, convulsing backward. Thump. His fragile eardrums were pierced again, and the blood vessels beneath the remaining skin on his festering cheeks bulged one by one, dark red blood mixed with pus gushing from his nostrils and ear canals. Thump. Unable to withstand the pressure, his eyeballs, along with his flesh, were crushed, his optic nerves protruding from their sockets along with the gushing pus. His tightly pursed lips were forcibly pried open by tentacles, revealing a bitten tongue and a mouthful of minced flesh. Braun slowly approached, his hands behind his back, his expression as cold as ever. "That's right, you heretics who betrayed the primal ring, you are so fragile." He looked at Lawrence, whose entire body was enveloped in tentacles. Even though Lawrence's eyes had been gouged out and crushed, Braun still had the illusion that Lawrence was staring at him. The so-called bloodline power weakens and becomes ineffective if the conditions for its use are not met. Knowing your abilities makes it easy to discover your weaknesses. I must admit, I was very surprised when I first learned this truth. As a child, I admired you gifted ones, seeing you as omnipotent heroes who maintained world peace, until I was told that I could never become one of you, because my body does not flow with the noble blood of a knight. Lawrence, still groaning, struggled desperately, blood seeping from his body as his trembling right arm slowly rose. A military knife covered in tentacles pressed its tip against Braun's throat. "Of course, none of this surprises me as much as you, Lawrence Burnett," Braun said sarcastically, even deliberately taking a half-step forward so that the tip of his blade could touch Lawrence's neck. "The most experienced inquisitor, the executioner of those who are disrespectful to God, Lawrence Burnett, who has personally killed no fewer than 300 followers of the old gods, actually revealed a flaw because of a little girl. You even knew very well that it couldn't be her, that she could never be here, that it must be an illusion I created, yet you still fell for it. Why, has experience and old age made you weak?" Braun chuckled, the rapier hidden behind his back slowly rising, the tip aimed at Lawrence's throat, and then thrusting it out. Thud, that was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. But the tip of the rapier remained in Braun's hand, the smile gradually fading from his face. His icy blue eyes slowly lowered, and a silver-white short sword emerged from Braun's neck. This is, how could this be? I clearly saw it with my own eyes, saw him." Stunned, Braun coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he slowly turned around. A familiar figure stood behind him. Anson Bach, panting heavily, gripped the hilt of a silver-white short sword tightly, the blood on his bullet-riddled coat congealing into a dark red stain. Shock and rage converged in Braun's pupils. "Anson Bach, you really betrayed us?" Braun, his throat pierced, roared these words through his torn trachea. "My dear Braun, you're being too polite." Anson stared into those icy blue eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips beneath his cold gaze. "From the moment we met, between you and me, or me and you, between the two of us, was there ever even a shred of trust? If not, then don't say such hurtful things. Why don't you just die?" As soon as he finished speaking, Anson's gaze turned icy, and he raised his sword, blood gushing out with a rolling head. Chapter 189 At the End of the Road. Rewind to 2 days ago. "You want me to shoot you?" A hoarse voice echoed in the empty study, and the usually composed Lawrence Burnett showed disbelief and astonishment. "That's not what I meant at all." Anson glanced at the door behind him and waved his hand to signal the other person to be quiet. Lisa was listening outside. "First of all, this is a contingency plan, and secondly, it's not as dramatic as you make it out to be. I mean, in case I need your help, and you happen to be nearby, I'll give you a signal. Don't hesitate, use an axe, definitely not a dagger, to aim at my torso from, about 6 or 7 meters away, and then pull the trigger. It's that simple, understand?" Finally, having explained things clearly, Anson breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the other person with considerable ease. Lawrence frowned slightly, pondered for a minute, then stared at Anson with great confusion. "I still don't understand, what's the difference between this and shooting you to death? Wasn't I explained clearly enough?" Anson scratched his head, even more confused than Lawrence. "Then let me explain again. First of all, this is a—" "Wait," Lawrence quickly interrupted Anson, carefully choosing his words. "You mean, you won't die?" "Oh, I can't say, completely, won't I?" "Right." Anson frowned deeply. Strictly speaking, he had only used 1.5 of his own bloodline power once. If the time at Thunder Fortress was considered a success, then the time at Pre-Anson couldn't be considered a failure either. Otherwise, wouldn't the transmigrated version of himself be a living dead? He still couldn't be sure what the conditions were for activating his bloodline power, what its operating principle was, whether he was near death or completely dead. How long was the skill cooldown? Moreover, with such demanding conditions for activating bloodline power, Anson, who was rather afraid of death, had always preferred not to use it if possible. Let me rephrase my question. What is the purpose of this? Lawrence stared at Anson. If you want me to cooperate with your plan, even if you don't reveal everything, you should at least give me a reason. Trust. Anson nodded solemnly. Only by doing this can I gain the absolute trust of the Dark Mage and his men. If the situation becomes serious enough, only in this way can they avoid having any suspicion of me. Like I said, this is a contingency plan, an emergency measure for a critical moment. It may not be used, and I really don't want to use it, absolutely not, but if the situation becomes that serious, I hope your shot is accurate enough and the distance is far enough. I can't guarantee you anything. Lawrence frowned, his deep gaze fixed on Anson's face. But I promise you, thank you. Anson smiled gratefully at Lawrence. It was indeed a bit difficult to persuade someone about this. There was no other way. Dealing with Mace Hornard, whose strength was unknown and who might have already become a blasphemous mage, although the Inquisition probably had its own plans, the more contingency plans the better. I have another question. Lawrence stood up and asked with a somewhat doubtful tone, how dire a situation, would you use this contingency plan? How dire? Anson thought seriously for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud, shrugging nonchalantly, about, when all hope is lost, but I don't think it should come to that, not. Judging from the battle just now, Braun definitely possessed 4th-tier strength. His mastery of dark magic had transcended the level of mere use, reaching what Mace Hornard called a qualitative leap. As a bystander who had been resurrected, Anson was best qualified to speak on this point. First, 2 permanent illusions evaded the initial axe spear throw and revolver 6-shot attack. Then came a series of fluid mind control and memory readings, even catching Lawrence, an experienced Inquisitor, off guard. Anson even managed to set up 2 more deceptive illusions around him, completely blocking the staircase from the center. If Anson hadn't died, leading Bran to believe he hadn't betrayed them, and if he hadn't invested so much energy in reading Lawrence's memories, he probably wouldn't have had time to be resurrected before being discovered, instead of the situation being reversed. As Braun died, the surrounding illusions gradually shattered, the kerosene lamps in the secret chamber and outside the door relit the darkness, the axe spear, still smoking, remained embedded in the wall, and the saber remained sheathed at his waist, showing no signs of being drawn. This was why Braun was so confident. From beginning to end, Lawrence had been fighting him barehanded, completely unaware of it. Lawrence, finally rising from the ground covered in blood, brain matter, internal organs, and bone fragments, was slightly pale, but without any wounds, even his tricorn hat was intact. How are you feeling? Anson, covered in blood, immediately picked up the revolver and Braun's rapier from the ground and strode forward. Are you hurt? Lawrence quickly glanced at himself, shook his head, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm fine. Are you sure? Yes, this isn't the first time I've fought a dark magic caster. I know my situation very well. Oh, that's good. Anson nodded quickly, then said impatiently, now I need you to tell me something immediately. What exactly happened just now? Click. The crisp sound of the hammer striking the ground rang in his ears, startling Anson. Lawrence, his face ashen, straightened up, his right hand gripping the revolver he'd drawn from his chest, the muzzle pointed at Anson. No, Anson Bach, you should be the one telling me things first. I saw you struck by my axe. No, I saw you killed with my own eyes. I saw at least 20 bullet holes in your body. Your heart and lungs must have been shattered, even if they weren't. With that much blood loss, you couldn't possibly have survived. I checked the records about your bloodline power. They only mentioned you had excellent dynamic vision and some simple physical enhancements, not quite fitting the characteristics of a Grail Knight, but there are precedents of early bloodline power being subtle, but just enhancement. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with resurrection, does it? Facing Lawrence's questioning, Anson's lips tightened, his eyes flashing rapidly. The Inquisitor also looked at him, the hammer-triggered revolver firmly in his hand. After a long silence, Anson finally sighed, somewhat helplessly. That's my bloodline power. Bloodline power. Lawrence raised an eyebrow. But I remember you didn't know what my bloodline power was? Yes, I lied. Having said it outright, Anson rolled his eyes and decided to go all in, because its ability is too special and too bizarre. I don't intend to tell anyone this secret until I fully understand the costs and conditions of its use. That's all. Now, can you tell me what just happened? This is really important. This was Anson's only understanding of his bloodline power so far. Memories within 15 minutes before death would be completely erased, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, he desperately needed to know what had happened to make him decide to use his bloodline power. His memories only extended to the moment he and Braun descended the stairs and opened the door to the secret chamber. Looking at Anson's desperate, almost clenched teeth expression, the silent Lawrence's gaze was profound. After a while, the judge finally nodded slightly. I still find it hard to believe, but what you said makes sense, and there are indeed precedents for the Grail Knight bloodline possessing regenerative abilities, the dead coming back to life. It's completely understandable that someone with such an extreme ability would want to keep it a secret. He paused, putting away his revolver. The Ring of Order is my witness. I will keep this a secret for you. Thank you. Anson nodded quickly. When he decided to use this ability, he knew he probably couldn't hide it from the other party. As for the other party's promise, he didn't take it to heart. A competent strategist would never take seriously any promise that wasn't in writing, legally binding, or had serious consequences. Otherwise it would be very easy to hurt feelings. For the next minute, Lawrence recalled and recounted the events that had just occurred to Anson from beginning to end. He described it in great detail, much like an old father telling a bedtime story to his young daughter. Anson's expression mirrored that of someone listening to a bedtime story, from anticipation to tension, then relaxation, astonishment, finally, terror so intense his eyes bulged, his entire body tensed from head to toe, and cold sweat poured down the back of his neck. What, you mean Mace, the black mage didn't show up? Anson blurted out in shock. Lawrence, his expression grave, nodded slightly. After we discovered you were gone, we thought he would reappear after you, but he didn't. We only came down to check after noticing the door to the underground chamber was open. Is there a problem? What problem? Anson glanced at Braun's corpse on the ground, his tone bewildered. Did you notice the purple moon outside? What purple moon? Lawrence retorted. We didn't detect any signs of large-scale magic use at all. The only casters we noticed were Sarah Virgil and Braun. Anson Bach, what are you talking about? In that instant, Anson's expression froze. He'd been tricked. He'd subconsciously assumed Braun would appear with Mace Hornard, so he hadn't suspected anything when he saw the purple moon. But the dark mage hadn't appeared. If he hadn't appeared with Braun, then where would he be now? Oh no. Lawrence, watching Anson's rapidly changing expression, couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? We have to get out of here immediately, Anson said gravely. We can't delay any longer, or it'll be too late. Too late? What's too late? Mace Hornard, from the very beginning, his plans weren't just about stealing the Grand Book of Magic. Anson gritted his teeth, his scalp tingling. He wants much more than that. Destroy Clovis Cathedral, wipe out the Seeking Truth Order, loot the Order Church's treasury. He wants to burn it all to ashes. Completely destroy the Order Church of Clovis, creating enough chaos for his escape without being discovered. The Inquisition has his record, and because Luther Frantz has suppressed this matter, all the clues and intelligence are on this cathedral. Destroying it and wiping out the entire Seeking Truth Order will allow him to start afresh elsewhere. Correct answer. A familiar, gentle voice sounded behind Anson. Anson Bach, my dear student, you always manage to surprise me. Anson, his body tense, slowly turned around, his expression utterly frozen. In the deathly silent chamber, Mace Horner sat in a chair before the St. Isaac's steam differential engine, impeccably dressed in a suit, the exquisite monocle beneath his top hat reflecting the light, and the chair he sat in was exactly the same chair Anson had sat in when they first met in his dream. I must admit, I'm quite surprised you managed to fool Braun. Ignoring Lawrence Barnett beside him, the black mage smiled gently at Anson. He's a clever boy, very loyal. I always thought you wouldn't be able to get past him, but clearly I was wrong. Braun's pride and complacency became the sword piercing his heart. So, as a reward, dear Anson, I'll give you a chance to repent. The black mage, seated in his chair, extended his right hand to Anson. Give me the box containing the Grand Spellbook, and in return, I will not hold your previous betrayal against you. The moment the words fell, Lawrence, who had been standing behind Anson, decisively raised his axe spear and pulled the trigger, aiming at Mace Hornard. Bang! A deafening explosion rang in Anson's ears. Anson's face stiffened, his eyes wide open, the gushing flesh and blood staining his vision red. Just now, Lawrence Burnett, the most experienced inquisitor of the Order of Truth, was blown to pieces right before his eyes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. We're even. Anson, his body tense, stared unblinkingly at Mace Hornard, desperately trying to control his trembling legs to calm himself down and avoid feeling chilled to the bone. To be honest, during his fight with Braun, he had indeed realized he had seriously underestimated his enemy's strength. This was also related to his experience. He had only dealt with victims with congenital defects who had believed advertisements, referring to Kroger Bernard, or second-rate amateurs, referring to the Old Gods gang outside the city, and had never had any direct contact with a real Old Gods organization. Even so, the Dark Mage's strength was far beyond his imagination. The captain of the Inquisition, a dignified judge, hadn't even lasted a single exchange, falling to pieces on the spot. And Mace Hornard, he hadn't even stood up from his chair. The Dark Mage, seated in his armchair, still looked at him gently like an elder, his outstretched right hand still hovering in the air, waiting for Anson to present a box containing the memory card of the great magic book with both hands. Anson, his throat tightening, looked down. Lawrence Burnett's mangled corpse, mixed with blood, smeared the floor and two walls, blending seamlessly with Braun's body, making them almost indistinguishable. In that instant, Anson was absolutely certain he'd only heard a gunshot, and the explosion wasn't caused by a lead bullet from the axe. Within a 20-meter radius of the spell's range, the caster's sense of distance could, to some extent, shield against the illusions of dark magic. What on earth had happened? His right hand, gripping the mechanical box tightly behind his back, was already sweating profusely. Calm down, calm down. Since the other party hadn't killed him immediately, it meant he was safe, at least for now. He needed him alive. Although he didn't know how the other party had evaded his gaze, the entire storm stout, and the gazes of over a dozen inquisitors appearing behind him. Wait, perhaps he hadn't evaded them at all. Anson suddenly remembered Sarah Virgil with bloodshot eyes when Braun appeared. She seemed completely bound, her throat gripped tightly, stammering as if trying to say something to him. Perhaps she wasn't being controlled by Braun? Perhaps she was trying to warn him? Perhaps it was because she saw Mace Hornard, standing right behind him? Who? Anson took a deep breath and looked up sharply, forcing a calm expression as he faced the Dark Mage still sitting opposite him. A forced smile appeared on his lips. Professor, before you forgive me, could you explain a few things to me? Of course. Gently lowering his right hand, Mace Hornard's gaze never left Anson. You are my favorite student, and I am always happy to answer any questions you may have. Why? I don't understand. Why am I your favorite student, and not Braun? Anson asked softly, involuntarily glancing at the icy blue eyeball that had rolled to his feet. He was your closest person, did so much for you, and yet you just watched me kill him, and then said, I am your favorite student, calmly forgiving my betrayal. So now I'm very afraid that if I give you the box, I will end up like Braun. As he finished speaking, a knowing smile appeared on Mace Hornard's face. So that's what happened. I didn't explain clearly enough, which made you overthink. The Black Mage shook his head. My dear Anson, please accept my apology. It's simple. Braun is the person I trust most, and you are my most promising student. You both hold equal importance in my heart, and my attitude towards you is sincere. I am also very willing to provide you with all the help I can as your mentor and become your capable assistants, but, hell, to be honest, I don't really care whether you live or die. Mace Hornard's expression remained as gentle as ever. Anson's heart skipped a beat. Do you remember our first real meeting at Thunderhold? Mace Hornard inquired. Your choice of conjuration magic back then did surprise me a little, but it was just a surprise. Even if you had chosen the other two, things wouldn't have changed much, except that I might have killed you then and there. Of course, you still surprised me quite a bit. The Battle of Thunderhold, joining the Church of Order, thwarting the Royal Guard's plot. Like I said, I've never denied your contributions. You did a perfect job, so to you, I'm just a useful tool. Anson looked at him. Is that right? The dark mage smiled. "Dear Anson, please allow me to answer this question with the words you said to Braun." Mace Hornard shrugged, shaking his head repeatedly. "From the moment we met, has there ever been even a shred of trust between us? If I remember correctly, we haven't even met or written to each other very often, right? Isn't mutual exploitation and betrayal just the way things are?" Anson, gradually calming down, remained silent, his expression becoming serene. "As for Braun, he's slightly different from you, one of the people I trust most." Mace Hornard nodded slightly. Because of years of trust and repeated contact, he learned too much, to the point that he gradually developed unwarranted ambitions, trying to understand things he shouldn't have known. But ultimately, none of you really understand what becoming a spellcaster in the primal ring truly means. The three old gods, what do their existence and fall mean to true followers of the old gods? So you just stood by, watching me kill him? Anson tensed, watching the black mage's every move. Because you didn't care about our lives, you didn't care whether you did or not. The gentle Mace Hornard tilted his head slightly to one shoulder, maintaining a smile without saying a word. That expression, as if watching a magnificent drama, sent chills down Anson's spine. Yes, he was deliberately stalling for time. Since Lawrence Burnett came down safely, the other Inquisitors should still be alive. If they noticed something amiss down below, they might be able to strike in time. No, that was impossible. He'd witnessed Lawrence's death firsthand. If even the most experienced Inquisitor could be torn to shreds by the Dark Mage in the blink of an eye, then it wouldn't matter how many came. From the very beginning, he had no choice. Desperately suppressing his trembling, Anson pulled out the mechanical box containing the Grand Book of Spells from behind him, stiffly holding it in one hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, slowly approaching. A slight smile curved the Dark Mage's lips. He extended his right hand, awaiting what was about to happen. Yes, he knew perfectly well what his favorite student was thinking, those fleeting, disappearing thoughts, or those ideas he dared not even contemplate for fear of being exposed. He saw them all clearly. Unlike Braun, Anson Bach, despite his intelligence, was far too young as a spellcaster. He was still too inexperienced in stealth techniques and methods of fighting other spellcasters, and couldn't even fully seal his mind. Mace Hornard watched as one idea and plan after another shattered in Anson's mind, relentlessly searching for a way to escape. But the chances of success were so slim that he could only give up in despair. The difference in strength between the two was so vast, like an insurmountable chasm, that there was almost no possibility of reversal, not even the slightest chance of a turnaround. Life and death were entirely in his hands. From his original position to Mace Hornard, a total of 15 steps. Within those 15 steps, the composed Anson devised 30 ways to escape. The Dark Mage calmly countered each of these 30 methods. Neither spoke, their pupils reflecting each other's smiles, yet in two completely uninterrupted consciousnesses, 60 entirely different battles ended. The only thing they had in common was the ending. Anson Bach suffered a crushing defeat, a defeat that was utterly predictable. Snap! Anson stopped in front of Mace Hornard, smiling as he took a deep breath and handed over the mechanical box, one of the 12 volumes of St. Isaac's Grand Book of Magic. "Dear Professor Mace Hornard, it is now yours." "Dear Anson, I don't know how to thank you enough." The Dark Mage, adjusting his hat brim, nodded slightly, taking the mechanical box with his gloved right hand. "I forgive you, not only for your previous betrayal in the killing of my most trusted Braun, but also for all the thoughts you just had that shouldn't have existed." Anson was initially taken aback, then showed a hint of shame, much like a student whose thoughts had been seen through by their teacher. As he handed over the mechanical box, Anson, slightly bowing, placed his right hand on top of the Dark Mage's palm, feeling the warmth through the glove, and slowly raised his forefingers, allowing the mechanical box to fall steadily into the Dark Mage's hand. It wasn't an illusion. Sitting before him was the real Black Mage, Mace Hornard, now known as the Blasphemer. Anson thought in despair. There was no chance of winning. Every move he made, including his thoughts, was under his watchful eye. There was no escaping it. Alone, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Thinking more was pointless, it would only make his death more gruesome. Bang! Just as their hands separated, a scalding lead bullet, accompanied by a loud bang, erupted from the smoke, whistling as it flew from behind Anson. For a split second, Mace Hornard, still not fully conscious, stared at Anson, his smiling face masking a pupil that contracted rapidly behind his monocle. Thud! A sharp pain shot through them as the lead bullet pierced through their palms simultaneously. The mechanical box and the black mage's hand flew into the air. The black mage was startled, his gaze quickly shifting to the blood and gore splattered on the floor and walls behind Anson. On the wall splattered with blood and gore, a severed hand stubbornly remained upright, clutching a dagger revolver, its muzzle still emitting a faint smoke. What was this? Mace Horner, whose right hand had been blasted apart by a lead bullet, blinked, immediately seeing a silver-white short sword protruding from Anson's bloodied right hand, its tip emanating an aura he found utterly repulsive, poised to plunge towards his neck. His right hand was unharmed. But he had clearly seen the lead bullet come from. Ah, so that's it. The Dark Mage, with his instantaneous perception, immediately understood everything. Just as his right hand was about to be blasted apart, Anson had used Undead Mist to turn the point of contact between his hand and the lead bullet into smoke. This was an operation only a sorcerer could accomplish with a perfect sense of distance and exceptionally keen observation. The short sword struck, its silver blade grazing the Dark Mage's neck by less than an inch. With a smile on his face, Anson didn't hesitate for a moment, decisively tossing the short sword overhead. As expected, the moment he made his move, the Black Mage had already read his entire thought. The short sword collided with a falling mechanical box, the sparks sending the box flying against the wall splattered with blood and bits of flesh. Another pale hand rose from the blood-soaked floor, catching the box steadily. Anson, having missed his attack, decisively drew his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, he saw the Black Mage raise his undamaged left hand and lightly snap his fingers. Bang! A sharp explosion instantly pierced Anson's eardrums, and before he could even scream, he was sent flying backward like he'd been hit by a battering ram. The moment he landed, his entire vision turned blood red. But the Black Mage didn't pursue. With a look of astonishment, he dragged his pierced right hand from the chair, the elegant armchair vanishing into thin air as if erased by an eraser. In his incredulous gaze, the scattered pieces of flesh seemed to come alive, gradually coalescing and gathering in the blood pool, like pieces of a puzzle, piecing together a pale-faced figure wearing a tricorn hat, holding a mechanical box in one hand and a gun in the other. "Lawrence Burnett," Mace Horner murmured. "So you discovered me from the beginning, but pretended not to, even deliberately revealing your hand to Brent to cooperate with Anson Bach's resurrection act? Impressive. I must admit, you're the first Inquisitor to fool my eyes. Your layered drama is truly spectacular. I return that to you verbatim." Mace Horner, or rather, Lord Black Mage, Lawrence, expressionless, coldly replied in his hoarse voice, "After my Wild Hunt Knight bloodline awakened, you were also the first spellcaster to nearly kill me. We're even." Chapter 191 The Blood of August. Amidst a piercing ringing in his ears, Anson, his eyes bloodshot, struggled to his feet from the wall behind him, hot liquid gushing from his nose. Lawrence, clad in a black trench coat, stood before him, his body a foul-smelling dark red, as if splattered with blood. His body, like shattered glass, was riddled with cracks from head to toe, yet his bleeding right hand still gripped the dagger revolver tightly, its muzzle pointed at the Black Mage. In a daze, Anson took a second to grasp the situation and what had just transpired. Lawrence Burnett, the experienced Inquisitor, had sensed the Black Mage's presence the moment he entered the chamber, but feigned it. He had deliberately created an opening in front of Braun, giving himself the chance to blow his head off. Mace Horner hadn't appeared. If it weren't for the power of the Wild Hunt Knight bloodline, he would probably be torn to shreds by now. No, that's not right. According to the research on the three old gods, dark magic cannot harm physical bodies. Mace Horner's attack should still be a mental attack, making Lawrence's consciousness believe he was torn to pieces, and yet he survived. Not because of the bloodline power that grants him defense and weakens all damage, but because of the incredibly strong willpower honed by that bloodline power. As for why the Dark Mage didn't realize he was still alive, Lawrence, his steps slightly unsteady, tossed the mechanical box to Anson, his left hand gently adjusting the exquisite monocle on his face. Anonymous glasses, a sarcastic smile flashed across Mace Horner's lips. "So that's it. No wonder I was deceived. Now even identified Inquisitor uses enchanted items. Times have truly changed." Pale-faced Lawrence remained silent, then with a crisp clang, pulled the axe spear from the ground, blood flowing from his palm down the spear and onto the axe blade. "And you went through all that trouble just to injure one of my hands," the Black Mage said with a hint of sarcasm, slowly raising his bloodied right hand, pointing his palm. with its gruesome hole still bleeding, at Lawrence and Anson. Seeing someone who has surpassed you get injured and bleed, does that somewhat alleviate your fear? Boom. A deafening roar rang in their ears simultaneously, and the entire chamber began to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. No, not in their ears, but in their minds. Anson's expression changed drastically. The tremors came from his own consciousness. "Anson, run!" Lawrence suddenly shouted, his right hand's dagger simultaneously roaring at the black mage. "Escape! Lock the door!" Lawrence Burnett was going to lock him and the black mage together in this dark, sunless chamber, dozens of meters below the cathedral. The moment Anson grabbed the mechanical box, he decisively turned and ran towards the door. Just as he turned to run, the entire secret chamber began to collapse rapidly. The door in front of him suddenly burst open with several cracks, and dark red blood and greenish-yellow pus mingled and overflowed from the fissures. A strange, low growl, like that of a ferocious beast, came from behind the door. Hesitating for a moment, Anson, gritting his teeth, disregarded his attempt to hide and directly imprinted, sharp wind, on the sole of his foot, kicking the area below the doorknob. Thump. The door, which should have been perfectly secure, shattered, revealing a huge, tumor-like mass of flesh behind the cracks that continuously oozed blood and pus, tightly enveloping his right foot. The next second, countless tiny, pore-like buds sprouted from the mass, and hard, tooth-like objects rapidly grew from the tips of these buds. Bang! 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 Anson, jolted awake, didn't even have time to feel nauseous. He immediately drew his gun and fired 6 shots into the flesh around his leg, the scalding lead bullets exploding into a mist of blood and flesh. Blood spilled onto the floor beneath Anson's feet, the stench so intense it was suffocating. Behind the door, the fleshy mass in the crack gradually transformed into a gaping maw, its fleshy opening spewing out countless tiny tentacles that pierced the crack and lunged at Anson. PFFT, a bayonet shot from his left arm. Suppressing a gag reflex, Anson swung his blade, unleashing a barrage of tentacles that exploded before him, drenching him from head to toe in a cloud of blood mist. "What are you waiting for?" Lawrence's shout came from behind. "Run, Anson Bach." "I'll try." Anson gritted his teeth, his blade flashing. "Didn't you see?" His words trailed off as he suddenly realized that Lawrence might genuinely not be able to see the distorted appearance of the door. Perhaps the distorted worlds they saw were completely different. Using his superpower, Anson's mind conjured images of Lawrence's battle with Mace Hornard, the blood-stained, menacing blade repeatedly approaching the dark mage's figure, only to be effortlessly evaded each time. Scorching lead bullets whizzed past, emitting helpless screams in the air. He probably saw himself standing before the door, battling witch with thin air. If that was the case, it meant he no longer needed to hide anything. The silver bayonet, trailing after images, tore through the air, piercing the gaping maw of fangs behind the door. PFFT, the cold blade pierced through completely, blood and pus spraying onto Anson's body like a geyser. The massive chunk of flesh trembled violently, as if emitting a mournful howl. Despite his missing teeth, Anson didn't give up. His right hand, still embedded in the flesh, continued to slide through the viscous, slippery flesh, relentlessly pushing deeper. The fleshy mass behind the door began to tremble more violently, with fleshy buds constantly transforming into fanged tentacles that attacked Anson. PFFT. 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 The sounds of flesh being pierced and torn were incessant. Eyeballs, throat, chest cavity, shoulder blades, arms, internal organs. In the blink of an eye, he was soaked in his own blood from head to toe, a blood-soaked figure pierced by countless tiny tentacles. His right arm, deep inside that gaping maw, was pierced by countless fangs and fleshy buds. Darkness filled his vision, and Anson, enduring excruciating pain, reflected his current miserable state in his mind. His body, still bleeding profusely, retained all sensation and pain. Clenching his molars tightly, Anson took a deep breath. The instant flesh and bone shattered, gathering flame, was simultaneously imprinted onto his right arm and the bayonet he gripped tightly in his right hand. Then he lunged backward. Boom! The next second, flames erupted. Chunks of flesh, constantly oozing blood and pus, struggled and howled in the raging fire, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Along with them, all of Anson's wounds from head to toe disappeared. His torn right arm was restored to its original state, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Even the bayonet, which should have been burned to ashes in the inferno, lay quietly beside him. No matter how many illusions a dark mage can create, falsehood will always remain falsehood. A conjurer, however, possesses the privilege of distorting reality. Within a 20-meter radius of casting, Anson could shatter Mace Harnard's illusion through spellcasting. This is the fighting style of a conjurer. It has nothing to do with strength, it's a fundamental difference between two powers. Of course, Anson was well aware that the distortion of reality by conjurers had a time limit, ending once the spell was cast, but dark magic had no such limitation. He didn't expect that a minor spell like Gathering Flames would be the key to turning the tide against a dark mage of the blasphemous level. But at least it could buy him a sliver of hope. Bang! He kicked the door to the secret chamber again. This time, the door didn't crack, nor did blood and pus spill from the cracks. The door opened with a thud. Behind the door was a long, twisted, spiraling corridor. Countless shadows lurked within the flickering lights, and from the darkness stretched out ferocious tentacles and claws toward the door. The dark mage's laughter came from behind Anson. "Anson Bach, my dear Anson Bach," Mace Harnard laughed incessantly, his shoulders heaving. The restrained, calm laughter sounded like a manic, chaotic murmur, mixed with countless noises and reverberations, echoing in Anson's mind. "You think I would limit the scope of my spell to this secret room? You think I've already exhausted all my strength to deal with the two of you? Hell, my lovely student, even after your ruthless betrayal, your innocence and naivety still move me time and time again." Mace Harnard's voice, calm and collected, echoed in Anson's mind as he swiftly dodged Lawrence's relentless and frenzied attacks. The dark mage dared not fully hypnotize Lawrence, whose willpower was so strong it could deny death, and the anonymous glasses he wore, though not powerful, made it difficult for the dark mage to focus his attention on Lawrence. Mace Harnard didn't intend to kill Lawrence Burnett immediately. He wanted to completely break the Inquisitor's will before dragging him into the nightmare he had created. "I've hypnotized the 30,000 thugs outside Red Brick Street. Even if they're torn to pieces, they'll still rush into the cathedral and smash it to ruins. Your soldiers, the Inquisitors of the Seeking Truth Order, ambushed inside the cathedral. They've all been dragged into illusions, fighting each other in endless phantoms. So, my dear student, you guessed one thing right. I'm risking all this not just to steal the Grand Magic Book, but all of this, annihilate them all." Anson stood in the darkness, his pupils widening in terror as the increasingly clear incantations in his mind grew. Eerie, twisted shadows surged towards him from the spiraling corridor. The cold touch spreading from his head to his spine was slowly eroding his control over his body. "Don't listen!" Lawrence's shout rang out again, the cold axe spear unleashing a swirling barrage of bullets, roaring as it hurtled towards the dark mage. He didn't care if he could hurt Mace Harnard, as long as he could distract him and prevent him from leaving the secret chamber. That was enough. "He's trying to invade your consciousness. Once he loses control, you'll completely lose the ability to think and become the Black Sorcerer's puppet." Lawrence knew the Black Sorcerer's methods very well. As the most experienced Inquisitor in the Seeking Truth Order, he sometimes even felt unparalleled torment because of his own experience. It was precisely because of this torment that his will was as firm as a rock. No matter how crazy, how bizarre and indescribable the hallucinations appeared, they could not make him lose his mind. But he was still a step too late. Anson's gaze gradually froze, the world reflected in his pupils rapidly distorting into a chaotic color. His stiff, gradually losing consciousness right hand struggled to rise, the bayonet falling from his palm slicing through his wrist, but he didn't even feel it. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers rang out. The next second, Anson, who was about to become a puppet, turned into a wisp of translucent smoke, howling into the endless spiral corridor. Since distorting reality could access the surrounding hallucinations, then conversely, it could also break free from the Black Sorcerer's control. Emerging from the smoke and back to normal, Anson drew his dagger revolver from his robes, concealing the mechanical case in his right hand. With a magical flourish, he pulled a silver-white short sword from under his trench coat, firing as he closed the door. Boom! 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 The shrill gunfire pierced through shadows emerging from the darkness, shattering lead bullets into dazzling bursts of flame, each shot imprinted with Anson's flame-gathering technique. The swirling flames distorted everything before him, the towering door of the secret chamber, accompanied by the surging flames, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. But the shadows emerging from the darkness grew ever larger, initially few, but with the continuous explosions and the altered reality, as if undergoing a stress response, they surged towards Anson like a swarm of rats in a sewer, attempting to stop him. Thud! The silver-white short sword tore a gap in the shadows, but it was quickly filled by countless shadows. Anson, having run out of ammunition, didn't even have time to reload before being swallowed by the endless shadows in the corridor. He knew very well that if this continued, Lawrence, whom he had fought with brawn, would suffer the same fate, bound and torn apart by the shadows, ultimately becoming a shapeless mass of mincemeat, and his willpower was far inferior to that of the Inquisitor. Just as he was in dire straits, Anson suddenly felt an incredibly familiar voice behind him. His head, entangled in shadows, twisted desperately, and he looked back. It was a small, thin figure, rushing towards him through the endless spiral corridor, the rifle in her hand roaring incessantly, the blood-stained bayonet cleaving through all shadows and illusions before her. And, son, the unstoppable momentum and the all-piercing shout left Anson completely stunned. Just as I suspected, I wasn't wrong, Mace Horner murmured to himself as he suddenly looked up, his eyes no longer showing the surprise of the illusion shattering before Lisa, but only boundless excitement and madness. Lisa Bach, you are the bloodline of the Apostle August. You are the last of August's blood. Chapter 192 Showdown. The instant he heard the Dark Wizard's excited shouts, Anson immediately realized something terrible was about to happen. The thing he least wanted to see, the thing he least hoped for, had come to pass. Countless shadows surged from the spiral corridor toward the petite figure, and Lisa, screaming and running wildly, was like a blade cleaving through all darkness and illusion, tearing all the eeriness before her to shreds. No, not torn apart. Anson's wide eyes flashed with astonishment. The illusions had already shattered and disintegrated the moment they approached her. Frenzied wails and piercing screams echoed in the air, and the endless spiral corridor around her returned to its original state. In that instant, the astonished Anson suddenly thought of many things, and understood many things. But he no longer had time to think of a perfect plan. Just as he turned around, Anson suddenly realized that Mace Horner had vanished. Forced back by the mental shock, Lawrence knelt in agony, veins bulging in his head and neck, blood spilling from his nose and ears. In the instant he lowered his head, the black mage vanished. Like a fleeting illusion, gone. Oh no. Lisa, get out of the way, the girl, running frantically, didn't think. She leaped into the air, spinning and falling backward, the bolt of her Bernie rifle clicking crisply and elegantly. Bang! A whistling lead bullet pierced the suddenly appearing Mace Horner, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash on his shoulder, but the black mage's face showed no pain or anger, only a maniacal, ecstatic joy. As expected, only the blood of an apostle can resist mind control from a lower-ranking being. Mace Horner, his expression still agitated, continued to mutter to himself, extending his right hand, still bearing the gruesome blood hole, towards Lisa. You are not Lisa Bach, you are Lisa August. You are the blood magic apostle who fell 300 years ago in the saintly calendar, the last bloodline of August. The girl stared at the hand reaching towards her with terrified eyes. In a panic, she moved backward, throwing away her bony rifle and drawing a revolver from her bosom. Die! The revolver, spewing muzzle flashes, roared in terror, bullets piercing Mace Horner's body one after another. Countless shadows, like demons swept up by a torrent, gathered and swirled at his feet. The endless spiral corridor gradually collapsed, the flickering kerosene lamps being swallowed by the shadows, replaced by an unfathomable darkness. Darkness was the initial and deepest fear. Terrified, Lisa screamed, firing the last round from her magazine with her eyes closed. A scorching muzzle flashed from the smoke, the swirling lead bullet unfurling its golden red wings in the air, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, transforming into a spiraling storm of flames that surged towards the oncoming black tide. Spellcasting, rising fire. Boom, the flames burst forth, all shadows and darkness turning to ashes in the distorted light, leaving only a raging inferno. In that instant, sensing the light, Lisa's eyes widened, turning to look behind her. A pale-faced Anson stood rooted to the spot, his right hand outstretched. As an advanced spell of gathering flames, rising fire's greatest advantage was that it could create and control a ball of fire directly within casting range without imprinting or touching it. Its power was linked to the preparation time. The only pity was that he acquired the spell too late. After spending a day and a half mastering it, he simply didn't have time to prepare much, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Anson, having broken free of the shadow's restraints, barely managed to stand and looked at Mace Horner, trapped in the fire. Behind the monocle under the top hat, a pair of blood-red pupils pierced through the flames and darkness, meeting his gaze. Boom! Almost the moment their eyes met, Anson felt a distinct dizziness, as if a sharp blade had pierced his brain, his head feeling like it was about to explode. If he hadn't experienced the excruciating pain of activating his power countless times, and if the two had been at least 20 steps apart, he probably would have already lost consciousness from the agony. "Don't look away." Just as Anson instinctively flinched, Lawrence's shout came from behind. "Look into his eyes, endure the pain, look at him, and he'll be exposed before you, not deceived by illusions. To defeat the nightmare, you must face it." Anson's body trembled, his eyes widening instantly. Mace Harnard's maniacal smile was reflected in his pupils, though separated by dozens of steps. The deep-seated fear made it all seem so close. Lawrence, dressed in black, rushed out from behind him, his right axe spear aimed at the figure in the sea of fire. Without hesitation, Anson, manipulating the flames with one hand, snapped his fingers, imprinting another, rising fire, directly onto the lead bullet in the axe spear's muzzle. Boom! The roaring barrage surged towards the black mage in the sea of fire, exploding into a cloud of blood mist on his chest. His slender body instantly shattered. His shoulder was shattered, large chunks of flesh either evaporating or turning into charred remains in the flames, but Anson's pupils still reflected his manic smile until his body was completely engulfed by the fire. Amidst the soaring sparks, only a top hat covered in ash remained, slowly drifting down. When the firelight subsided, everything returned to normal. The three stood back to back in the empty chamber, nothing left. Looking at the clearly broken open door, Anson's face showed an expression of "I knew it." From the moment he and Lawrence stepped through the door, they had been under the Black Mage's mental manipulation, never managing to touch the door again. Lisa hadn't rushed in from the corridor, but had directly smashed open the door. Because of the blood of the Apostle, which could resist lower-level mental manipulation, Lisa's appearance had a certain degree of suppression on the Black Mage, causing all the illusions he created to collapse. In other words, as long as Lisa was here, he couldn't hypnotize the three of them, but at the same time, she had completely exposed her target to the Dark Mage. It was hard to say whether to call it good news or bad news. Lisa scrambled to her feet, her large, terrified eyes fixed on Anson. Is he dead? I don't know, probably not." Anson's expression was unusually calm, not because he knew, but because the Dark Mage's expression had left such a deep impression on him that it was hard to imagine him dead. The next second, his already tense nerves suddenly tightened. The mechanical box containing the memory card from the Great Magic Book was gone. "Dear Anson, I guess you're looking for this," a gentle voice rang out, causing the three, each with their own expression, to turn around simultaneously. The dim light and shadows of the secret room outlined a slender figure, and almost instantly, Lisa's face drained of color the moment she saw him. If before it was merely strange, then Mace Harnard had now completely lost his human form. His facial muscles had completely melted away, and his magnificent long tailcoat was nowhere to be seen. His torso, like a mass of flesh composed of countless heads crammed together, was suspended in the air by shadows and eerie purple flames. The mechanical box containing the Great Magic Book also floated beside the massive mass of flesh, and it had been opened and was empty. In the deathly silent chamber, the sound of a steam-powered differential engine running echoed, and the memory card had been inserted into the differential engine slot. This was Mace Harnard's true form? Anson's expression froze. What, was he finally going to stop pretending and lay his cards on the table? It was indeed mentioned in the study of the three old gods that spellcasters who became blasphemous wizards would become another form of life. He had also speculated that Mace Harnard's current body might just be an illusion he had created, but he had never imagined that his true form would be in this shape. "My dear Anson, I see confusion and bewilderment on your face," the Dark Mage spoke calmly, as all the mouths on his body opened simultaneously, uttering the same words in unison. "Why? As believers of the old gods who seek truth and reality, shouldn't this be the ideal state we all share? A weak body is utterly useless. All we need is knowledge and truth. All we need are more eyes that can discover wisdom, and brains that can contemplate all of this. I have already surpassed all spellcasters. That is everything, that is all, that is the ambition of all true believers of the old gods. Abandon everything superfluous, retain only the most perfect self, embark on the path to godhood, replace the fallen three old gods." Every face on the head, squeezed into a lump of flesh, went mad, their ecstatic shouts echoing again and again in the secret chamber. The piercing sound tormented Anson and Lawrence, turning their faces ashen. Their complexions flushed red and purple, and veins bulged on their foreheads as if about to burst. Only Lisa seemed unaffected. The girl, her face contorted with fear, crouched on the ground, her hands tightly covering her ears. The black mage paid no heed to the three's pained expressions. In minutes, the grand magic book would appear before him. The incomparably noble blood of the apostle would be his. Possessing both, he would find the key to unlock the next level of evolution in the desolate northern ice plains, becoming the first new apostle since the beginning of the saintly calendar. In the black mage's eyes, everything was already set in stone. Not even the Holy Capital's own religious inquisition could reverse the situation, let alone Anson and Lawrence. Everything seemed perfect until the incredibly precise steam differential engine behind him, rapidly reading and calculating, emitted a crisp, almost imperceptible click. It had jammed. The black mage's smile suddenly froze, a hint of panic appearing in his previously crazed eyes. What was going on? From the moment he stepped into this secret chamber, everyone in the entire Clovis Cathedral had been under his surveillance. There was no way anyone could have tampered with the memory card. As for Anson Bach, if this was a trap he had set, even a fleeting thought of it would have exposed him to the black mage's gaze, but precisely because it wasn't, Mace Hornard had never considered this possibility. His crimson pupils darted around rapidly as the panicked black mage subconsciously began to read the thoughts and micro-expressions of those around him. The next second, he swiftly caught a fleeting moment of realization in Anson's eyes, and a slight upturn of his lips. Oliver's belongings after his death at the benevolent welfare home. Car and Jacques' underground dealings. The secret theft at Clovis Cathedral in the 75th year of the saint's calendar. Andel Bogner, whose family had fallen on hard times, and the 3 white cards of indistinguishable material he sold. These flashbacks from Anson's memories rapidly flooded Mace Hornard's consciousness, gradually piecing together in his mind the truth that could explain everything happening at this moment. Anson Bach, he had obtained the other 3 lost memory cards long ago, but because he was always uncertain, this matter had never appeared in his mind, and he had no way of knowing it. Respected Professor Mace Hornard, it's not just that. Anson's slightly mocking words echoed in the black mage's consciousness. It was his own self-talk in his own mind. In the study of the 3 old gods that you gave me, it was mentioned that blasphemy is the evolution of a spellcaster into another life form after reaching a certain stage. However, this evolution is incomplete, and the blasphemy who becomes another life form will possess weaknesses that would not exist as a human. What kind of weaknesses would those be? While pondering this question, I thought of another person. An old friend you have been taking care of for many years, Professor Horst. He went mad 30 years ago while researching the documents on St. Isaac with you, and you became a dark mage. All of this was told to me by Braun. He was probably testing and approaching me on your orders, deliberately trying to curry favor with me, but it made me think of a very interesting possibility. Is it possible that you two actually succeeded, as people who also have an insatiable thirst for knowledge and truth? Professor Horst may have gone to greater extremes and more madness on the path of evolution than you, and as a result, he couldn't withstand the side effects of evolution, ultimately failing and becoming a madman spouting prophecies, and the side effects are obvious just by thinking about them. You've given up everything in exchange for more eyes that seek wisdom and a brain capable of thought. Coupled with your identity as a dark mage, the impact of mental and emotional fluctuations on you is likely far stronger than on ordinary people, so strong that emotions alone can have a substantial impact on you. Of course, all of this is just my baseless speculation, but, if this is true, respected Professor Mace Hornard, the reason you were the only one to survive wasn't because your willpower was strong enough, but because you retreated on the path of evolution. Your thirst for knowledge and truth is far less than Professor Horst's, and you lack his decisiveness and courage in the pursuit of truth. You, a self-righteous, self-talking, self-contradictory coward, and extremely adept at self-deception. A cowardly, weak, timid, coward. Boom. The trembling dark mage suddenly widened all his eyes, another emotion rapidly rising, surging, and erupting into his crazed gaze. This drove Mace Hornard to the brink of hysteria, who let out a hysterical scream. Chapter 193. Your fall ends here. Anson Bach, a scream that seemed to possess a tangible quality, exploded in the air. Anson's pupils, fixed on the bizarre lump of flesh, instantly constricted, his swollen veins turning bluish-purple, and dark red liquid continuously spilled from his ears. But he didn't lower his head, nor did he avert his gaze, because this was the crucial moment that would determine the outcome. Although it was completely different from his initial plan, a particularly perfect plan, Anson emphasized to himself, the Dark Mage was still forced into his true form. Because of Lisa's presence, and even more so because of his complete loss of emotional control, he had completely lost his hypnotic abilities. And because of this existence beyond human life forms, it was destined to experience great maladjustment due to its imperfections. While his power would surpass that of the original human form Dark Mage, he would also be more vulnerable. Mace Harnard was strong, extremely strong, so strong that if it weren't for Lawrence and Lisa, he probably would have been finished by the time he killed Ron. But once his weakness was found, he could also be very vulnerable, so vulnerable that a single lead bullet could end him. If a lead bullet isn't enough, then a 6-pound solid shot should do, or a 12-pound, 24-pound, 36-pound, approximately 16 kilograms, or 48-pound, 21 kilograms, fortress cannon should certainly do. But this opportunity is fleeting, only for a split second, in the instant when Mace Harnard completely loses his mind, held hostage by his own power, will there be a sliver of hope. That sliver of hope is created by escalating pressure, constantly causing mental fluctuations, ultimately leading to emotional imbalance. That is now. The surrounding dim light gradually faded, and a cold, gloomy darkness enveloped the entire chamber. Countless shadows swirled and surged towards the head sack known as the Black Mage, igniting into an eerie purple flame that gathered around him. It was an existence formed from all sorts of negative emotions that had crossed the boundary between spirit and matter, completely materialized, existing in the form of fire, once that thing completely erupted. Anson, his head throbbing, shuddered. He didn't even dare to think about it. Lisa, run! Anson roared at the girl behind him, shoving a bunch of keys into her arms. Run out, lock the door, no matter what you hear or see, don't let anyone open it, and definitely don't open it yourself. All his cards had been played. Now, Anson's concern wasn't about winning or losing, but about his last resort in case of failure. No matter what happened, he couldn't let Mace Harnard leave this place alive, couldn't let him take Lisa away. He couldn't let him drag hundreds of thousands, even millions, into a bloodbath for his own selfish desires, just like this time. Run, the girl, pushed hard, ran out with a sob in her voice, tears streaming down her face, staring intently at the figure that would never look back at her, and slammed the door of the secret chamber shut with all her might. Boom! The moment the door slammed shut, dark purple flames rose up, and the intense negative emotions, like the torrential rain and moisture before a monstrous wave, enveloped Anson. Fear, hatred, resentment, anger, intense emotions assaulted his consciousness, terrifying images flashing through his mind. Anson's eyes widened. His expression twisted into a grimace, almost incapable of thought. The next second, the intense pressure and stinging pain suddenly vanished. Huh? Anson's eyes snapped open as a figure in black flashed past. Lawrence Burnett, expressionless, stood before him. His face was far more grim than Anson's, his bloodshot eyes were completely devoid of white, and the veins in his head and neck throbbed violently. Clang, the sound of sharp blades striking each other echoed in the deathly silent chamber. Lawrence, arms outstretched, straightened up, his halberd and saber pinned to the ground to support himself. Like a black wall, he stood firmly between Anson and the Dark Mage. Attack! Lawrence, his hat brim pulled low, roared at Anson behind him, a strange light flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Make everything that happens today go according to your plan, the rest, leave it to me. The moment the roar rang out, eerie purple flames surged towards the two amidst the Black Mage's hysterical screams. Whoosh! In the dimly lit secret hall, the purple flames instantly engulfed the two, countless negative emotions erupting in a fully materialized form. But apart from the icy, bone-chilling sensation, Anson felt nothing else. All the attacks and damage were blocked by Lawrence in front of him. Mace Harnard, Lawrence, enduring the corrosive purple flames and excruciating pain, spoke in a hoarse voice. You were an excellent historian, a conscientious mentor, a noble person who once took the pursuit of truth as his mission. The judge's blood-stained pupils reflected the Dark Mage's furious yet bewildered and fearful expression, and the dozens of pairs of eyes that filled those expressions. Faced with knowledge tainted by corruption, you chose betrayal, becoming a traitor to the Ring of Order. You bound your future to the bewildered path to godhood, falling from pure humanity to a slave to power, utterly abandoning yourself. Anson, expressionless, pulled out his last cardboard bullet from his pocket, imprinting his final trump card and killer move onto the surface of the lead bullet. Lawrence Burnett, in the name of the Inquisition and with the authority granted to me by the Ring of Order, hereby declare, your fall ends here, your sins are atoned for by me. Die!" The black mage suddenly shuddered, and all the heads on his body screamed in unison. Countless shadows, interspersed with fierce purple flames, lunged at Lawrence. The fleshy mass composed of dozens of heads, engulfed in flames, had completely lost its sanity, devoid of any rationality. This was the price of evolution. The black mage, surpassing humanity, possessed power unimaginable to ordinary spellcasters. His power could even materialize various emotions and mental energy. But the price was the inability to fully control his emotions. The most extreme loss of emotional control for ordinary people was merely madness, but for the black mage, it was utter loss of control. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers flashed by, and Anson, in the shadows, suddenly opened his right hand towards the black mage. The next second, the surging purple flames suddenly paused, the dazzling, soaring firelight splitting in two before the Inquisitor, enveloping the black mage within rising fire. This spell could create and control all flames within its casting range, and Mace Harnard's condensed negative emotions existed in the form of fire. This meant it was also within the control of rising fire. Slammed against the wall by the blast wave, Anson's mind replayed Mace Harnard's final struggle. The instant his skull was pierced, the uncontrollable purple flames began to burn and devour his body. One by one, his once clustered head shattered and disintegrated, turning into burning chunks of flesh amidst screams. In the end, nothing remained. The purple flames that had consumed his body finally lost their anchor and dissipated into the air bit by bit. A few minutes later, the violent tremors gradually subsided. Slumped in the corner, Anson, enduring the dizziness and stinging pain, staggered to his feet and desperately opened his eyes to look around. All the gaslights had been destroyed in the explosion, but apart from some minor debris, the pitch-black chamber showed almost no signs of having withstood a bombardment comparable to a 6-pound howitzer. Even the St. Isaac steam differential engine, placed directly behind the secret chamber, very close to the blast radius, only bore some charred marks and appeared completely intact at first glance. This truly lives up to the reputation of the Church of Order? Anson, utterly exhausted, gave a bitter smile. At the very center of the explosion, only a handful of ashes remained, along with a brain charred into a small fragment and some shapeless pieces. Strictly speaking, it's hard to say that Mace Harnard was killed by Anson. At least, the ascending fire and the hunt spells alone couldn't have accomplished that. The one who truly killed the Dark Mage was still the Dark Mage himself. Slowly raising his head, Lawrence Burnett, his hands resting on his two weapons, remained standing. He slowly turned his head, his eyes silently fixed on Anson in the center of his extremely ugly face. Anson's smile froze instantly. So, how was he supposed to explain to this experienced judge that he was a sorcerer? It didn't seem easy to brush it off with excuses like "I forgot" or "you misunderstood." "Oh, Lawrence, the situation, it's not what you think." Anson clapped his hands, a forced smile mixed with a hint of ingratiation. "This is complicated, but I can explain it very concisely, really. Trust me, you'll understand as soon as I say it. You'll understand my predicament." Watching Anson gesticulate wildly, sweating profusely as he desperately tried to explain, Lawrence smiled. He released his weapon, his steps unsteady as he walked to the wall and sat down, a faint smile on his face as he looked at the nervous Anson. "Don't be nervous, I haven't said anything yet." "Not nervous at all." Anson shook his head quickly, hands behind his back, a forced smile on his face, cold sweat pouring down his temples. "I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand." I understand. He waved his hand, interrupting with a smile, patted his empty shirt pocket, and looked up at Anson. "Got a cigarette?" "I suddenly feel like having one." "Yes," Anson replied without hesitation. He certainly didn't have any rolled cigarettes, but he had the mist pipe that Viscount Bonner had given him. Although it was an enchanted item, it could still be used as a regular pipe. Anson quickly pulled out his pipe, hurriedly refilling it while chatting with Lawrence in a somewhat ingratiating tone. "Here's the thing. We were outside Thunderhold Fortress, and I went to great lengths to extract crucial information from Mace Harnard. Kroger Bernard is a follower of the old gods, and he plans to drag Thunderhold down with the Clovis army. As a staunch believer in the Ring of Order, I, Anson Bach, couldn't let him succeed. So I feigned acceptance of Mace Harnard's request and became a spellcaster. A lot happened afterward, but the matter was eventually resolved. As for why I didn't tell you about it later, it's mainly because, sigh. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, you definitely understand what I mean. If you want to lock me up or monitor me, I have no objection. After all, it's your job, and I understand. I only have one request. Don't tell Lisa about this. Is that alright? Lawrence, did you hear me? Could you give me an answer, even if you disagree? Lawrence. Anson looked up, sensing something. Lawrence Burnett, sitting against the wall, smiled at Anson, his eyes devoid of light. Looking at those dull eyes, and the dark red liquid frozen at the corners, Anson suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he took a deep drag on his linked pipe and gently placed it near Lawrence's lips, supporting it with the collar of his leather trench coat. Anson's expression was incredibly serious throughout, carefully ensuring the pipe wouldn't tip over before finally letting out a slow breath, dragging his weary body to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the deathly silent chamber. Just then, thump, thump, Anson abruptly turned around, looking behind him. In the very center of the explosion, amidst the ashes, something seemed to be moving. Mace Hornard was still alive. Startled, Anson immediately reached for the enchanted short sword in his robes. Before he could even grasp the hilt, his vision blurred, and his unsteady steps dragged his increasingly hazy consciousness as he staggered towards the ashes. Closer and closer. Thump. Anson, his consciousness fading, collapsed to the ground, the silver-white short sword slipping from his hand. Chapter 194 Survive. Anson, you're not dead, are you? Wake up if you're not dead. A hurried male voice rang in his ears, accompanied by a series of slap 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 sounds to wake him up. Feeling a throbbing, swollen pain, Anson abruptly opened his eyes, struggling to focus his gaze on the figure beside him, a panicked Cold Dorian kneeling on one knee, his right hand raised high above his cheek. No wonder his face hurt so much. Should waking someone unconscious at a time like this be done with artificial respiration? Oh well. Rolling his eyes inwardly, Anson, lying on the ground, nodded slightly to the second in command, indicating that he was alright. That's great. Cold Dorian's face lit up with joy. He quickly helped Anson up, lifting him half reclined against the wall, still talking incessantly. I knew you were alright. You almost scared us to death, but Sarah said she could hear you breathing, so she sent me over to wake you up first. Anson, leaning against the wall, looked up. The incessant chatter of the second Inquisitor filled his ears, and his still somewhat blurry vision swept around. The once empty room was now crowded with people of various expressions, all Inquisitors from the Seeking Truth Order. Among the crowd, he also saw Sarah Virgil, who was silently watching him, the pale-faced female Inquisitor sitting in a wheelchair, her chest wrapped in bandages. So why wasn't it her who woke him up, but this talkative second Inquisitor? Sighing again, Anson, expressionless, looked at Cole, who was still talking incessantly. How's the situation? The Dark Mage is dead, Cold Dorian exclaimed cheerfully, completely oblivious to Anson's expression. Sarah detected the disappearance of his life signs immediately, very clearly and completely. It's practically certain. The Dark Mage, or rather Professor Mace Hornard and his apprentice Braun, are no longer in this world. My Lieutenant Colonel, you're amazing. When I found out Mace Hornard was actually a blasphemous mage, I almost thought we were all going to die a glorious death. I even made plans for our families, and it actually worked. It really worked. Anson's expression changed slightly. There was no mistake. Before he lost consciousness, he definitely saw something come alive from that pile of ashes. At that time, Professor Mace Hornard wasn't completely dead. So what exactly happened? Mace Hornard escaped, or was there another mastermind behind it all? And why did they let him go? Confused, Anson glanced at Sarah Virgil. The pale-faced female Inquisitor nodded slightly to him, and Anson, understanding immediately, regained his composure and continued with the next question. What's the situation outside? The riot is over, the Junior Inquisitor chuckled. Around the time Sarah told us the Dark Mage was dead, the rioters besieging Crow Cathedral somehow scattered, and then the looters followed suit. 2 companies of skirmishers rushed out and, following the fleeing rioters, recaptured the entire Red Brick Street. That's because Professor Mace Hornard is dead, so his hypnosis of those rioters naturally ended. Anson silently thought to himself. The group that besieged Osteria Palace seems to have reached some kind of agreement with His Majesty Charles II and the Privy Council. I heard it was that remarkable novelist who arranged it. I don't know the details, but I only know one thing. Those scum of the Imperial Guard are finally going to be completely wiped out. Cold Dorian shrugged, then suddenly wore a strangely amused expression. The situation in the other districts is still unclear. Rumor has it that an army arrived in time by steam train and is now clearing out the area street by street. Guess who it is? He asked Anson with a broad smile. Anson frowned slightly and thought seriously for a minute. Ludwig Franz. The second inquisitor's smile froze instantly. He frowned, turned to look behind him, and then looked at Anson with great confusion. Did the Archbishop tell you? No, but didn't he say that I only need to defend the cathedral until March 1st? Anson answered matter-of-factly. Slap. Cole Dorian slapped himself across the face. You still haven't told me if it's him? Yes, it's him, the dejected junior judge muttered, quite disappointed. This archbishop's own son disobeyed the army's order to hold a position, led 8,000 men north, seized a train in Oaktown, and rushed all the way to the capital. Now this major general has become the savior of Clovis. All the credit for quelling the riot has been given to him alone. The reformists and radicals in the Privy Council are praising him to the skies, and the army doesn't even dare to mention his disobedience. What time is it now? Anson suddenly asked. 9:30, of course, 9:30 on March 2nd. The junior judge glanced at his pocket watch, then looked up at Anson. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, I see. Anson finally understood why Luther Franz insisted on holding the church until March 1st. Once he sensed things were turning sour, he immediately began preparations to send Major General Ludwig Franz north. The Church of Order had no right to interfere with the army's decisions, but bribing a few people to deploy the Riamberg conscripts in a location near a major thoroughfare, convenient for catching the train, was something Ludwig Franz could certainly manage. The next step was to confirm when the uprising would occur and when Ludwig Franz could reach the capital, hence the demand that the cathedral must not fall before March 1st. As for the purpose, wasn't it already quite obvious? Anson even suspected that all of this was Ludwig Franz's plan from the beginning, using the distrust of the royal guard and the security situation in the outer districts of Clovis to create an opportunity for the Franz family to intervene in the capital's security forces. He had gone to great lengths and paid a heavy price to persuade the Privy Council and the army to agree to the church establishing a security force to protect the cathedral. However, Ludwig refused to return and even recommended himself, leading to a series of troubles. All right, that's enough. The dejected Cole Dorian didn't remain downcast for long, quickly regaining his usual cheerful expression. My lord, is there anything else you want to ask? If not, we'll have to take you to the hospital. Looking at the bright eyes of the second inquisitor, Anson, after a few seconds of silence, slowly spoke. Lawrence Burnett, how is he? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the secret room suddenly darkened. Captain Lawrence, haha. Cole Dorian was still laughing, but his voice suddenly became hoarse. He pursed his lips, his gaze darting away. He wasn't as lucky as you. Anson didn't say anything, quietly and slowly raising his gaze. The inquisitors in the secret room silently moved to the sides, revealing the figure hidden behind them. Lawrence Burnett remained leaning quietly against the wall, the pipe Anson had given him dangling from his lips, its embers long since extinguished, no smoke escaping. The axe and saber, which had been nailed to the ground, lay flat beside him, along with a discarded dagger revolver. His lifeless eyes seemed to still be staring at him, the last vestige of a smile frozen on his lips. Oh, it's pretty much what you saw. Captain Lawrence is a gifted individual of the Wild Hunt Knight bloodline. Ordinary physical attacks couldn't leave him with any serious injury, so it was mainly a mental one. Sarah said it was because he suffered excessive mental damage, reaching a point where he couldn't repair himself, and on the verge of collapse and loss of control. He chose that self-destruction. Seeing the secondary inquisitor suddenly fall silent, Sarah softly reminded him. Yes, that's it, self-destruction. Cole Dorian's throat tightened. Because he knew very well how much damage a gifted person like him could cause if he became a puppet of negative emotions and dark magic. Compared to that outcome, Lawrence would rather die. Before Anson could speak, he took a deep breath, shrugged forcefully, and said quickly, of course, you don't need to be too sad, and you don't need to feel sorry for Lawrence, because that was his choice, or rather, it was all our choice. We volunteered to do this, no one forced us, and we knew how high the risks were in this industry. The mortality rate is said to be about the same as in the most dangerous mines. Haha, of course, the rewards are also considerable. A third more salary than clerical work, 6 subsidies a year, the ability to apply for small interest-free loans from the church, and then, if you unfortunately die, you can be treated as a hero. Cold Orion chuckled, but the smile grew increasingly forced. Anson nodded slightly, looking at him calmly. Could I stay here alone for a while, with Lawrence? It won't be long, 10 minutes will be enough. I have something I want to say to him alone. Could you please leave for now? Of course, no problem, we understand. The second in command immediately stood up and said, quickly turning his back to Anson and calling out to the other inquisitors, did you all hear that? Everyone leave for 15 minutes, then come back to clean up the scene. No one objected. In the deathly silent chamber, the inquisitors turned and left. Some nodded to Anson before leaving, their eyes filled with understanding and a hint of respect. Many of them, after learning about Anson's background, had suspected this suspected spellcaster commander of the security forces, worrying that he might really be a spy for the old gods, colluding with a black mage during the riot's attack on the cathedral. But when the facts were laid bare, all previous anxieties transformed into doubled respect. Even for the Inquisition, completely eliminating a blasphemous mage was an extremely rare feat, let alone when they were isolated and helpless. Cold Orion pushed a female inquisitor's wheelchair, standing silently before the body of the deceased Lawrence, only following after everyone else had left. Oh, by the way, the second inquisitor suddenly stopped at the door, speaking in a relaxed tone, there's something I forgot to tell you, Lisa, she's missing. Missing? Anson's expression froze. Yes, or more accurately. We can't find her, we didn't see her when we came down, only found the key to the secret room on the ground. We asked around, but no one had seen her or knew where she went. We thought she was in the secret room too, but she wasn't. Colton paused, then said with a hint of reassurance, but don't be too nervous. We've checked everything. There are no signs of a struggle outside the secret room or on the stairs, and Sarah didn't detect any other spellcasters, so she's definitely alright now. She probably ran into some room in the cathedral and got lost. By the way, the cathedral is much bigger than we imagined. I believe that with Miss Lisa Bach's abilities, there's probably no place in this world that could confine her. PFFT, Anson couldn't help but chuckle, his lips curving upwards. Indeed, laughter echoed in the room from the three of them. Anson, chuckling softly, stared at Cole's retreating figure, his tear-streaked smile reflected in his mind. Only after the inquisitors had gone far away did Anson's gaze return to Lawrence's body. Looking into those smiling eyes, Anson, who had been silent for a long time, swallowed hard and finally spoke. I'm sorry, when I explained things earlier, I didn't tell you the truth, or rather, I didn't tell you the whole truth. Yes, I didn't actually want to become a spellcaster at first, and I was indeed forced by Mace Hornard. The situation was very critical. I had to make a choice immediately, but Mace Hornard, he didn't force me. I did it voluntarily. There's no reason or excuse. If I had to say something, it would only be one thing. I want to live, more precisely, to live without being controlled by others. That's what I need to do. If things really are as Draco Veltz said, and the storm is coming, I absolutely refuse to be the one who is taken away and changed. That's all. So I'm very sorry for lying to you before, although judging from your expression, you probably already guessed it. With a soft sigh, Anson slowly rose and shifted his gaze from the Inquisitor to the side. The St. Isaac steam difference engine, affected by the explosion, remained intact, except for slight blackening, retaining its pre-explosion state. In the quiet, enclosed room, Anson silently reached his right hand into the pocket of his shirt inside his coat and retrieved 3 white cards. They were identical to the memory cards containing the Great Magic Book inserted in the difference engine. Chapter 195 Invitation. A thick gray fog shrouded the dome of Clovis City. Although it was daytime, the entire city was as dark as midnight, devoid of any light. The deathly silent streets were littered with ashes and bones, with hyenas occasionally scavenging for scraps of flesh among the remains, wandering in small groups. Boom! A burst of firelight illuminated the dark streets, along with the figures struggling in the flames. Among the ruins of large swathes of burning buildings and barricades, thugs lay paralyzed on the ground, howling in agony, their flesh torn apart by volleyballs, their limbs and torsos broken by solid shot. Behind them were hundreds, even thousands, of their thug comrades fleeing in panic, still unwilling to abandon their possessions. Before them stood line infantry in old red and black uniforms, their rifles raised, forming layers of ranks, followed closely by 4 6-pounder infantry guns pulled by pack horses. All hands on deck. Second calibration, dressed in his general's uniform, Ludwig Franz, one hand behind his back, raised his gleaming silver sword above his head, standing like a military flag at the very front of the line, issuing the order with a stern expression. Following closely behind him, Major Fabian of the Imperial Guard, assigned as a liaison officer and guide, was deathly pale, his legs trembling as he struggled to stand, a stark contrast to the Army Major General who had just returned from the front lines. He could even sense the unintentional look of disdain that always seemed to creep into the eyes of this young Major General and the Archbishop's son when he looked at him. Major Fabian even regretted not refusing when the Imperial Guard commander called upon him. Perhaps it was to gain enough leverage by working alongside this savior of the capital, making it easier to change jobs later? However, the dedicated and valiant Major Fabian would never reveal such petty emotions to the other party, although if he truly knew what the Archbishop's son was thinking, he wouldn't have such concerns. After witnessing the riot in Clovis firsthand, Ludwig felt no contempt for the officers of the Imperial Guard. On the contrary, these professional officers left a deep impression on him, far superior in both quality and discipline to his own Rimingberg conscripts. He was simply puzzled as to why these Imperial Guards were so merciful to the rioters, only providing limited artillery and volley fire, and even issuing threatening shouts before the attack. What was the point? Did they think a mere threat would make them surrender? Wasn't this a pure waste of time? Armed cavalry would be a good choice, but why were they only equipped with sabers and revolvers, without grenades or large-caliber shotguns? Didn't they understand that the best way to deal with undisciplined and disorganized rioters was with shrapnel and bayonet charges? And what about Molotov cocktails and fuel cannons? Wouldn't they be even more effective in the narrow streets of a city? All these factors contributed to the Guard's inefficient combat, even leading to the professional legions being overwhelmed by rioters, leaving Ludwig utterly perplexed. He could only attribute it to the Guard's long-standing garrison in the capital, resulting in outdated training and combat methods, and a general fear of death. Fire, with a swing of a gleaming silver saber, 4 6-pounder infantry guns roared at the fleeing rioters. Deafening explosions reverberated throughout the street, the barricades and ruins blocking the line infantry's path were instantly reduced to dust in the billowing smoke. All the rioters who couldn't dodge were killed by shrapnel and flying debris. Almost simultaneously with the fading of the artillery fire, the first rank of line infantry crouched down in unison, their Leiden rifles exploding into the crowd, releasing plumes of milky white smoke. The panicked masses fell amidst the orderly gunfire. Soldiers, fixed bayonets, watching the mob, already heavily wounded and fleeing amidst the gunfire. Ludwig gave his final order, his sword swung down like an executioner's axe. Long live Clovis! A unified shout erupted from the ranks, and line infantry, rifles and gleaming bayonets, charged wave after wave towards the mob. Gleaming bayonets, under the cover of grenades and skirmishers, pierced necks and chests like butter. Under the relentless onslaught, the mob finally collapsed, fleeing in disarray into the surrounding streets and narrow alleys, unaware that the legion's skirmishers and charioteers were already waiting nearby, pelting down any lone figures in the smoke and fog with bullets and sabers. Watching the battle end in an instant, Major Fabian, standing behind Ludwig, paled even more. The Archbishop's own son wasn't trying to quell the riot at all, he was using military tactics to suppress these almost unarmed rioters. Of course, it must be admitted that this method was very effective, especially in such extraordinary times. Amidst the ravaged streets, the line infantry, having finished their battle, began cleaning up the battlefield, firing a shot at any corpse that appeared to be still alive, or stabbing the body in the neck with a bayonet. Roaming charioteers used sabers and revolvers to drive the prisoners into rows against the wall, where prepared skirmishers then shot them dead in rows. That concludes the clearing of Friedrichstrasse and all the surrounding blocks. Looking at the lingering smoke and occasional flashes of gunfire, Ludwig Franz nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping behind him. Where's next? Whitehall, Major General. Major Fabian answered quickly, his mind racing through all relevant memories. That area was previously requisitioned by the security forces of Clovis Cathedral as a garrison and barracks. After the riot began, Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach led the security forces to defend the cathedral, and the Whitehall barracks were seized by a group of rioters, becoming a fortress under their control. Fabian was well aware of his position in front of the Archbishop's son. Ludwig didn't need any experienced elders or seniors offering advice, he only needed a guide to help him understand the general situation. Anson Bach, Ludwig muttered to himself, a hint of something unclear in his expression. How is he now? Not entirely sure, but it's said the riots near the cathedral have ended. Fabian paused, answering somewhat vaguely. The guards haven't received any further intelligence from the cathedral, so Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach should be unharmed. As one of the people in charge of investigating and tracking the Iron Sky suspects, Fabian naturally knew the relationship between Ludwig and Anson Bach. He deliberately brought it up. It's not far from the cathedral. Should we send someone to inquire? No need. I believe he's all right. Ludwig waved his hand, a faint smile appearing on his cold face. If even the Imperials of Thunderberg couldn't kill him, then he has even less reason to die at the hands of a bunch of thugs who can't fight. Roman, what do you say? Seeing Major General Ludwig's gaze turn back, Lieutenant Colonel Roman, expressionless, simply nodded slightly. You're right, Major General. Lieutenant Colonel Anson Bach is the kind of person who can come back from the dead and always surprises those around him. Surprise, yes, but coming back from the dead is a bit too exaggerated. Ludwig shook his head, not taking Lieutenant Colonel Roman's joke seriously. How much longer will it take for the soldiers to clean up the battlefield? 15 minutes, Major General, then 10 minutes. Try to take the barracks on Whitehall Street before 11 o'clock. Yes, sir. Amid the smoke of gunfire and the thunderous footsteps of the infantry and cavalry, the 8,000 conscripts from Thunderberg began to advance to the next block. The total number of rioters, bandits, heretics, and deserters who poured into the inner city during the riot exceeded 100,000, but as the riot intensified, they also made the same mistake that the guards had made at the beginning. They were evenly distributed across the various blocks. And as the fanatical cultists besieging the cathedral scattered, the rioters surrounding Osteria Palace reached an agreement with the royal family and the Privy Council. What remained was a leaderless mob, their minds filled only with the dregs of looting and arson. These people not only lacked any discipline, but also any semblance of unity. They had even engaged in hundreds, if not thousands, of firefights over the division of loot, with countless casualties in the infighting before the Imperial Guard and the conscripted troops could even intervene. Faced with such a demoralized enemy, Ludwig, leading the conscripted troops, swiftly and decisively cleared the rioters from the Central West Railway Station and Osteria Palace, street by street, almost effortlessly. He left no troops to guard or maintain order in the cleared streets, even deliberately allowing a small number of rioters to escape into the cleared areas before mobilizing the entire army, in regiment units, to advance on the areas where the rioters had fled. For a full day and night, the inner city of the royal capital, which had enjoyed prosperity amidst the war, was plunged into a hell of gunfire and bloodshed. Many witnessed for the first time the terrifying power that the impoverished masses in the outer city, living in dire straits, could unleash, and how crucial it was to have a powerful enough army to protect everyone and suppress such terror. At 8:37 p.m. on March 2nd, under the command of Ludwig Franz, the Thunderberg conscripts successfully recaptured Old Wall Street. The riot, which had lasted for nearly a week, seemed to have come to a temporary, seemingly perfect end. But for many, the storm was far from over. An invitation, in the hospital room filled with the smell of disinfectant, Anson, sitting on the bed, held up a card, looking at Sarah Virgil sitting beside him with a puzzled expression. That's right, the female judge nodded slightly, adding expressionlessly, it's a very precious invitation. Precious? How precious could an invitation be? Anson, looking bewildered, examined the card in his hand. The pale white cardboard emitted a faint, exotic fragrance. The edges of the letter were decorated with golden irises in a very imperial style, and these weren't printed designs, but genuine gold thread stitching. Opening the card, a string of elegant characters came into view. Upon closer inspection, the writing shimmered, likely from silver powder sprinkled on the card. Well, it certainly wasn't cheap. The letter itself wouldn't be worth less than 60 gold coins. Anson silently complained to himself before focusing his attention on the contents of the invitation. Honorable guest, the Rune family cordially invites you to a private luncheon at Lund's Manor at noon on March 7th, the 100th year of the Saint's calendar. The Rune family. Anson vaguely remembered his surname. It was a family even older than the Osterian royal family, although almost all ancient families were older than the Osterian royal family, which had only risen to prominence a few hundred years ago. But what does this have to do with the Dark Mage? When Anson had just woken up and heard from Cold Dorian that the Dark Mage is dead, Sarah Virgil gave him a meaningful look, clearly indicating it was related to the matter. Very much so, the female inquisitor said softly. Remember when that idiot Cole told you that besides the Dark Mage and Braun, no other spellcaster entered the cathedral and the secret chamber? I remember, he said. You told him that. Sarah Virgil nodded. I lied. There was a third spellcaster inside Clovis Cathedral at the time, and if I'm not mistaken, she was probably also a blasphemous mage. What? This time Anson was genuinely shocked. Mace Hornard had almost turned the entire city of Clovis upside down, and now she was telling him there was another one. Was the book The Study of the Three Old Gods a lie, that blasphemous mages weren't rare at all, or was the entire city of Clovis actually the underground headquarters of the old gods? You seemed surprised when Cole said the black mage was dead, Sarah Virgil continued. I guess you didn't completely kill him, right? You mean the blasphemous mage who killed Mace Hornard was from the Rune family? Very likely, and even Lisa's disappearance might be related to her, the female inquisitor whispered. Otherwise, if it was just about killing the black mage, she wouldn't have specifically given me this invitation and entrusted me to deliver it to you. You've met her, no, Sarah Virgil said calmly. But she clearly knew I was a black mage. She gave it to me through mind reading. Anson, incredulous, desperately suppressed his complex emotions. After a few seconds of silence, he said solemnly, where's the Lund Manor mentioned in this letter? I don't know. The Rune family is the oldest and most powerful family in the kingdom of Clovis, but they are quite low-key. Only a very few noble families have access to them. Sarah Virgil looked at Anson and said in a calm tone, but I know someone who might be able to help you. Chapter 196 France Residence. As the first and only Clovis native among the successive archbishops of the Kingdom of Clovis, Luther Franz held a position in the kingdom's upper echelons that was almost second only to the king. According to the rules of the Order Church, archbishops were not allowed to interfere in the kingdom's politics, and therefore usually resided in the cathedral or a monastery outside the city. Only Luther Franz retained his original family mansion and the hereditary title of court count that the Franz family had held for centuries. As for why he was here today, being able to help Anson meant being from a powerful Clovis family, and a certain female judge knew him. Could there be another candidate besides a certain young lady living here? Standing before this 4-story blue and white building, Anson sighed and gently knocked on the door. Lord Anson Bach, Angelica, a young maid in a black and white dress, opened the door for him, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling like diamonds. I thought, why would you suddenly come to the manor? Something came up. Anson gave a slightly stiff smile. The maid's enthusiasm sometimes made him a little uncomfortable. May I come in? Of course, please come in. The maid lifted her skirt and curtsied respectfully, ushering Anson into the room. She then found a young male servant to put away Anson's coat and hat before leading him into the drawing room. Tea, coffee, or wine? The maid asked with a smile as Anson sat down on the sofa. Oh, coffee, thank you, no problem, it'll be ready in a few minutes. Angelica, tilting her head, bowed again. Miss Sophia has gone to Mrs. Katrina's salon and will probably be back in about half an hour. Please wait here for a moment, and don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. Okay, thank you. Anson continued to smile. 3 minutes later, the little maid returned with a silver tray. Besides a pot of coffee with milk and sugar, there was a mousse cake, a few caramel chocolates, a stack of colorful macarons, and a few newspapers to pass the time. If Lisa were here. Anson's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly recovered, poured himself a cup of coffee, and picked up a newspaper to casually flip through. Although the riots affected almost the entire city of Clovis, the press seemed largely unaffected. Perhaps newspaper reporters were just more resilient than the average person? Flipping through a couple of pages, almost every newspaper was filled with reports on the impact of the riots in the outer city, the heavy blow to the economy, and the future consequences of the low level of security, and so on. Even a third-rate tabloid like the Clovis Truth, which relied on headlines, original stories, and gossip, was discussing trivial matters like when martial law would end, when markets would reopen, where to claim corpses, or where factories were hiring. Anson quickly scanned several newspapers before finally spotting a few news items that were barely related to the riots. The first was the follow-up to the incident involving the Iser Elf ambassador. King Carlos II officially announced in the Privy Council that he would wage a sanctioning war against the Kingdom of Iser Elf and its allies, and petitioned the Pope of the Order Church in the Holy Capital to strip the King of Iser Elf of his religious status. Well, Anson wasn't surprised by that. The Clovis had long coveted the Iser Elves, so the question wasn't whether to fight, but when. The second matter was somewhat related to Anson. The old Royal Guard, due to its extreme incompetence and serious dereliction of duty, would be disbanded by the end of March. The security of Clovis would be handed over to a newly formed security force. Ludwig Franz, for his successful suppression of the riot, was unanimously elected by the 500 members of the Privy Council as the supreme commander of the new security force. This wasn't surprising either. When Anson heard that the army used to suppress the riot was the Thunderkessel conscript, he had roughly guessed this outcome. Archbishop Ludwig had already invested heavily to ensure that this security force would remain under the Franz family's control for the next few decades, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Once the new security force is established, the Storm Regiment, as part of the Church's security force, will definitely have to join to ensure the Franz family has sufficient power and connections within it. However, this infantry regiment, which should have been Ludwig's personal guard and the main force of the future Imperial Guard, is now under his command. Of course, Anson doesn't mind being Ludwig's deputy, but the problem is that the Privy Council cannot accept a second archbishop's person entering the upper echelons besides Ludwig as commander, turning the new Imperial Guard into the Franz family's private army. This puts him in a somewhat awkward position. With a helpless sigh, Anson puts his coffee cup, which he has just sipped from, on the table. Now he has to consider what to do in the future. How about becoming an assistant instructor at the Army Academy? Instructor Eric at the Academy has been quite nice to him. Impossible. Don't even think about letting me into that godforsaken place. Just as he puts down his cup, a furious roar suddenly erupts in the empty house. Startled, Anson nearly spilled his coffee, his astonished gaze suddenly turning to the door behind him. The voice, was it Ludwig? Take back what you just said, Ludwig Franz. Ludwig Franz's deep voice came from behind the door, as if suppressing endless anger. Just this once, abandon your worthless pride and think properly about your family, our family's future. Think like an adult. Is that so difficult for you? That's it. Ludwig's roar once again overwhelmed him. How many times has this happened? If I remember correctly, we discussed this 2 years ago. I said I had no interest in being a soldier who doesn't fight, and you said you would respect my choice. Is this your respect for me? I'm asking you to fulfill your obligations to the family. I can fulfill those obligations on the front lines. In the trenches, in the tents, on the battlefield, not in some warm and comfortable office where one can do nothing. Ludwig's roar trembled slightly. Do you even understand what it will mean if Clovis loses this war? Of course I understand. No, you don't understand. If you truly understood, you would have done everything in your power to stop Carlos from declaring war on the Kingdom of Isar, instead of condoning him. Let me remind you, Ludwig Franz, your father is not part of the Order of the Ring, and I can only do my best. That means your efforts are still insufficient, and you shouldn't have considered transferring a still-fighting legion to the rear when manpower is scarce at the front. I deeply regret listening to you and returning. Ludwig's roar echoed throughout the house, but his anger was met only with silence. In the deathly silent drawing room, Anson sat on the sofa, staring intently at the tightly closed door. Bang! With a loud crash, Ludwig, his face contorted with rage, slammed open the door. As soon as he stepped out of the study, he saw a figure sitting on the sofa, holding a newspaper and coffee. Turning to look at him. Anson Bach, when did you arrive? Ludwig was taken aback at first, then glanced at the study behind him, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his usually stern face. You heard everything, only part of it. Anson blinked, deliberately feigning confusion. What happened? Nothing. I had a fight with my father, over some trivial matters. Well, that's it. Ludwig offered a few words of explanation, slightly impatient, then immediately changed the subject. By the way, how are you? I heard that Clovis Cathedral was invaded by a blasphemous mage, and someone said you were injured, just some superficial wounds and some emotional trauma. I recovered after a few days of rest in the hospital. Anson smiled. But I heard you've been promoted from Brigadier General to Major General. Yes, it just went through with the Privy Council. I haven't received approval from the army yet. Ludwig shook his head, seemingly not very interested in the matter. Feeling somewhat downcast, he lowered his gaze and inadvertently saw a newspaper article about his impending appointment as commander of the security forces. Ludwig, his expression subtly shifting, remained silent for a few seconds before looking at Anson with a complex expression. You came for this? No. There's no need to hide such things. Before Anson could explain, Ludwig interrupted him righteously. I can make a promise to you right now. I, Ludwig Franz, will absolutely not become the next commander of the Royal Guard. On the contrary, I think that with your merits in defending the Clovis Cathedral and killing the blasphemous mage, you are more than qualified for this position. At least, you should be a high-ranking officer like the chief of staff or the commander of an elite grenadier regiment, although I think with your abilities, you should waste them on such meaningless, click. Before Ludwig could finish speaking, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from outside the reception room. Sophia Franz, wearing a deep purple dress and smiling, walked into the reception room, and the moment she saw Ludwig and Anson standing beside the sofa, her expression quickly turned cold for some reason. "It seems you've already had a fight with father," the girl said somewhat coldly. "Or is it just the first round, and I need to stay out longer so as not to get in your way?" No need," Ludwig said somewhat awkwardly. "I was just about to go out to the military camp on Whitehall Street with Anson Bach. I'm very sorry, but Lord Anson Bach will not be going to the military camp with you," Sophia interrupted without any politeness, her gaze shifting meaningfully to Anson as she walked step by step to his side. "In fact, his purpose in coming today was specifically to discuss certain matters with me, not with you, Brother Ludwig. Am I right, Anson?" The intimate address and the extremely close distance between them made it seem as if they were already intimately close and could talk about anything. Looking at Sophia's warm smile and the hint of surprise beneath Ludwig's cold expression, Anson, standing in the middle, suddenly felt a little flustered. "Where did you get the invitation from the Rune family?" In the girl's bedroom, Sophia looked at Anson, who was fidgeting in front of the dressing table, fiddling with the extravagantly exquisite invitation in his hand, her expression full of confusion. Anson sighed. "Would you believe me if I said they gave it to me?" "No." Sophia frowned slightly and handed the invitation back to Anson. "But besides that, there doesn't seem to be any other more reasonable explanation. The Rune family is the oldest family in the kingdom of Clovis, with a history dating back to 900 years before the saint's calendar. Only a very few equally ancient families and royal families can be invited to Lund Manor. I really don't understand why they would invite you, and only you." "How do you know they only invited me?" "Because I went to a banquet at Lund Manor once, with my father." A strange look flashed in the girl's eyes, as if she was recalling some unpleasant memories. "They would list the names of all the guests on the invitation. If not, it means they only invited you. That manor is in a forest outside Clovis City, surrounded entirely by the Rune family's private lands. It's a somewhat eerie-looking castle, ancient enough to be over 1,000 years old. I can give you the detailed address of that place. It's not too hard to find, although you might get lost if you're not careful." "Thank you." Anson nodded slightly and thanked her. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Anything I can do." Although it was just a polite gesture, Anson wouldn't refuse if she actually made a request. "Well, anyway, this young lady, who is incredibly enthusiastic about detective novels, wouldn't say anything too outrageous. At most, she'd do something like create another Old Wall Street." Sophia didn't speak immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds, looking at Anson with a slightly grave expression. "You remember telling me to keep an eye on Draco Veltz, to find out the network behind him, and how to get Carlos to reach an agreement with the rioters besieging the palace?" "Yes, what about it?" "I found it," Sophia said in a deep voice, "just like you, and father said, he's not fighting alone, but a group of people cooperating with him behind the scenes. More precisely, it's an organization. They're the ones who planned this riot, and at the same time, they used the Old Gods organization as their shield, making everyone think that it was all the Dark Mage and the Old Gods plan." Sophia paused slightly, as if she had returned to that night of the riot, trembling under the stairs, listening intently to the two deliberately lowered voices. "I didn't hear the details very clearly. I only caught a name that should have disappeared decades ago. They called themselves the Truth Society. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Lund Manor. March 7th, 7 o'clock in the morning, on the northern outskirts of Clovis. Anson, dressed in a double-breasted black tuxedo and a top silk hat, sat in the carriage heading to Lund Manor, gazing absently at the misty city outskirts. Sophia's words echoed in his mind. The so-called Truth Society originated from the Great Schism of 450 BC, during which the Order Church of Clovis also broke away and founded the Truth Seekers. This sect had two characteristics. First, it didn't care much about doctrine but was very interested in historical truth. Second, it was passionate about mathematics and alchemy. Because it founded the earliest modern teaching system and academy system, it was also commonly known as the Ivory Society. Around 100 BC, with the full support of the Clovis royal family, the truth seekers reached their peak. The most radical members formed another, more tightly organized small group, calling themselves the Truth Society. This organization was characterized by its semi-secrecy and extremely stringent selection criteria for new members. Its fanatical research and extreme hostility towards the Church of Order made it an outcast even within the Truth Seekers sect, considered a group of capable but mentally unstable freaks, that is, until a peerless genius emerged from among them, Isaac Rand. This saint's most active period coincided with the Truth Society's peak. He not only transformed the entire Truth Seekers sect into the outer circle of the Truth Society, but also, to a certain extent, controlled the diplomacy and military of the Kingdom of Clovis. After the Second Council of Public Order in the 47th year of the saintly calendar, the Truth Seekers sect, like many other denominations, was reintegrated into the Pope's fold in the Holy Capital. The Church of Order was unified once again, and the Truth Society vanished. Now, this radical organization, which should have been buried, has reappeared on the land of the Kingdom of Clovis, and in such an exaggerated manner, through a riot, forcing even King Carlos II to compromise with him. The content of the agreement was actually irrelevant. Forcing a king to make a promise he didn't want to make was itself the best proof of power. But what Anson truly intrigued was their purpose. The Church of Order had been striving to avoid wars between nations, or rather, to avoid participating in them, in order to maintain its neutral and detached position. The old god factions around the world were using various means and methods to instigate wars, aiming to disrupt the balance and destroy the Church of Order's foundation for ruling the world. So what were Draco Veltz, and the Truth Society behind him, all for? On that stormy night, this enigmatic novelist told him that if he didn't want to be manipulated and changed by others, he had to first try to change something himself. In other words, they were dissatisfied with the current situation in the Church of Order, but even more so, they didn't want to return to the era of old god rule. Interesting. Anson's lips curled slightly. Now that Draco Veltz had revealed everything, even through Sophia's words, yes, he was absolutely certain that the novelist, so adept at hiding, had deliberately exposed himself to Sophia, even revealing his true identity. It wouldn't be long before these people came knocking on his door to discuss their grand plan. Smiling, Anson slowly withdrew his gaze from the window, only to be startled by Alan Dawn sitting opposite him. The clerk, his eyes gleaming, wore an incredibly ingratiating smile, his upturned lips revealing a few perfectly white teeth, sitting obediently while his eyes remained fixed on Anson. What's with that look? Nothing, just genuine excitement and gratitude. The junior clerk shook his head quickly, his face a stiff, excited smile. I never imagined that Lord Anson Bach would receive an invitation from Lund Manor. This is an honor that even the Franz family, or even the Austrian royal family, could not easily obtain. To be honest, when I learned that young Master Ludwig Franz had returned, I thought it might be a blow to your career, but now the situation is completely different. With the Rune family's invitation, the oldest and most prestigious family in all of Clovis dares not look at you with the eyes of an ordinary soldier. I even dare say that today is the day your career truly takes off. Looking at the junior clerk, who was almost unable to contain his excitement, Anson's lips curled into a bitter smile. He wondered what he would think if he discovered that the incomparably prestigious Lund Manor was actually a lair of blasphemous mages. The reason he brought along Ellen, who knew nothing of all this, was purely because of Sophia's reminder. I don't know why the Rune family invited you, but they are the oldest family in all of Clovis, with even more elaborate rituals than a royal banquet, so if you don't want to be seen as deliberately insulting them the moment you walk in because of some trivial matter, you'd better bring someone who understands all this with you. Lord Anson Bach, please rest assured. The trembling junior clerk interrupted Anson's recollection again, his face flushed with excitement like a ripe tomato. As your loyal clerk, I will make sure the Rune family understands how incredibly lucky and crucial an investment it is for them to have the opportunity to entertain you. Anson smiled slightly, took a bottle of wine from the carriage drawer, poured a glass, and handed it to the nearly fainting junior clerk. Then everything is in your hands. Yes. I will certainly not fail in my mission. Alan respectfully accepted the glass with both hands, picked up the glass, and drank it all in one gulp, showing no signs of calming down, and his face was even redder than before. It seems to have backfired. I seem to have forgotten he's still a minor. Anson maintained his smile, but a sense of unease began to creep in. Hopefully, when they arrived, this underage scribe wouldn't cause a scene in public. The bumpy carriage sped through the mist-shrouded wilderness, passing rows of neat, straight sycamore trees before entering a narrow path through the dense forest, barely wide enough for two carriages to pass side by side. Anson took a breath, expressionless. If Sophia's information was correct, entering this forest meant entering the territory of Lund Manor. Half an hour later, a towering, opulent black castle, resembling a palace, appeared at the end of the forest path. The carriage slowly stopped before an iron gate. Anson glanced at the young scribe, now asleep in his armchair with a blissful smile, sighed wryly, and stepped down from the carriage alone, walking towards the castle. "Be careful, don't die in there," a chilling voice sounded from behind. Anson, who was about to push open the iron gate, turned around with slight surprise. Looking at his driver with a playful expression, "What a surprise, I didn't know you cared about me so much." "Lieutenant Colonel Roman, no, I don't care whether you live or die." Roman, his face fierce, stared unblinkingly at Anson. "But Major General Ludwig cares, because your death would cause a lot of trouble he doesn't want to encounter, so for your own sake, and to avoid causing trouble for the Franz family, you'd better come back alive." Anson, a slight smile playing on his lips, nodded slightly to Roman, then pushed open the door and left. In every sense, the Rune family is an extremely special existence in the kingdom of Clovis. The legends about the origin of this family are as numerous as those of the Seven Great Knights, the prime minister of the ancient kingdom of Clovis, a descendant of a great wizard, the Cursed One, the actual ruler of the kingdom of Clovis. The list goes on. As a hereditary family older than the Austrian royal family and possessing 24,000 acres of hereditary land surrounding the capital, the Rune family surprisingly wielded no influence in the upper echelons of the kingdom of Clovis. Everyone only knew of their antiquity. Being invited by them or having a member of their family as a guest was a great honor even for the royal family. Before arriving, Anson had thoroughly investigated the Rune family's background and discovered that while they were remarkably low-key, their influence was considerable. Almost every trade union had received funding from them, and 3 of the 10 most prosperous streets in the inner city were under their name, including his own residence, Bowman Street. Furthermore, they held shares in Clovis's public infrastructure construction, the St. Isaac Academy Board of Directors, the Steel and Coal Mining Association. Even their financial stake in the Railway Committee was second only to the chairman. Their influence on the kingdom of Clovis's economy was pervasive. If that were all, then the Rune family would simply be another ancient Franz family, but according to Sarah Virgil, and Professor Mace Harnard's repeated mentions, he discovered that the Rune family and the August family were mentioned together more than once in various historical records. The Rune family is very likely, like the so-called August family, a family of ancient gods composed of spellcasters. Perhaps he was stepping into a meticulously designed trap. Breathing in the faint mist, Anson, forcing himself to remain calm, walked along the smooth, mirror-like stone slabs towards the castle. "Distinguished guest, welcome to Lund Manor." A middle-aged man in a tailcoat stood before the gate, his broad forehead making his hair appear somewhat thinning. A subtle, faint smile played on his lips, making one unconsciously maintain a reserved demeanor. "It is a great honor for my humble abode to have you spare time amidst your busy schedule." Anson nodded slightly, his hands behind his back clutching a note peeking out from his sleeve. His lips and head curved into a gentle smile. "Not at all, you're too kind." In Clovis's oldest aristocratic etiquette, the initial phrases used by guests and hosts were fixed, except for nouns and a very few verbs. This was mainly because Clovis rose to prominence relatively late, with only a few hundred years of history. The entire set of etiquette standards was copied directly from the empire. The uncultured Clovis nobles of that time simply didn't understand the essence of it all. Centuries later, these rigid, inflexible rules had become a symbol of nobility and antiquity. Anson, a country bumpkin and a transmigrator, was completely clueless about all this, both the former and the current Anson. However, he had a note prepared by the clerk overnight, which considered all the situations Anson had to face on his own. "I am the manor's butler, you may call me Otto," the middle-aged man said, turning and opening the castle gate. "The master is preparing a banquet to entertain you. The lunch will begin in 2 hours. Please follow me to the side hall to rest for a while." Following the note, Anson, without uttering a word, simply smiled and entered the castle under the butler's guidance. Passing through the foyer, Anson followed the man down a narrow corridor to the lounge. Almost as soon as he sat down, two male servants placed coffee and pastries on the coffee table in front of him, and the fireplace in the room was already lit. Everything looked so luxurious and elegant, except for some reason. The two male servants seemed a little strange, their faces were far too pale, and their movements were somewhat mechanical and uncoordinated. "What are those?" Anson asked, turning his head to point to the oil painting on the wall and the square box beneath it before the butler left. Under no circumstances were guests allowed to speak to any servants other than the butler. In the absolute worst-case scenario, they had to speak through their own attendant or personal male servant, but the junior scribe was already drunk and asleep in the carriage. "Those are great figures who once received patronage from the Rune family and made outstanding contributions to the kingdom," the butler Otto replied. Throughout the long history of the Rune family, numerous exceptionally talented individuals have been patronized, most of whom have left their portraits on the manor. Others, with closer ties, have entrusted their ashes or belongings to the manor for safekeeping, allowing them to rest here alongside generations of the family. This is a special tradition of the Rune family. Bloodlines and great figures have shaped our history, don't you think? "I think it's a very fine tradition," Anson replied with a smile. "Before the banquet begins, may I admire these portraits of great figures?" "Of course, please enjoy." With that, the butler bowed and turned to leave. The instant his figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Anson's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze locking onto a portrait of someone behind him. Mace Hornard. More precisely, the urn beneath Mace Hornard's portrait. If everything was as Sarah Virgil said, then this box should contain the last remaining fragments of the Dark Mage's corpse. Taking a deep breath, Anson, his heart pounding, stepped towards the portrait. In the lair of a blasphemous mage, he dared not easily activate his superpower to scan the box directly. He gently raised his right hand and placed it on the lid of the urn, his fingers slowly approaching the gilded clasp, little by little, little by little. "Having fun, Lord Anson Bach?" A childish voice sounded behind him. Anson, forcing himself to remain calm, abruptly stopped, a faint smile on his face, and turned around imperceptibly. It was a girl in a sky-blue dress, looking about 13 or 14 years old, with beautiful light brown curly hair and emerald green eyes. She looked exactly like Lisa. Chapter 198 The True World of the Old Gods. No, she's not Lisa. Although they do look exactly the same at first glance, even their smiles are remarkably similar, they are definitely not the same person, they just look too alike. Recovering from his shock in a fraction of a second, Anson's eyes quickly regained their composure, a hint of surprise at being startled by the voice behind him, as he turned around. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Talia Rune, you can call me Talia." The girl smiled without showing her teeth, gracefully lifting the hem of her skirt in a curtsy. In the high society of the Kingdom of Clovis, women are not allowed to address someone by their first name unless the other party specifically requests it. Even if they know the name, it is considered extremely disrespectful to the host. This rule was placed at the top of the junior clerk's cheat sheet. "Good morning, Miss Talia." Anson smiled and bowed slightly, his gaze briefly sweeping across the girl's face. He couldn't sense any magical aura about her, though perhaps she was too well concealed. After all, even Mace Hornard, after becoming a dark mage, took the Inquisition 30 years to discover him. He looked up, pointing to the portraits behind him with a smile. "I'm quite interested in these portraits, so I've become a little engrossed." Has the banquet already begun? Guests shouldn't easily inquire about the host's affairs. When unsure what to say, the best opening line is, "When does the banquet begin?" "No, it's still an hour away," the girl chuckled, raising a hand to cover her pink lips, and walked demurely towards Anson. "Are you interested in history?" This was also a standard Clovial courtesy, often an opportunity for both sides to boast about their long and distinguished family lineage. It was just a hobby. Anson deliberately didn't respond. He and his predecessor knew virtually nothing about the history of the Bach family. At St. Isaac's Academy, it was my favorite subject. "Oh?" The girl looked up, her sparkling eyes sweeping over Anson. "And Professor Mace Hornard, he was my favorite professor, once." Anson's smile vanished, quickly replaced by a disappointed expression as he sighed. "But now he's become a notorious evil spellcaster, a member of the old gods who has destroyed the well-being of the Clovis. If the church hadn't forbidden it from being published to avoid repercussions, he would probably be infamous by now. So now, my feelings for the professor can only be described as complex." "I see." Talia nodded calmly, standing beside Anson, quietly looking at Mace Hornard's portrait with him. "And you, Miss Talia, Anson casually probed. "Since the Rune family once sponsored a professor, you must have met him, right?" "Me." Talia showed a surprised expression, an expression completely identical to Lisa's usual demeanor, almost causing Anson to lose his composure. "My feelings for Mace Hornard, well, maybe like family." "Family? What kind of answer was that? Could the professor be from a branch of the Rune family?" "Yes," Talia answered reservedly, revealing the answer in a calm tone, "because he is my fiancé." "Oh, I see." Anson outwardly understood, but inwardly he was in turmoil. What did she say? Fiancé? Professor Mace Hornard became a blasphemous mage about 30 years ago, and his qualification as a tutor at St. Isaac's Academy was even earlier, around 40 or 50 years ago. He was probably in his early 60s before he was killed. And this Miss Talia Rune, well, she looks a minor? Of course, age is never a problem in upper-class marriages. The prerequisite for love is the interests of the two families. But given the Rune family's status, what could Professor Mace Hornard possibly offer them? Unless... No, you seem to have misunderstood. Talia shook her head and continued to explain. Professor Mace Hornard was betrothed to me by my father. We only met once or twice occasionally. We knew of each other's existence, but we didn't really know each other. That's why I said my feelings for him were probably like those of family. Oh, I see. Anson suddenly understood again. Like those distant relatives only mentioned by elders, something like that. Professor Mace Hornard, what was the reason your father chose him and he received funding from the Rune family? Anson continued to probe, trying to extract information from Talia about why she had invited him. He was now almost certain that the other woman was not Lisa. Besides the fact that her eyes and speech seemed far more intelligent than Lisa's, there was one crucial difference. Her hands. The other woman's hands were far too slender, so fair that you could even see the veins beneath, a stark contrast to Lisa's small, calloused hands, hardened from hunting, building fortifications, and handling rifles and cannons. Even if the other woman had a blood mage modify her body and a dark mage give her psychological suggestions, certain small habits wouldn't change, and Lisa's habit was that her hands would unconsciously clench when she relaxed. Talent, Talia explained. There are always some exceptionally talented people in this world who, due to objective limitations, cannot achieve what is rightfully theirs. For hundreds of years, the Rune family has been dedicated to discovering such talents, making them members of the Rune family, providing them with better conditions, and helping them achieve their goals. In return, while achieving their own success, they also prioritize the Rune family, ensuring the continued existence of Lund Manor and the Rune family. So that's it. That's why Professor Mace Hornard was able to become a black mage and, despite his low profile in Clovis City, still wields such immense power. Anson thought to himself. Relying on the Rune family's vast and pervasive wealth and influence, he could indeed, as an ordinary professor, access the upper echelons of the Clovis kingdom, establish cooperative relationships with those equally ancient nobles who lean towards the old gods, and even turn them around to serve him. So, the reason they didn't kill him but left an invitation was because Mace Hornard had lost his value to them, and they needed to find someone more talented. However, the reason for inviting you here isn't because of that, huh? Not because of that? Suddenly stunned, Anson felt like he'd been choked, and he even forgot how to continue the conversation. Please don't misunderstand my words, Lord Anson Bach. Talia glanced at him slightly, her gaze sweeping from the painting to Anson's expression. I don't mean to belittle you at all. In fact, quite the opposite. You are far more important to the Rune family than the people hanging on these walls. Then why? Anson asked, his smile fading and his tone becoming slightly more serious. Finally getting to the point? These old-fashioned noble pleasantries always made him feel like the other party was deliberately stalling for time. It's almost lunchtime. Talia changed the subject, still not directly answering Anson's question, and said with a friendly smile, why don't we take our seats first, and then talk while we eat? Okay. Suppressing the urge to press her, Anson smiled. This was the Rune family's manor. Even if Roman could meet him on the outskirts of the manor to help him escape, the two of them couldn't possibly escape the pursuit of a blasphemous mage. On this private estate of over 20,000 acres on the outskirts of Clovis City, the Church of Order and the Inquisition posed no threat to that blasphemous mage. He had to remain restrained and find an opportunity to ask Lisa about her whereabouts. Following the petite girl's figure, the two arrived at a dining room made of white marble and red and black curtains. The butler Otto and 2 rows of 6 male servants were already waiting inside, Although it was daytime, the dim silver candlesticks, the shadows of the firelight in the fireplace, and the crystal chandelier overhead made the atmosphere of the room feel like midnight. The moment Anson entered, his gaze naturally fell on the dining table, a table covered with a white tablecloth and decorated with candlesticks and flowers, yet it contained only 2 chairs. "Where is everyone else?" Anson asked softly, a hint of doubt in his voice, his nerves tightening. Although she had only invited him, surely the entire Rune family wouldn't be without her? Talia turned to look at Anson, a slightly amused expression on her face. "Do you wish to have many people with you for lunch?" "Not really." Anson shook his head slightly, and amidst her smile, walked to the table. A pale-faced male servant stepped forward to serve him. "Otto, how long until lunchtime?" Talia smiled at the butler. "There's still half an hour, but the kitchen is all ready." Otto bowed and said, "If you need, we can serve it now." "Then let's serve the food. It's already the 100th year of the saint's calendar, no need to be bound by the old formalities." "Yes, sir." Soon, the male servants arrived one after another carrying various delicacies, a tender veal steak drizzled with black pepper sauce, pan-fried foie gras stewed in fine wine, its color as red as blood, a melt-in-your-mouth, sweet and delicate mushroom and beef soup with eggs. Following the clerk's advice, after putting a small piece of baked snails into his mouth with his main course knife, Anson put his cutlery back in place and glanced at Talia, who was holding a glass of sweet wine. "Now, can you tell me why you invited me to this luncheon?" "Relax, Lord Anson Bach, relax," Talia said softly, swirling her wineglass, a sweet smile on her youthful face. "The purpose of inviting you is to ensure you have an unforgettable experience at Lund Manor, and to enjoy complete comfort without any worries. Mace Hornard is dead. No one in this manor will harbor even the slightest hostility towards you." "Thank you," Anson smiled slightly. "But if you could answer my question, or tell my sister, Lisa Bach's whereabouts, I would be very grateful." "Lisa. Lisa August." Talia gave Anson a meaningful look. "You care about her, of course," Anson answered without hesitation, his expression growing serious. "She is my sister, but she is not my blood relative. She is merely an orphan you found on the battlefield of Thunder Keep." Shaking her head, Talia pressed further, "Why care so much about an orphan?" "She's my sister," Anson repeated. Talia blinked. Just because of that, isn't there any other reason?" "She's of August's blood, possibly even the only descendant of this ancient blood magic apostle, possessing the potential to allow you or your descendants to evolve to a higher level. Haven't you ever considered that?" "I'm not interested in that." Perhaps." Talia's smile deepened, a hint of malice flashing in her slightly narrowed eyes. "But the one who exposed her August bloodline and made her a target for Mace Hornard, was you." Anson fell silent. It was a mistake he couldn't deny. Mace Hornard, or rather, the Dark Mage? Talia, her eyes gleaming, picked up her glass and took a small sip. "He was once a promising young man whom the Rune family had invested heavily in, considered by my father to be one of their most promising talents. With his intellect and skill, the old god's faith, which had long since vanished in Clovis, was revived. The old gods, once again held a place in Clovis's upper echelons, and this close cooperation ended when a young army lieutenant colonel arrived in Clovis with his cute little sister." Talia winked at Anson. "The moment he saw Lisa August, he noticed she looked almost exactly like me, and from a lieutenant colonel who had inadvertently let slip the name August, he unearthed the origins of this bloodline and the blood magic apostle who had fallen 1,000 years ago. From that moment on, he completely betrayed the Rune family." Sizzle, like the sound of something shattering, Anson, who had inadvertently raised his gaze, suddenly froze. Standing behind the girl, the pale-faced male servants suddenly began to peel off large patches of skin and hair from their faces, their facial muscles necrosis and decaying at a visible speed. This. Among the ancient families of the old gods, there is an unwritten rule: if one family defeats another, it must also make all the remaining blood relatives of the defeated family members. Smiling, Talia seemed oblivious to Anson's expression and continued, "Mace Hornard, he deduced from the resemblance between Lisa and me that she was likely the lost blood of August, and from the records about Rune and August, he discovered the connection between the two families, finding a truth that overjoyed him. That's right. The apostle who defeated Lisa's ancestor August and seized everything from him and his family was my father, Rune, and I, with bloodlines from both, am the chosen successor of the Rune family, Talia Rune, sometimes also known as Talia August Rune. Lisa is my blood-related sister." Click, a withered, necrotic eyeball fell from its completely rotten socket, rolling to the feet of the oblivious, stunned Anson. So now you understand why we must entertain you and express our gratitude. The Rune family owes you an everlasting debt of gratitude for helping you find your family kin and protecting her from a traitor. Talia raised her elegant goblet, warmly toasting Anson. Welcome to Lund Manor. Welcome to the true world of the old gods, connected by blood. Lord Anson Bach. Chapter 199 Rune. The real world of the old gods? Anson was nearly breathless with disbelief. Words failed to describe the shock he felt. Professor Mace Harnard had mentioned more than once that the old god worship during the Dark Ages was organized by region and family. In a region where the three old gods were widely worshipped, there would inevitably be one or two powerful spellcaster families, ruling and manipulating ordinary believers like lords. So, Rune was a spellcaster family that ruled the Clovis region during the Dark Ages? And, this manor also, had an apostle? Forcing himself to remain calm, Anson swallowed hard. He finally understood why Mace Harnard had been so desperate to escape after planning to seize the Grand Spellbook and Lisa. He wasn't hiding from the Church and the Inquisitors, but from the Rune family's apostle. How terrifying was the power of an apostle? The book Studies on the Three Old Gods describes them as follows. They are creations that have reached near perfection in a certain life form, beings incomparably close to the three old gods, the fairies, angels, demons, nightmares, dragons, and sea monsters of all ancient myths and legends. The legends and records about the apostles are always accompanied by various natural disasters that plunge the world into panic and despair. Therefore, it's not surprising at all that Mace Harnard wanted to run away, let alone be considered cowardly. On the contrary, his willingness to run and his confidence in escaping were already signs of extreme courage and confidence. Having understood all this, Anson's expression finally stopped being shocked. Although his heart was still pounding as if it would burst from his chest, his consciousness had completely calmed down. That's right, there was nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, no matter how much he struggled, it was meaningless. If the other party wanted to kill him, they would have done so the moment they entered. Since that wasn't the case, it meant everything was negotiable. Even if they forced him to swear oaths and sign a contract of servitude, he still had room to maneuver. I'd love to say that, but unfortunately, the so-called world of the old gods no longer exists, Talia said softly, a fleeting hint of regret in her eyes. The Night Kingdom established by the Church of Order and the Gifted One seized worldly power and faith from the followers of the old gods hundreds of years ago. The primordial rings that once filled the old world have become objects of blasphemy in the eyes of the world. Ancient and glorious spellcaster families have either been slaughtered or are now confined to castles and manors in the wilderness, watching as ugly factories and filthy cities slowly devour everything that was once beautiful. It's truly unfortunate, Anson sighed, but inwardly he didn't care. No matter how ugly the factories were, they were still a manifestation of emerging productivity and production methods. No matter how filthy the cities were, they still greatly improved the quality of life for the residents, which was better than living in shacks in the wilderness. Living in ancient castles where the sparks of civilization only existed in secluded valleys and dense forests, huddled in shacks and swamps, surviving by hunting and gathering wild fruits, in an era where spellcasters could commit atrocities with impunity, that was truly terrifying. In such a sorrowful era, even the Rune family and my father had to compromise with reality to continue our family and bloodline that had existed for 1,000 years, Talia lamented. We relinquished all our privileges, using our former wealth to join the circle of the newly rich. We did everything in our power, setting aside our dignity to convince the king and the church of our sincerity, confining our lives to a small manor. A small manor. Anson's lips twitched. Was she referring to this small Rune manor, covering over 20,000 acres, with a castle and gardens comparable to a palace, plus a vast forest and wilderness? However, these words revealed a crucial piece of information. The upper echelons of the Kingdom of Clovis likely knew about the power behind the Rune family. Sophia mentioned that she and her father had visited once, indicating that the Archbishop was also well aware of this. This was quite interesting. Was Luther Franz concealing this from the Church's upper echelons for some ulterior motive? Or was the Church tacitly condoning the existence of these declining but powerful spellcaster families? If the latter, what incentive would these fundamentally irreconcilable parties have to maintain the status quo? But recently, even maintaining it has become increasingly difficult. The Church of Order's suppression of the Old Gods faction has intensified, and no matter how much we try to appease them, we only receive cold indifference. The sighing girl put the last piece of foie gras into her mouth, her pink tongue gently licking her fingers that had just touched the plate, as if reminiscing about a lost taste. So we had no choice but to support Mace Harnard and do some slightly extreme things, before he becomes a traitor, like this riot, Anson countered. Yes, if we could use a rebellion to give power to the ancient families allied with the Rune family in the Privy Council, effectively sidelining the royal family, everything could return to normal, Talia said calmly, without any attempt to conceal anything, but we failed, and suffered a crushing defeat. From the very beginning of the battle, our most important pawn betrayed its master. Not only did it lead to an inevitable defeat, but it also nearly caused the Rune family to lose an important blood relative. The Frotz family and the Truth Society won the final victory, while the Osteria family preserved its last shred of dignity by abandoning their loyal guards and groveling before their subjects. So, the Rune family was left with only two choices: clean house and accept defeat gracefully, or overthrow everything and let things develop in the most irreversible direction. We chose the former. So that's why I'm still alive and sitting here, instead of being killed while they were dealing with Mace Harnard. Anson roughly understood what she meant, but still pressed on. But what does all this have to do with me? Since you are Lisa's blood relatives, you can take her away right in front of me, so why insist on having me as a guest at this manor? Like you said before, I'm not qualified to be hung on those walls yet, but you've found a long-lost blood relative for the Rune family, which is more important than 10,000 Mace Harnards. Talia curled her lips. The Rune family never neglects those who have done them a favor, especially, this is what Lisa requested. Lisa, that's right, her exact words were unless you can guarantee you won't hurt Lisa. And won't separate Lisa and Anson, otherwise, she'll kill me. Talia's emerald eyes sparkled, her smile growing even sweeter. What an adorable child, how could I refuse my lovely sister's only request? Anson nodded slightly, waiting for her to continue. More importantly, considering Lisa's current mental state, it's almost impossible for her to start a new life at Lund's Manor immediately. Even being separated from you for a short time would plunge her into a state of extreme anxiety. Talia took a deep breath. I don't deny that when I first brought Lisa back, I only intended to treat you to a fine lunch, plus a very appropriate reward to express the Rune family's gratitude. But now it seems that, at least for now, Lisa should stay by your side. Gold, silver, jewels, all of these seem too indecent in the face of your precious sibling bond. Anson maintained his smile, trying his best not to show any regret. I suppose you won't let me take Lisa away so easily, right? The girl smiled non-committally. She is a long-lost blood relative of the Rune family. Entrusting her to you was a last resort. Of course, some safeguards need to be in place to ensure that a situation like Mace Harnard's doesn't happen again. Lord Anson Bach, we offer you two choices. As the words fell, the pristine white dining table had already been cleaned by the undead servants. The butler Otto, exuding a chilling aura, walked to Anson's side and placed a briefcase, a ring, a pledge, and a pen in front of him. Anson's gaze first fell on the contract. By the primal ring, I swear I will never betray the ancient and noble Rune family. If I break this oath, I am willing to suffer the punishment of being torn to pieces. Torn to pieces. Anson gasped inwardly, immediately recalling the way Lawrence was reduced to fragments by a single glance from the Black Mage in the cathedral's underground chamber. The box contains the equivalent of 10,000 gold coins, as the Rune family's gratitude for finding our blood relative, Talia said, pointing to the suitcase. Take it, and the Rune family's affairs will be no longer your concern, and you'll no longer have to worry about Lisa. This will be the end of it all for you. Anson raised an eyebrow. What about Lisa? You don't need to worry about Lisa. We have our own way of making her forget you. It will take some time, but it's not that difficult. My father is one of the few remaining apostles. There's nothing he can't do. The girl paused subtly, her gaze sweeping over the ring. Or, if you still have feelings for my lovely sister, we'll allow you to take her away. In return, we need you to wear this ring, symbolizing the Rune family's bloodline and friendship. In short, it's giving you the position that originally belonged to Mace Harnard. Of course, whichever you choose, you must sign this commitment. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Anson thought to himself. Mace Harnard's rise from an ordinary church academy tutor to dark mage was largely due to the power of the Rune family, although accepting the ring meant forging a certain degree of ties with the Rune family. Given his current strength, it wasn't unacceptable. Wait? What did she just say? Give me Mace Harnard's position. If I remember correctly, she mentioned something else before. That's right, Your Excellency Anson Bach. Talia smiled faintly. her gentle words sending a chill down Anson's spine. "Take it, and you'll be my new fiancé." In the empty dining room, Talia sat at the table, gazing at the misty scenery outside the window, popping a small piece of iced orange syrup into her mouth, a satisfied expression on her slightly puffed up, youthful face. "He left with a ring," a hoarse, aged voice, like the rubbing of old leather, echoed in the empty room. "That's right, because he's very clever, or rather, very cowardly," Talia answered without turning her head, munching on her iced orange syrup with a silver spoon, swinging her fair legs happily in her high-backed chair. "He knows very well that once he chooses money, he'll be of no value to the Rune family. What will become of someone of no value who holds so many of the Rune family's secrets? Promises and oaths are meaningless. Their very existence means they will be broken at some point. The best way to build alliances and friendships is through blood ties and mutual benefit, but he's not a proper follower of the old gods, an ignorant fool who doesn't even understand the origins of his own power. I doubt he'll even go as far as blaspheming a mage." A hint of doubt lingered in her aged voice. "It doesn't matter. This is no longer the era of the old gods. Even a qualified spellcaster may not be loyal to the Rune family." Talia shook her head with a smile. "The Rune family nurtured Mace Harnard for decades. Did he hesitate for even a second when he betrayed them? Human nature has changed." The old voice was quite sentimental, but Talia smiled and did not comment. "So, as a sign of keeping up with the times, is the Rune family going to produce a son-in-law who isn't even a blasphemous mage?" "I never said I loved him." Talia remained unmoved by the old voice's provocation. "I just found his plan very interesting, and maybe it's feasible." "You mean the plan that asks us to abandon Lund Manor and gamble everything on a vague future?" "Exactly." Talia gave a sweet smile. "If it succeeds, we can exchange a manor for a kingdom, a territory that the minions of the Church of Order cannot easily reach, a world where the faith in the old gods can be rebuilt. The ancient and glorious Rune family will also shine brightly again in the centuries to come." After finishing the last sip of her iced orange syrup, Talia jumped off the chair and turned to look inside. The exquisite marble dining room was filled with countless flowing, writhing pieces of flesh. The girl knelt on one knee, gazing with utmost reverence at an aged face, almost expressionless, that emerged from the flesh and blood of the ceiling. "And you will become the king of this new world, father." Chapter 200 Return and New Job. Seated in the smoothly moving carriage, Anson examined the rune ring on his hand. The sterling silver ring blended perfectly with the scenery outside the window, encompassing the distant, mist-shrouded ancient castle within its ring hole. The outer ring was adorned with intertwined rose patterns, while the inner band bore a string of ancient imperial words. "Blood ties us together." A velvety sapphire was set in the band, its smooth, mirror-like surface engraved with the shape of the primordial ring. The ring itself was exquisite. The sapphire alone could probably buy his entire outfit, yet he couldn't sense any trace of magic imbued within it. Of course, it was also possible that it was cleverly concealed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the Rune family could arrive at Clovis Cathedral and kill Professor Mace Harnard so quickly after discovering his potential betrayal. Only by accepting this ring could the Rune family feel at ease letting him leave with Lisa, because it meant that, to a certain extent, his interests were tied to the Rune family's. For the Rune family right now, the most pressing need is to quickly recover the losses caused by Mace Harnard. At the same time, Anson must present a seemingly plausible future plan to prove he is qualified to replace Mace Harnard. First comes minimizing losses, then long-term goals. Mace Harnard's plan is to sideline the Austerian royal family, allowing the old gods and the Rune family to become the de facto rulers of the kingdom. If Anson wants to completely replace him, he must come up with a more advantageous and feasible solution. He needs to prove his worth and convince them that he is on their side. War, that's right. The best way to recover all the losses the Rune family suffered in the riot is to participate in a war. With a confident smile, Anson turned his gaze from Talia's bewildered face to the window, his vision seemingly piercing through the all-encompassing mist to see the towering buildings and factories of Clovis. Because of the previous incident involving the elven ambassador from St. Isaac's Academy, the Kingdom of Clovis has resolved to launch a punitive war against the Kingdom of Izar-Elf. Coupled with the ongoing war with the Empire, Clovis is now caught in a four-front war, but from the perspective of a Clovis soldier, this isn't such a dangerous situation. Yes, the Empire is powerful, but the burden of war on them is heavier. In each battle, they need to expend 5 to 10 times the resources Clovis has to deploy supplies and soldiers to the designated battlefield. The Kingdom of Izar-Elf, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. They are too weak, For the past 100 years, Clovis has constantly sought to plunder land and wealth from this impoverished and weak nation. What they lacked was always an opportunity, a reason, and the reason that allows the Clovis to be so confident to invade another kingdom while resisting the empire's invasion, is because we hold in trump card that our enemies wouldn't even dare to dream of. Clovis City, exactly, Anson pointed out the window. It is precisely because of such a city connected by railways to ports, factories, farms, mines, constantly consuming countless steel, coal, whale oil, wool, all kinds of resources, and possessing the ability to turn all of this into commodities and send them to every corner of the world. That Clovis has stood the test of time. Those factories that can continuously supply the front lines with rifles, artillery, ammunition, and all sorts of military supplies are the reason Clovis is confident enough to wage war against two enemies, Leighton, Bernie, Leopold. In the past, these military factories, which were crucial to the kingdom's army's combat power, were almost entirely controlled by families and forces close to the royal family. No matter how much money or technology others had, they couldn't secure orders from the army and navy. But now the situation is completely different. The riots destroyed a large number of factories in Clovis's outer city, the factories shut down, and the workers turned into rioters, and at this time, the army is still preparing to invade another country. Talia nodded slightly, immediately grasping the key point in Anson's words. You want the Rune family to seize this opportunity and enter the military industry, rifles, artillery, uniforms, backpacks, pack animals and wagons for transport, anything the army needs. Of course, it will be a huge expense, but that's alright, because the Church of Order will definitely be happy to lend money to such profitable factories. Anson paused deliberately, giving the girl time to imagine that bright future. 1 year, at most 2 years. As long as this war lasts more than 2 years, the Rune family's gains will be enough to compensate for the losses caused by this riot. Having secured a sufficient share of the military industry, the Rune family can naturally cultivate a new group of supporters. With the scale of the Rune family's investment plus the military industry, it will become a behemoth that even the royal family and the church wouldn't dare to easily control. If such a large industry were to experience turmoil, it would mean a stock market crash, a market collapse, worker unemployment, and all investments and bonds becoming worthless. The riots instigated by Mace Harnard are enough to leave a shadow in the hearts of these people. They will never dare to let the same thing happen again in the short term, but all of this is only temporary. Anson suddenly changed the subject, or rather, it's just preparation for a more long-term goal. Oh, Talia's eyes lit up, like an audience member who had finally seen the exciting part of a drama. Even if they manage to secure a place in the many industries of Clovis City, as long as the Church of Order remains the world's largest bank, the Rune family has no future. This is only natural, because this land is their home turf. To put it bluntly, this world is no longer the world of the old god's followers. The Church of Order's power is too vast, it simply cannot give any space to the faith they once so vehemently suppressed. The Rune family, or rather, all those who believe in the old gods, must rebuild their foundations on a completely new land, a land where the Church of Order's tentacles cannot yet fully reach. Anson spread his hands, opening them wide. To get the church to sit at the table and negotiate fairly with a power, one must first possess strength that makes them wary. I'm not talking about an individual, or even a family, but a power possessing at least several thousand, even tens of thousands of square kilometers of land, firmly controlling its resources and population. A power capable of launching a war independently at any time, a brand new kingdom. Not under the control of the Church of Order, a brand new kingdom. Talia's eyes darted around, a subtle smile playing on her lips. A colony, Miss Talia, you truly possess both beauty and intelligence. Anson offered a small compliment. The northern colony, though a wasteland shrouded in ice and snow year-round, possesses extremely rich resources of forests, furs, fisheries, and minerals. It's a virgin land, developed less than 50 years ago. Besides beasts and barbarians, those living on that land are exiled criminals, fallen nobles, and merchants dreaming of getting rich. Even the supposedly most prosperous Ice Dragon Fjord doesn't have a decent cathedral. This means that after 50 years, the Church of Order still hasn't been able to establish sufficient influence on that land. Anson's eyes gleamed. This is our opportunity. Right now, the Empire, Clovis, and all the nations with coastlines are sparing no effort to expand their power in the New World. But they haven't yet seen the true potential of this land. The outbreak of war will make the kingdoms of the old world increasingly thirsty for resources, and as the resources of the old world are exhausted, the new world will be their only hope. And if the Rune family could use the wealth accumulated in Clovis to invade the colonies before that day arrives, seize the new world, and possess sufficient military power to arm themselves, then they could rival the Church of Order, which controls the old world. Anson withdrew his gaze, picked up his coffee, took a small sip, and said no more. As a competent copywriter, when providing a detailed draft plan to a client, besides appearing reasonable, it is more important to meet the client's expectations. For the Rune family, or rather, for any declining old god family, their greatest hope is that this world could return to the era hundreds of years ago, when spellcaster families held power. Mace Harnard's solution was to sideline the Austerian royal family and control the kingdom of Clovis by manipulating the Privy Council, so Anson went a step further, simply inciting independence in the northern colonies and establishing an old god kingdom unaffected by the Church of Order. This was clearly more appealing than Mace Harnard's proposal to manipulate a country from behind the scenes. Of course, inciting colonial independence is no easy task. At the very least, it would certainly be met with brutal suppression from the colonial overlords. But as long as the wars of the old world continue, especially the war between Clovis and the Empire, keeping them preoccupied, it's not entirely impossible. This plan clearly aligns with Talia's expectations, who would want to hide behind the scenes if they could directly control a country of their own. What are you thinking about, Anson? Lisa's voice pulled Anson back to reality from his reverie. She stared at him with wide, unblinking eyes, her hands clung tightly to Anson's arm, never letting go since they boarded the carriage. Nothing, Anson replied absent-mindedly with a smile, tucking the ring inside his coat. Lisa, are you really sure, Anson, the people in that manor, and that Miss Talia who looks exactly like you, they are your true family? Anson looked into the girl's confused eyes. You can live well in that manor. You won't have to worry about not having food, about sleeping in the wilderness, or about anyone trying to hurt you. But they weren't the first to find Lisa. Anson was the first to find Lisa and give her food. The girl, with her wide eyes, retorted softly, they aren't Lisa's family. They are bad people who want to use Lisa to do bad things. Anson is Lisa's family. That look in her eyes, like that of a newborn animal, made Anson's feelings slightly complicated. August, he not only possesses power unimaginable to ordinary spellcasters, but he is also one of the first blood magic apostles to comprehend the path to immortality. According to my father, the conflict between him and August, besides interests, stemmed more from a serious disagreement about the concept of immortality. As a descendant of that apostle, my lovely sister Lisa naturally possesses a portion of August's power. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that her innate bloodline makes her no longer a lowly being like a human from the very beginning. The bad thing is that this bloodline's innate self-protection will cause Lisa to develop a strong dependence on the first person she feels affection for during her childhood. As she grows up, this emotion will gradually fade, and lovely Lisa will gradually lose interest in you, abandoning emotions and desires for everything like her ancestors, embarking on the path of pursuing immortality. Of course, that's many years from now. Until then, she will still need your care and protection. Patting the girl's stubborn little head, Anson turned his gaze to another figure in the carriage, a certain drunken careless junior clerk. At this moment, Alan Dawn was curled up in a corner at the edge of the carriage, his hands supporting his knees, his head almost buried in his chest, trembling like a frightened rabbit. I'm sorry. Feeling Anson's gaze, the junior clerk abruptly looked up. As your loyal clerk, I beg your forgiveness for my mistake and to give me a chance to start over and prove myself again. Of course, I accept your apology, Anson said with a smile, waving his hand. But starting over, no need, Alan Down. I believe in your abilities. No, I must do it, the junior clerk insisted. Actually, I've been working on this even before you contacted me about Lund's Manor. I originally intended to give you a surprise. There's some progress on the matter of the new commander of the security forces. Oh, although Archbishop Luther is indeed arranging for young Master Ludwig Franz to become the commander of the security forces, as far as I know, young Master Ludwig himself is unwilling. In that case, you, who also distinguished yourself in the riots, still have a chance. The junior clerk took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Anson. I'm still trying to find a way to contact some of your potential supporters. I believe we'll have news soon. All right then, I'll wait for your good news. Anson smiled, half reassuring and half expectant. The junior clerk was indeed very efficient. At 6:30 a.m. the day after Anson returned to Bullen Street, a rapid knocking at the door, coupled with Mrs. Borner's roar, dragged Anson out of bed. "Your Excellency Anson Bach, I have some great news to tell you immediately," an excited Endowed said quickly, stamping his foot. Still half asleep, Anson rubbed his eyes and looked at him listlessly. "Any progress on the matter of the garrison commander?" "Oh, no," the junior clerk shook his head. "But I found you a better job." "Oh?" "To punish the Iser elves, the Royal Army, under the orders of His Majesty Charles II, has established a brand new Southern Legion, mainly composed of conscripts, and I've secured you the position of deputy commander of this new legion." "Guess who the commander of this legion is?" Anson, still groggy, thought for a second, and a terrifying guess suddenly flashed through his mind. "It can't be Ludwig, it's young Master Ludwig Franz." "How about that? Isn't it a pleasant surprise?" Anson Bach. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.